He looked stunned and grilled her about reincarnation, and she hit him with the brutal truth. His cause of death was heartbreaking. They told him his new life would be decided by a machine, and he couldn't see a single good thing in it. The hero begged the goddess to tell him how he died. He couldn't remember a thing, and she just shrugged and said, "Stuff like that happens." The girl snapped that it was time to get moving, and the guy immediately nodded along. A golden, super rare ball just dropped into the scene, like it was destined for greatness. It's the brutal breakdown of toxins. This power mopped up toxins like nothing, then ripped through every bacteria and virus the hero named, and even he couldn't believe how brutal that skill was. The goddess leaned in and told him the world he'd be reborn into wouldn't just be real, it'd be a full-on fantasy playground, packed with status screens, magic, and monsters lurking everywhere. She begged him to live like every second mattered, then he shot back that it all felt way too sudden. The boy lay there stunned, convinced this couldn't be real, like the whole world was just a dream. 5 years have already blown by and he's still stuck with a nasty headache. Yeah, it's not good at all. Breaking down toxins is his gift, turning it into a weapon that wipes out any virus or bacteria in his path. For the first time, he tested it for mold, and the bacteria got wiped out successfully. But the second he used it, a brutal headache slammed into him, straight up side effect territory, so now he's convinced that skill is completely useless. He decided right then he wasn't using it anymore. The main character suddenly snapped back. He'd totally forgotten his training with his father. Someone told him he'd gotten way better at handling the ball, and the boy shot back a thankful smile, while his father, Logan, ruled as one of the greatest commanders in the continent's biggest kingdom. The family she was born into runs the whole area around the port near the capital, and that grip shapes her life more than anything. He insisted he'd only been born into the Count's family because his rare talent caught everyone's eye. Then a woman strode up to his father. She said the training prep was finally done, and the man immediately praised the boy, saying he looked just like a knight. The father snapped his gaze to his son and promised he'd help train the others, then urged him to keep repeating the ball drills. Grant was his father's second wife's son, so they were only half-brothers, with Grant a full year younger, and his younger brother was freakishly talented. Even though he's the older brother, he's got this useless power: he can break down toxins. His younger brother has a power so rare only a couple of people in the kingdom's entire history ever managed to wield it. It's called Holy Night. It's not like his father was a villain. True, when you stack him up against Grint, his dad looks like the one with the brighter future. But to be honest, it crushed him because it was stupidly disappointing. A knight swore that the armor was forged from metal, and now it hit him. He couldn't dent it, not because of some magic, but because if he even tried, his father would spot him. The boy stared at the armor like it was impossible, then he tripped, hit the ground, and pain shot through him, while the knight just said, "I warned you." He refused to quit, even with that brutal gap in talent staring him down. He decided to pull off a sweet surprise for his father and mother. So the main character has to push even harder than everyone else. The man snapped around to the boy and said dinner was almost here, but the boy was stunned by how many books there were. Then he quickly apologized, admitting he'd been swamped studying. The man praised him, saying it was truly commendable, because the boy didn't just train every day, he also hit the books hard, and every butler in the estate is convinced he could grow into a real scholar, and even a general isn't out of reach anymore. The protagonist flashed Dvoretsky a grateful nod, then said, "My mom's gonna be free real soon." The boy couldn't help but beam, because his mother was finally there to catch him. They told him to jump in and go right now. He didn't hesitate. He slammed a knock on the door, and right away someone told him, "Come in." The woman shot him a warm greeting as soon as he showed up. Since he remembered his past life, she felt less like a mother and more like an older sister he'd always known. She told him he smelled like fresh books, then watched as he buried himself in study every single day. The woman called him a good boy, and that praise hit him like a slap, instant embarrassment. He told me he heard she was finally done working, but non-stop shifts meant she had a mountain of stuff left, so she was filing documents away, hands moving fast while her mind raced with what she'd do next. He finally clocked it: her father wasn't tied to her work at all. Handling that mountain of paperwork took serious guts, and everyone expected that level of strength from a girl working at a huge trading company. Plus, she was drop-dead gorgeous. She told him she finally remembered she had something for him, then admitted he'd been waiting for ages, and that she'd only just now showed up. He gripped a status card in both hands, staring at it like it could change everything. He thanked her and she smiled like, "I'm just happy you liked it." Then he admitted he couldn't figure it out. Was his status good or was it straight up bad? The woman swore she'd heard kids his age could only have 10 stamina points. He thought his status wasn't that bad, until that guy asked her what the gift of learning even meant, and she said it was a skill that cut his exhaustion and let him push through with way more strength. The woman said it was proof her son was doing everything he could to become a better person, and she'd know better than anyone. She told him her grandmother had sent her on another errand, then she suddenly suggested they take a walk together since it had been forever, only for him to stare in shock at what she said. She shot back that she wanted them to swing by the merchant and grab some tea, because that's the drink they always go for. He asked if the servants did it, but the boy didn't get why his mom would bother. She just figured his grandma must have had great taste. The boy started to blame himself for not being strong enough to be the eldest, and he couldn't shake the thought that it was ruining his mother's life. She leaned in, asked if he'd join her, and teased, "Come on, you're the perfect part of a great night." He swore he'd go with her. A merchant stepped out to meet them, and the woman wasted no time. She said she'd come for tea, then asked him to show her every kind he had. The boy spotted a glowing magic stone, and the merchant leaned in, swore he was right, and asked if the boy wanted it, only for the boy to admit, "I'm interested, just a little." Magic stones usually live inside monsters' bodies, where their power turns into crystal. Then you can use that treasure for everything, from magic rituals to crafting wild accessories. High-quality stones can gulp down massive amounts of magic, and that power poisons the body, so this cheap core is the safer way to forge tools. Nothing could hurt him even if he grabbed it barehanded, so the guy thanked him. Then the woman asked if she could pose a question, and the man nodded yes. The hero lined in, and the stone practically smelled like sweet honey. He took a guess, and that sweet, candy-like flavor told him he was right. That kid had never heard a single word about licking magic stones. No matter that he was only 5 in this world, he'd never, ever heard of anything like that. He decided to try it just once, slipping his chance in when nobody was watching. The woman demanded to know what happened, but the guy went silent. Then he asked if he could buy the stone, until the man shot back, asking if he actually liked it. He promised to hand it over as a gift, and as thanks for her patronage, the woman grinned and offered 3 different kinds of tea. She urged the boy to step outside and take a walk. That legendary yellow magic stone drained its color and turned completely colorless. For some reason, power surged through him. Then the knight closed in and asked if he'd finally decide to dent that armor again, and he snapped back that the guy could twist his wrist. He was relieved he hadn't been thrown back this time, but his wooden sword snapped in half. The knight's jaw dropped when the main character sliced clean through iron armor, using nothing but a wooden sword. The boy begged his mother to calm down, but she snapped that she just couldn't accept it. His mother had a damn good reason to blow up in pure rage. Grint is about to become the next head of the house, and the future starts right here. He'll also blurt out Grant's engagement to the Marquis's daughter, but he thinks it's way too soon, since Grant is only 4 years old. The woman choked out an apology, admitting his father cared more about that other guy than about him. Then he just shook his head and told her not to stress, because everything was okay. Honestly, that comment really stung him. But worst of all, his heart breaks seeing his mother so sad and utterly alone. To earn his father's approval, he's got to push harder than ever, but he still can't wrap his head around what happened that day, because everyone keeps insisting the armor just wore out. But the moment he licked that stone, the girl lit up and told him, "We're here, we've arrived." The estate was straight up breathtaking, pure, jaw-dropping grandeur. After all, this isn't just any manor. This is the kingdom's only Archduke's estate, and everyone knows it. The man snapped around to the woman and said, "Let's go meet Grintz's fiancée and her family. Meanwhile, you can wait for us in the lobby." She promised she'd do it, then waved the boy over, only for his father's second wife to snap, "The Marquis is already sick of waiting on you." His mom shot him a question. Did her son even have the right to be at that meeting, and what did that really mean? They got the word that the list had been messed up, and every family was only allowed to bring 1 kid. Then the Reinhardt family showed up already, with Mr. Grint right there. The woman snapped that it wasn't their fault and begged them to let the boy in. Then they shut her down and said they couldn't. The guy was convinced Camilla was to blame. She did it on purpose so he wouldn't get in the way. Sure, the chaos is bad enough already, but the real kicker, the butler, the hero, couldn't care less about that meeting. The boy spotted the garden and lit up, calling it breathtaking, and he said it would be amazing if they could step inside and walk through it. The man shot him a thank you and promised he'd run straight back and tell the gentleman. The woman leaned in and asked, "Hey, are you really upset about all this?" He gushed that the garden was breathtaking. Every gorgeous flower glowed like they were calling her name. The boy said, "We'd be happier if we just stopped and admired those beautiful flowers together." She told him, "If we're at home, I'm hugging you even tighter," and when he answered, "You hugged me so hard it basically knocked the breath out," she couldn't help but smile. The butler told him the Archduke finally signed off on a visit to the garden. The boy shot back a thankful "thank you," and the man added that he'd already sent someone to walk with them. A girl stepped out in front of them, smiling wide, and told them she was genuinely thrilled to finally meet them. She stepped up, flashed a smile, and said, "I'm Klein. And yeah, she's the granddaughter of Count August, the man who runs the entire August house." He shot back with a quick introduction, then leaned in and demanded what the Archduke's granddaughter was doing here. She apologized for the mistake she made at home back in August. Klein told them she'd be their escort today and set the mood, hoping they'd have an awesome time. The woman said she believed her son was over the moon that the lady agreed to tag along, and she sounded genuinely relieved to hear it. She also made it clear how thankful she was she'd finally been able to connect and talk with them. He stared in shock as the flowers lit up, then blurted out, "This is beautiful." From far away, the garden looked stunning, but once she stepped inside, it felt like magic, and the girl swore it was even more enchanting at that exact time of day. The guests started whispering like it was fate, saying the second son would be the next head of the house, the one blessed with skill on holy night, a total miracle when you consider their awful son, the one with zero manners. Looks like in the not-so-distant future, the kingdom's about to rise, because this heir could turn General Logan's legacy into pure prosperity. The girl warned him not to buy into the rumors, because among the nobles, he was the one everyone called a true gentleman. That guy couldn't hold it in. He said the girl was absolutely gorgeous. Then he blurted out, "That rose is gorgeous." She shot back, "Yep, red and blue roses, the kind that can bloom whenever they want, but that are brutally hard to grow, needing the perfect mix of water, light, and soil. Rose thorns are drenched in deadly poison. People swear that just one drop can wipe out 1,000 lives. That poison burns like pure inferno, jaw-clenching pain, scorching heat, so people call them fiery blue roses, and the guy even said the name carries a deeper meaning." The woman smiled and said those flowers would make a gorgeous decoration. Then the guy asked, "So you're using them for indoor decor?" The girl swore those flowers, poison could crystallize too, and she'd heard that if you spread the poison across them, the flowers would turn into living art. People are calling them star crystals ***. They're said to glow like the night sky, and everyone swears they're the best decoration in the whole world. The girl snapped that the antidotes were insanely expensive. There were only 2 in their whole kingdom, and stripping the poison wasn't just hard, it cost a fortune too. The woman even said the price would land at about half of their territory's yearly taxes, and the guy just stared, shocked by how brutal the bill was. The protagonist stared at his own power and demanded it come with 0 side effects. The boy lined in and asked the lady if she wanted to see that decoration, and she smiled back because it was her dream. The boy nodded like he finally got it, then reached out and touched the flower. It felt like he was chugging soda, ice-cold relief. Cracking that toxin with decomposition felt amazing, and he couldn't believe it. No nasty kickback like last time. The girl snapped, ordering him to toss the flower right now. Just like the goddess promised, his skill cuts through poison like it's nothing. A star crystal burst out of the flower like it had been waiting to ignite the sky. He apologized for startling them, but the guy just shrugged and said he was only using his skill. Then the girl snapped back that even if he could do it, he shouldn't have it that good, and she'd never even heard of anyone being able to take a red and a blue rose. The boy thrust a flower into the girl's hands and told her, straight up, that he'd finally made her dream come true. He lined in and asked her to accept him. He brushed it off like a cliché, but the vibe had him so hooked that he blurted out some boring line anyway. The girl asked straight up if he'd really hand it to her, and he snapped that he'd be genuinely offended if she refused to take it. She told him I'd be thrilled to accept. He leaned in and asked the girl, "Would you mind if I grabbed one more for my mom?" Then he turned to his mom and pleaded, "Please take it, this is my love." Klein apologized like crazy and begged to talk a bit more, but she had to run, yet the woman waved it off and said, "Don't stress, thanks to you we had an awesome evening," and even the boy chimed in with a heartfelt "thank you too." She told him he didn't need to act all formal. If he kept going, he could skip talking to her entirely. He told everyone his father was running late, even as people were already packing up to leave. The woman swung around to the maid and demanded, "Do you know where my husband went?" And you blurted that the count said he had to hit a night party, so he slipped out early. The boy demanded, trembling, "Am I really that useless in my father's eyes?" She spun to the boy and demanded to know, did he really like his father? He told him, "Thanks for raising me," but his chest wouldn't let him forgive him, because he'd treated her like trash. The guy just shrugged back, saying he couldn't say for sure that he even liked him. The woman practically breathed out, "I'm so relieved to hear that." She couldn't stand watching him break anymore, so she yanked him along with her. No debate, just motion. She promised them the most beautiful spot on Earth, right back to their native kingdom. He looked stunned as she confirmed, everything checks out. When she slid the ring off, the boy's jaw dropped. She just shrugged and said she didn't need it anymore. The woman pushed for a return to the port city. She said it was a win that they made it back to the estate before midnight. The guy demanded, "Why won't you stop?" And the woman snapped, "Hold on just a little." He was totally stunned. The city was still blasting with noise, like nothing ever happened. The whole town froze in shock. Something utterly strange was happening right in front of them, and they yelled for someone to stop it. It was a colossal ship, and the moment it loomed overhead, a woman snapped to her son, "Go." The moment the residents spotted his mother, they leaned in and fired off questions. What kind of ship was it? A squad of knights crashed into the scene, and the crowd immediately started panicking. People were screaming that everyone had to save themselves. The boy stepped in front of his mother, stopping her cold, and she insisted everything was fine. Then the girl grabbed his attention and told him to calm down. She smiled and said it was a pleasure to meet you, then introduced herself as Christina. He didn't expect it. They weren't his enemies at all, and that girl, she was straight up breathtaking. The woman said, "We haven't seen each other in forever," and Christina shot back, "You too, I'm just as happy to see you." Then she bolted straight to them the second the message hit. "They've got one job, snatch Princess Olivia back and drag her home safe." He stared in shock as she promised that once they were out on the water, she'd spill everything to him. The woman told them, "Get on the ship now." The man finally admitted he'd realized the 5-year-old had fixed the mess their family left behind. He said the Reinhardt family's oldest son had an unreal personality, and the girl snapped that she fully agreed with her grandpa. Then she proved it by showing exactly what he'd given her. The count blinked in shock, so they really wanted the second son to become the next head. He refused to let them shatter their promises. An old man leaned in and ordered the girl to swear it to silence. He claimed that if you set sail on a ship and ride it for 2 days from there, you could run into a whole continent, and she'd better know exactly which kingdom lives there. Ishtalika, this giant kingdom, stands head and shoulders above them in science, tech, and military power. The man declared that Olivia isn't only the trading company's heiress, she's the state's representative, and not just that, she's the daughter behind the title. She's not just any royal, she's the second princess of her entire state. The boy and the girl froze, totally stunned. She swallowed her pride and apologized to her son for hiding the secret from him, and he shot back, "Why would the princess of that huge state marry the head of the Reinhardt family?" The woman snapped that Chris was freaking her out, and the girl shot back that she was just doing what needed to be done. His mother choked out an apology and told him she couldn't explain it right now, but the boy just nodded like he already understood. Then he finally saw her cheerful for the very first time. It's way better than watching her break down every single day. Chris strode up to Olivia and demanded to know if she'd gotten the star crystal from the Reinhardt family. She smiled and said her son had handed it to her. She shot back that she truly believed him, so she handled him with kid gloves every single second. Chris said that if you hand a star crystal to the opposite sex as a gift, you're basically proposing right there. He finally got why Klein snapped, then fired back, "So what am I supposed to do?" Because he never meant it like that. The woman swore she had no clue what was happening, but he stayed surprisingly kind. Olivia pressed the girl for when they'd hit the capital, and she answered, "When we reach the port, we switch to a water train, so we'll be in the capital around 11 a.m. The boy gaped at the fact that trains even existed out here. Then the girl smiled and said, "It's called a water train," and explained that it chugs along by heating water using water magic stones. The guy finally figured it out. The train didn't run on magic, it roared to life on the steam it pumped out. Compared to the kingdom, Heim's progress is on a whole other level. The girl blurted that it was incredible, and since he knew exactly how it worked, she praised him as a top student. The boy shot back that he only learned it from a book. Then Olivia chimed in, calling him a smart kid. The protagonists panicked, thinking he'd almost spilled the knowledge he still had left after reincarnation. Then Chris snapped, "We've still got time before we reach the country, so rest up." In that country, there was more than just science and tech. Stuff was wild, because there were tons of half-humans walking around. Ishtalika was a wild mix of cultures, humans and a bunch of other races living side by side, and Chris finally said they'd arrived. She told him that Christina Wernstein, the vice-captain of the Imperial Guard, was back, and the guy couldn't help saying she looked badass. Christina snapped that she might carry herself all formal, but she was still kind of clumsy. She leaned in and warned the boy and Olivia to stay sharp, watch every step, and not miss a single one. He told himself that even if she acted like nothing ever happened, he still wouldn't be able to shake it from his mind. Olivia pressed her on what the girl had told her father about her return. Then she admitted that, because the message was so urgent, she never even got the chance to tell him. Everyone was told to act totally normal when they met Olivia, and Olivia's own words said Marka had made sure her father stayed locked on his work, no distractions. She warned them that any noise would rattle the king, and Olivia figured she was fuming at her. The boy blurted, "Wait, who are you talking about?" And the girl smiled, saying, "It's the maid who cared for me when I was little." She added, "Yeah, she looks scary, but trust me, she's good, and she'll meet you two later." Chris told him the king was holed up in the meeting room, and the guy snapped that it'd be a disaster to interrupt them mid-session, so Chris said he'd catch him later and greet him then. Olivia dashed inside and told her father, "I'm back." The boy nearly dropped his jaw when he finally spotted the king of the country. The king's aura hit like a wave, and it rattled him to his core. The man demanded answers, what was happening, and why this woman was here when she'd married on the other side of the world. Then he snapped his focus straight onto the boy. Then the guy's nerves exploded, and he started shaking with pure fear. He lit up and said, "It was great to meet you." Then Ein stepped forward, introduced himself, and admitted he used to be part of the Reinhardt family. The king stepped up, flashed a grin, and told everyone, straight up, he was his grandfather. The knight said he and the king couldn't wait to finally meet him. Sweat dripped as he gulped out his name, Lloyd, and in the same breath he swore he was the country's great marshal, ready to burn his life for him without hesitation. The boy flashed a grin and said, "Nice to meet you," and the king snapped back like he couldn't wait to unload whatever was weighing on him. He said it like a gut punch. His hearing just isn't what it used to be. The woman told him she'd already divorced her husband, and she was never going back there. The king dared the knight to strike him in the face, and the knight snapped back that he'd heard every word right, so Silvered shot her the question, why did it happen? She told him she just didn't believe her son was happy staying there. The king snapped that the meeting was being pushed back, and suddenly everyone was ordered to stay silent about what had happened there. He whipped around to Chris and told her to call his subordinates, because this couldn't wait, they had to talk it through right now. The man whipped around to the knight and demanded they start rounding up troops right now. The knight smirked and told him not to sweat it, saying Logan might be a veteran, but in his eyes he was just a plain knight and he'd crush him with ease. Olivia snapped her gaze to her father and told him, "Don't worry, no one can touch us, because the promise of the first king would keep them safe." The princess couldn't believe it. After all, they were really ready to ditch the main character just because of the gift he was born with. The woman asked if the older sister felt the same, and she said yes, but he still wouldn't hear her out, while the boy just stared like the first princess was secretly a talking cat. Olivia leaned in and asked her son if she could finally lay it all out. He nodded and told her she could, because they'd kept their promise. The Prime Minister stepped forward and demanded permission to do exactly this. Olivia got married there for one reason only. The Heim's country needs a sea crystal they've got, and she's going to make sure it gets delivered. The boy asked, "Is this crystal just mineral residue?" And the reply came back, "You could call it that." They said these crystals are forged from the bones of sea monsters, and in their country people use them to craft magical gear. The boy admitted he'd only seen a handful. Still, he was told, these are just ordinary magical items. Other countries don't touch sea crystals. They cook up magic stone gear that can wreck the user's own powers, but their nation has a secret sea crystal trick that keeps the magic under control, letting everyone in the country use powerful items for free. Since every crystal across the country had already been dug up, hunting new ones got harder by the day, so they had no choice but to start begging other countries for them. The boy finally understood it. His mother didn't marry for love, she did it for the whole country, calling it her duty, and then the man sneered back that if they handed over the stone, they'd get protection because Mr. Ein would rise to become the Count of the Kingdom of Heim. The king swore this was the best way out, get his daughter and grandson out of the sea dragon's path, so he ordered it, and the knight snapped back that it was time to hunt a new magic crystal, but the woman cut him off, saying they didn't need any of that. She told me she'd already tracked down possible suppliers, and even if she plays by her own rules, it doesn't mean she's forgotten what she owes as a princess. Olivia teamed up with the mage and adventurer guilds to track down suppliers, finally snagging one. Then she slid the documents to the king and told him they could dig into everything she'd promised. Someone had it written there about a country north of Heim, but at this point they should have double-checked everything already. Sea crystals started popping up from deep underwater into the shallows, and the man leaned in and swore he'd found another girl, out there, hiding her true face behind a magician's network, then laughed because her work was nothing short of incredible. The boy couldn't shake the feeling that only he truly understood how much time and effort his mother poured into everything. She nailed the Count's wife role so perfectly that everyone in town bowed to her, even calling her a saint. Then Grint was born, and just like that they tossed her kindness aside, yet she kept right on smiling like nothing ever hurt. Even when life threw a million things at her, she still carved out tons of time to be with him. He can't even find the words to thank her, because the king is stunned she did it all alone, and he tells her he needs her forgiveness. She told him, "My son is everything. No matter how brutal life gets, if it's for him, I'll do anything I possibly can." She practically beamed and said she was over the moon she had it. Chris told the king that Olivia didn't just get cuter, she got way stronger, and the king immediately ordered them to take a break and celebrate her hard-earned work. The man snapped around to the other guy, and the man just smirked, saying he already had the queen's consent. Warren and Mr. Lloyd step in and confirm the decree is totally legal. He snapped around toward the king. Silverd said he was making it official, recognizing the protagonist as part of the royal family. He was born into a tiny kingdom's noble family, into a count's bloodline, but even after years of brutal training, nobody ever cared until they stripped him of his place as heir and cast him aside. The king crowned him as his crown prince. Town folk started whispering wild rumors. Princess Olivia was back, and so was her son. They sit there and try to figure out what kind of person the main character really is. The boy squared off with the knight, then looked him dead in the eye and praised his razor-sharp swordsmanship. He said the hero poured everything into training, and the boy snapped back a thank you. Then the hero insisted, "I still don't measure up," because even his younger brother could wipe the floor with him, despite the fact that he only just started training. He bent over backwards to earn his father's approval and win everyone's respect, but it all crumbled, so he threw in the towel and fled to a new country, leaving the crown prince behind. And deep down, he couldn't stop wondering, who would ever accept a worthless kid like him? The main character craved a sharper skill, something that would finally make him truly unstoppable. They turned on him and pointed out his torn clothes, and the knight snapped, "Stand still." He bragged that his skill was sewing, then asked straight up if I really thought that was totally wrong for a soldier like him. The knight admitted it was downright humiliating to have that kind of skill, but he refused to waste it. Through sheer grind, he forged himself into a true martial beast, and he made it clear. Raw talent meant nothing if he didn't work for it. If he puts in the work, he can turn into literally anything. If he keeps pushing to become stronger, he'll soon realize every struggle he went through wasn't for nothing. Kadima showed up out of nowhere, then told everyone she'd found a boy and begged the knight itself to hand him over to her. She lined in and demanded to know why she needed him in the first place. She told her that Olivia had called her out to take a look. Chris said they clicked instantly, and the man laughed, saying it was simple to speak with the princess, so Kadima immediately demanded he show him her status. She couldn't believe it. Despite his massive status, he still hadn't been picked as the family's heir, and the hero was just as shocked when he realized his rank had skyrocketed because he'd gained the absorption skill. Kadima insisted this was the proof. Olivia's blood runs in his veins, and it all came from a dryad's rare racial skill. He was totally stunned when she asked if he knew about it, and she blurted that she thought he could try turning into a plant, like Olivia, the hero she'd heard about, because this was the first time he'd even heard the idea. In the royal family tree, you'll find every kind of bloodline tangled together, and kids can suddenly inherit the genes of some long-lost ancestor, so until a baby is born, nobody has a clue what race they'll belong to. She asked him straight if his status had shot up lately, and he told her he'd just been training hard, but that didn't explain a jump that big. She nodded like she got it, then revealed the real reason. The stone's magic had fed him energy. He demanded to know why she believed that, and the princess shot back. Monsters grow stronger by devouring each other's magic stones, but humans can't do the same. It wrecks their bodies, unless the toxins can be broken down first. She leaned in and asked what he thought about it, and he said the truth. He'd first spotted the magic stones while shopping with his mom, and they looked so mouth-watering that he accidentally licked them. But it was just a little stone, and the boy couldn't imagine it would hit him that hard. After that, he never ran into another stone again. Chris then said she felt Mr. Ein was quietly drawing the magic stone's energy straight out of her. He insisted it couldn't be the girl, then she snapped back that she was an elf, and that every half-human carried a magic stone, and that's when the guy finally realized he was supposed to have one too. She told her she could feel it during their trip to the capital, and the moment the girl realized she was wiped out, she nearly passed out on the spot. He said that back then, he figured she was one more stumble away from fainting. He demanded to know what was wrong with her magic stone and whether she'd been badly hurt. Then they told him she was okay, just needed rest, and that she still had to test her theory. She yanked out a pile of magic stone boxes. First came the cheap stuff, then the next box was packed with expensive stones. He picked the cheap ones first, fast like he was speedrunning the job, and the princess nodded like, "Yeah, you nailed it." The stones drained of their color and someone handed him a new set. The boy stared at them, dying to know what they'd taste like. They started grilling him, straight up asking, "You good?" He said it tasted like walnut and he hated it. They told him the truth, this guy couldn't just randomly gulp power from magic stones, and the girl promised, "Don't worry, I'll explain everything to you right now. There are two things you've got to get. First, the higher the stone's quality, the more it boosts his status. And second, every kind of me has a hard energy limit for how much it can absorb to level him up." It wasn't as easy as he thought. When he asked, the girl shut him down and said he'd already taken in enough. And the guy bragged he'd unlocked a new skill, only for her to point out it happened because he'd absorbed energy from a top-tier monster stone. Chris stepped up and asked if he was really okay, and the guy insisted he was fine. Though when he first used the toxin decomposition, a brutal headache hit him hard, and he couldn't believe that after all that, everything was fine now. She snapped back, saying it all came down to his gift, learning that forged his body and cranked up his immunity. Right then, his mother burst into the room. She told her she hadn't seen him in ages, and the princess insisted she hadn't run into any trouble. Then the woman snapped for her son to come with her. They finally met the king, and she hurriedly apologized for making him wait. The man took the main character by the hand and showed him the royal treasury, pure treasure and untold riches. The guy lined in and demanded, "Why are we here?" His grandfather told him that, for his big win, Olivia wanted him to hand over a reward, so he asked for something special. It was the nation's prized treasure, an insanely powerful magic stone. More than 500 years ago, a demon king slammed onto the continent, and Dullahan was one of his minions. With his eerie ball, he could tear heaven and earth apart. Covered in black armor, he fought like a monster and carved his name into history. She swore their ancestor, one king, wiped out every monster and forged a kingdom, and somehow the whole world crowned him as the hero of their age. Even if it was just a fairy tale, the protagonist couldn't stop his excitement, because when the king faced the girl and demanded she change her mind, she shot back that sure, maybe people called it a national treasure, but to them it was their family's treasure. The king grabbed her to a halt and warned her to back off, because the magical energy could burn her to pieces. As the poison vanished around him, the king finally saw just how unstoppable the boy was. Meanwhile, the kid sensed the stone wasn't like the others, and felt a huge surge of power waking up inside it. He pressed his hand against it, and even without fully taking it in, power surged straight into him. The king's eyes widened at the raw power, and he snapped, "If you can't do it, then stop right now." The hero stared in disbelief because he didn't just feel strong, he felt bursting with power. The girl stared up at the sky, desperate to know when she'd finally get to meet Ein again. The girl snapped that if he vanished right after handing over the gift, it would have been a straight-up betrayal, dishonest to the core. The maid hurried over and told her the master sent her to check on her work, then pointed out that every paper was stacked on the nightstand, and she could bring them straight to him. Klein told me she'd been locked in on her work, knocked it all out in just 2 days, and then, boldly, asked me to tell her father to throw her something harder next time. The maid promised she'd pass the request along, but that wasn't the end of it. She knew she had to level up, and when she met the protagonist again, she had to stand beside him through every brutal, difficult moment. The girl snatched a letter, dropped onto her bed, and demanded, "What now?" The maid shot back, "Get ready, write one for him." Klein demanded to know why she was spilling this now, like it wasn't way more urgent than any job, and before anyone could stop her, she started hunting for paper, because the girl snapped that plain stuff wouldn't cut it. She needed top-quality paper. She had no clue what to write to him, and the maid's laughter plus a wave of laziness kept slamming the pen down, so she said, "This is the first time I've seen you this lost," and insisted on meeting the owner first. Klein promised he'd handle it, and they told her to chill. No one was rushing, and the chief wasn't going anywhere. If only the protagonist realized how much she needed to tell him, she would have been all over him, because right then she was dying to know what he was doing. The king declared it a total win, then demanded an update on the boy who'd shot into the sky after swallowing the stone's power. Mom just beamed and said he'd become even more incredible. The king warned him, "Don't let those numbers mess with your head, stay focused." Then he pushed him harder, "Train until your whole body can actually survive the force." The man leaned in and asked if everything was actually going exactly the way Olivia planned. The one person closest to him clearly knew about his power, and he demanded to know why she kept it secret, because he was sure she'd planned it all from day one. She finally confessed that at first she was only focused on doing her duty as a royal, but after their closest ally died, the former head of the family, doubt crashed into her and she started fearing what came next for them. She couldn't choose between Logan, then somehow she birthed a baby boy as a dryad. The woman insisted he was right, she'd planned it all from the start, and begged him to forgive her, so the king snapped that he had to talk to his mother first and ordered the boy to go ahead, and the boy agreed. The princess admitted she'd wrestled with it ever since she read about the first row and how their royal family worked. Then she wondered if sending Olivia to the boar was a total mistake for their country. It was basically that, but the hero cut in and demanded to know what rooting even meant. They told him that this was a normal way to make a baby, and they told her she could have said it a little nicer. Unlike before, lightery from conception isn't a casual thing at all. Yuria's whole life hinges on one partner only, the one she shares her life energy with, called rooting. The guy demanded, "So is it true?" The girl shot back, "Do we really have to ask another man?" He snapped, "Didn't my mom decide to do it, so what about me?" And right then, those dryad powers kick in. So basically, it's a kid, her one and only son, Olivia's pride and joy, no father in sight because he somehow came into the world from her branch. When the moment finally hit, she froze for a breath, but as royalty, she couldn't back down, not with the pressure to produce an heir, so the man knew Olivia had to wrestle with a brutal choice. Dryads even have heptosis, so she easily pulled the wool over her husband's eyes. He probably didn't even clock it, because everything crashed down on Olivia so fast that all she can do now is pray he'll forgive her. He said he was honestly relieved, because his mom never put down roots with his dad, and as long as her life wasn't in danger, he didn't care what anyone around him had to say. Even though it's not some common trick, Olivia knows she's put everything into him, because the Reinhardt family sure didn't hold up their end of the deal when it came time for him to become the next head. They don't think anyone would dare trade Olivia, and the boy practically exhaled with relief. Now food didn't sound so bad, and someone told him his nerves were tougher than they looked. They warned him to stay out of the guest room, because it was packed with a national treasure, sitting there like decoration, and the Demon King's magic stone was in the middle of it. The same Demon King who got crushed by a single dragon. Yeah, the girl says there's a theory. When he's starving, he might accidentally gulp up the energy packed in the nearby stones, so they can't even let him get close. When they brought up the first king, his mom told him this. People called him a hero because he was ridiculously strong, and they loved him not just for his power, but for the huge heart beating inside him. Yeah, he was the real deal, a truly strong man. So yeah, when a fighter is strong enough to stand like one king, word of him spreads everywhere like Haim, whose name got shouted across the entire world and every kingdom. The boy's been stuck in his head for ages, replaying every time his mom threw herself in the line of danger for him, but still, he can't bring himself to feel even a tiny bit worthy of all that sacrifice. He's determined to prove to his old family, right in front of everyone, that he's worthy, and he knows it won't be a walk in the park. He's on a mission to become even greater than the very first king. The man stepped up and begged to help, promising he'd do everything he could, saying Chris and Lloyd could handle the fencing lessons while he taught the rest himself. Then the boy looked up and told him to make sure he took care of him. The girl promised she'd be the one to test his power next. Then she leaned in and told him to show her everything he'd just received. Days kept flying by and suddenly, boom, summer was here. 8 months had already dragged him through another country. A man strode up and told him that during today's training he'd be up against forest monsters. No fancy castle drills, they'd come to end him, so he'd better stay sharp. Right in front of him stood a forest rat. She was about to explain exactly how to beat her, but the guy just grinned and said he'd figure it out on his own. This was his very first fight, sharp claws slashed out, and those fangs looked like something you'd never want anywhere near your skin. He swung down and knocked the rat flat, then bragged that he could do it any time. After that, he crushed a mountain of rats, hard, and the night itself laughed, swearing there wasn't a single monster left in the whole area. The girl told him the hero could take on the castle soldiers, and when the report came back praising his amazing results, it warned him not to let his guard down for a second. The Dullahan's power, its phantom hand, was the real force behind everything. This is the Black Knight's trick he honed over 8 months. He can shrink the length and durability, then pour in magic to make up the difference. This lets you drain energy from the stones even while the creature's still alive. He even named it the Black Chain of Doom. Sure, the taste is way uglier than you'd think, but licking those stones is oddly way more pleasant than it sounds. The man can't stop talking like he's itching to grow bigger and stronger, and the girl, she's already terrified of the main character rocking that chain. They spotted a legendary magic stone shop, and every stone sitting in the castle came straight from there, too. The man practically pushed the idea, "Come on, let's go." He begged the girl to keep an eye on him because he couldn't blend in at all, and then he snapped at a boy not to lick the stones. A sharp-tongued salesperson greeted them at the door and ushered them into the store with a warm welcome. The guy said he wanted to hit a magic stone shop, nothing to do with any weird people-only spots, right? The girl admitted the owner's image was totally bizarre, but that shop was the most famous of them all, and she assured him he had nothing to fear because the man was genuinely kind. He greeted them and immediately snapped that he'd been sure they were just here to mock him. Then the girl rushed out an apology and said, "We haven't seen each other in ages." He pressed her about the boy, and when she said she'd been taking care of him, he nodded and told them to drop it right there. The man declared, "Then you're here for the magic stones," and the boys shot back, "Yeah, we came to see them." The seller grinned and said, "Whatever wild hobby the heroes had back in their student days, I bet you two can become friends." He told her to quit hiding and check every stone, then warned her not to touch the magical stones or sea crystals, because one wrong move could get him hurt. Thanks to his poison absorption training, he can barely smell anything at all, even when he's surrounded by magic stones, because before this, even the cheapest one hit him so tempting it would slam his head with a pounding headache. The boy spotted a magic stone, legendary white wyvern treasure, the kind of monster you normally hunt for prime steak, then asked, "Do I want it?" He blurted, "Yeah," but he sure couldn't admit it was for eating, and the man smiled and said since he knew Chris, he'd sell it for $30,000. The protagonist told her he'd just gotten some money from his grandfather, and she snapped back that if that's true, he'd better spend it on something he actually needs. Then she leaned in and warned him to keep the fact that he's a crown prince hidden, along with his secret magic for absorbing magic stones. The boy kicked off his little stone collecting spree, and the man told him, "All right, I'll take it from here. I'll wrap it all up for you, just wait a bit." The main character spotted a bizarre stone everyone fears, the cursed gem. They say it sinks into its owner's dreams at night, and that glass display case was built to trap its power for good. The boy felt this wild, strange energy bubbling inside him, and even though fear flickered in his mind, he knew it wasn't evil. Then he wondered if the princess could teach him everything about that magic stone. The boy leaned in and asked, "Can I sell you this magic stone, plus the display case?" The girl snapped at him to stop, and he still had a chance to say no before things went bad. The man said it didn't look like he'd managed to tame it, and then he promised, "I'll slap it in the display case for $300,000. If something happens, they'll just undo it," the girl said, and her voice cracked as she realized she couldn't change a thing. Then she figured the king would nod along because the merchant was the one who'd sealed it in the first place. The man promised he'd hand it over right then. The boy said he'd check the other magic stones first, and the seller lined in like, "Wait, are you the new crown, the prince, the brave one I've been looking for?" Chris said she had no clue what he was talking about, and when he heard that, he told her that if she wanted to act clueless, she'd better do it better, because according to him, she'd basically walked right into this. She begged him to keep it under wraps, swore he wouldn't spill a word, and then she couldn't even hide the secret herself. He asked why her eyes were all red, and she just shrugged, saying it was only a tiny grain of sand. They pounded on the boy's door and demanded entry, and he instantly waved them in. Then a woman stepped up, smiling, ready to help him change out of his clothes. He said, "I don't even know how to bring this up, but I can change my own clothes," and she shot back, "I'm Olivia's personal maid, so taking care of her son is part of the job." Then he leaned in and asked, "So, do you have any other important duties?" She told him, "Don't worry," and he snapped, "I'll obey." Then the maid leaned in and said she had something to tell him, so they handed him a letter, and it didn't say who sent it. This letter was fired off by a nobleman from Haim, but it couldn't travel straight, so he sent it through another kingdom. Ever since what happened to him and Olivia, Haim got cut off completely, and the kingdom slammed the door shut, so the only way this message could get through was by going through a different country. She figures the letter can't be that important since it came from Chaim, so if Chaim doesn't even know who sent it, she tells herself to toss it right away, and the guy basically assumes they wouldn't have gone through all that trouble just to throw insults at him. That night the girl messaged him, telling him she'd had a truly amazing day, so amazing that even the most beautiful, expensive jewelry couldn't hold a candle. The boy believed there was only one other person besides his mother to whom he'd ever give a flower, and somehow that couldn't be a coincidence. She dashed off an apology, admitting she couldn't write her real name there. The boy snapped to it. Klein was heading for his home country. She snapped, asking if he was finally going to answer her, and the boy shot back, "Yeah, after all, you treated me so well, but getting all the way from your country to mine can't be easy." She said it just might work, especially if the girl was cool with Olivia, and the guy lit up, saying he was thrilled to hear that. Time slipped by without anyone noticing, and suddenly autumn rolled in everywhere. The wind kept turning colder little by little. The heroes didn't stand alone. His friends and family were right there cheering him on, and the knight swore that this time he'd fight all the way to victory. Then the guy shoved a sword to his throat and forced him to admit defeat. The boy couldn't stop smiling because he'd won, and his mom reminded him that even with all his best effort, he still came home with scratches. But man, he looked absolutely badass on the battlefield. The main character thanked the knight and Chris for teaching him fencing, and the girl burst out that she'd been watching him for a year and a half, and she was honestly thrilled. The knight snapped that they were soldiers who had to guard the prince, and they couldn't be any weaker than him. Then, before sunset, they had to rally up and sprint another lap along the city wall. The other guy bragged that he only won because he could grow stronger by absorbing magic stones, so the knight shouldn't be so hard on them. He told me the hero's real power was the gift of learning, train hard, and the user grows stronger with every ounce of effort, and it's only because of that skill that Ein could smash through the former toxin decomposition. So yeah, Ein didn't get stronger from some fancy talent, he earned it through his own grind. So yeah, he's fully ready on the spot. When he told the main character to start as soon as he was set, the guy froze in shock, and then the man smirked and challenged him to fight. People started panicking, convinced a massive earthquake had just hit. The knight said the boy could crawl back from that attack, and sure enough, step by step, he started shrinking the distance to his next target, the one king. The girl shoved water into his hands. He gulped it down, thanked her, and told her, in no uncertain terms, that it would be safer if she didn't come any closer right now. The boy was utterly wiped out, so if he slips, he might accidentally soak up some more of Chris's magic stone. The knight said, "Let's call it a day," then spun toward Olivia and told her he was sure the hero would be fine with his current power. She nodded right away. She told him, "You'll be 7 this winter, so I'm starting your training then," and he immediately asked what that meant. Olivia snapped back that he'd head to the academy. Even the thought of stepping into the academy as a crown prince makes his stomach knot up with nerves. Chris strode up and asked, "If you're not busy, come on, let's take a walk." The entrance exam was tomorrow, and she immediately hit him with, "So what field are you picking?" The boy grinned and said, "Fencing." She wrinkled her nose like it was a terrible idea, then nodded anyway. "Still, I'm sure our hero will win no problem." He just shrugged like, "Yeah, I'm hoping so." Something kept gnawing at him and he couldn't stop himself. He kept asking Chris and the knight if they'd win against his father, Logus. Chris caught the question, and the boy rushed out an apology, saying he never should have asked. The girl nodded, told him she got it, and said, "Let me show you something." Then she grabbed her courage, swung her sword down toward the dirt, and warned, "Don't look away, keep your eyes on me until it hits the ground." The girl vanished the moment she tapped the hero's shoulder and whispered that she was still there. Chris shot back that she'd slipped the second the ball hit the ground, but she just smirked and insisted that the man couldn't possibly track her either, which meant he had to understand exactly what it all signaled. The boy said it felt right to choose becoming stronger than a king, but now he realized he'd have to outmatch Chris and Lloyd too, so she swore she'd give it her all, and the boy thanked her. Her ribbon snapped loose and she blurted out, begging for forgiveness. They trudged down a jam-packed road, and she pointed out it was Academic Street, so it's packed no matter what, with students, security guards, and even a bunch of researchers everywhere. The guy claimed that stepping up would take them even farther. Then the girl snapped back, "Put everything you've got into it." He spotted a boy who'd slammed into a wall, and someone told him, "If you're out of motivation, go home." The examiner snapped, then demanded, "Who's up next?" During the entrance exam, nobody was allowed to give their name, because they were making the whole thing perfectly fair. During the exam, yeah, use a sword if you want, but nobody's stopping you from going full martial arts either. And if your skills don't need to be ranged attacks, use them. But because his ability is so unique, he refuses to go for it. The examiner barked at the boy to step up and try to beat him. He realized he had to move faster, so fast his next punch couldn't be read, then use that speed to slip behind him and land the hit. The examiner ripped into him for being so full of himself that he didn't even have a single grain of the technique he needed. This guy was so strong he made the knights look like amateurs. The guy shot back that losing didn't mean his win was dead, then shrugged, just an exam, not some life-or-death match, so the man gritted that based on his technique, his own master must be just as useless. He demanded, "So what about finishing him?" And the guy snapped back that he wanted to keep testing. Then he was told, "Don't even think about pulling punches, you're the examiner." The man sneered that trash like him, who didn't even know how to use his powers, was raised by a whole family of failures, then snapped, "Come over, I'll teach you a few lessons." The boy blurted, "So it's not magic and it's not a ranged thing," and the man nodded, "You can use it." The boy's face tightened as he thought, "Then I can't just leave it like this." The examiner didn't just act rude, he insulted everyone who trained him in fencing, and he even dragged his own mother into it. The man snapped that the boy needed to explain himself, and the boy shot back that he didn't remember any rule like that. He said he had no clue what the skill even did, but if a couple extra arms meant he'd get stronger, then fine, bring it on. The man surged into the attack. The examiner crushed that phantom hand without even breaking a sweat. The boy snapped back into another attack, and the man warned him he'd look completely worn out from that rush. Then he drove his strength into both hands. He straight up asked whether it was really okay to use his hands in his situation. The examiner stared at the child, baffled by what was happening, because this was the first time he'd ever been forced to face someone like this. The kid lit up, "I'm so glad you told me," and pushed for them to carry on, but the man snapped, "There's no point in finishing this exam," because this was the first time he could remember wrecking the exam area this badly while the test was still going. "We'll have to ask for a new site for the next classes." Then the guy broke into apologies and admitted he couldn't stop himself once that anger hit. No matter how it looked right then, he knew he'd seriously blown it, because his own words sparked such rage that all he wanted was to win, even if it cost him everything. The man snapped back that he understood exactly why his words made him furious, then he turned and left. The certificate proves he cleared the exam. Then the guy bragged about how arrogant he'd been, and the examiner snapped back, "Keep it between us." The girl congratulated him and he snapped, asking if she was mad. She snapped that she was furious because he pulled a skill, swore he wouldn't use it, yet she still felt his aura lurking even there, and the boy immediately apologized. Even though he knew it was just an exam, the boy refused to sit there while someone trashed his time with the knights, and the girl snapped that he never should have whipped out his skill like that, because that power isn't meant to be shown to the first person who comes along. He said he'd seriously injured the examiner, and the girl shot back that the academy's healer was beyond top tier, meaning he'd basically been ready for whatever came next, plus the examiners were seasoned, retired adventurers who took pain like it was nothing. Something this huge couldn't help but reach the king's soul, so they warned him to stay razor-sharp and be careful. The man told them to stop right there, the boy blurted out a plea for forgiveness, and the girl snapped that he needed to quit being so cruel. He said they never advertised it, but the boy was already 7, so he told him to get used to it and act like a crown prince, then set his sights on sending him to train in a port city. This is the very first job he's getting as crown prince, no turning back now. He stared at the ships, stunned by how huge they were, and the girl shot back that their size was the whole secret behind national defense. It's a port city, one of the 3 biggest in the country, and when morning hits, the market erupts with fishermen hauling in their catch, while just a little farther down the coast, the seaport hums with ships. In the city square, there's equipment set up everywhere, so once his mom signed the contract for delivering magic stones, he can't wait and sprints over to see what they've brought in. The man demanded they let him see the magic stones before anyone processed them. The boy is convinced it's magic, and he still can't figure out how that girl pulls it off. The magic stone sat there like a gritty lump of salt. The man said they could wrap up public affairs for the day, and the boy lit up like, "This was amazing," then thanked him. They told him, "If you've got time before we head home, go snag a souvenir for your mom." And right then, his mother was still fuming, because she couldn't tag along with them, trapped by all his social obligations. But the second she read his letter, she let him go without a fight, because today, that guy had a big meeting waiting for him. The man urged them to go take care of the arrest first, then he promised to rent him a room, but the boy shot back that he'd rather crash on the pier, staring out at the sea. The girl snapped that she wouldn't let it happen, even if the port looked safe, because it was still deadly. The old man begged her to calm down, and she was told to wear the earth-red stone, a dragon-forged gem said to shield its owner. The sun beat down in bright, golden heat, and if he hadn't been a prince, he never would have made it there. He figured the prince wasn't out yet, so this had to be his final shot, so he dropped down right between the wooden boxes. The girl leaned in and asked what he planned to say the moment he woke up. The guy lit up and said he was thrilled to finally see Klein. She nearly choked on how he came straight from the royal family, then the boy admitted he was shocked too. The girl went quiet because she'd only just learned he'd been sent off to another continent, and she truly believed she'd never see him again. He asked if she'd come solo, and Klein shot back, "Nope, I came with my grandfather and a few servants." She jabbed a finger at the Archduke and declared, "He's a good man." Then the girl added, "His grandfather is so ancient he already handed every single thing over to his father." Because the great count had to head to a nation that had cut off diplomatic ties, he apologized for the trouble. Then Klein shrugged it off and said there was absolutely no need. Chris was finally free. Then she snapped that the king had grabbed every last bit of work, and the guy immediately said he wanted to introduce Chris to the girl. She told him, "I'll forgive you this one time," then asked as they headed for the city, "Hey, do you want to come with us?" Kleina marched up to the crown prince and begged to tag along, and he lit up, saying it was an honor beyond words. The girl thanked her mother for the kindness, and the woman admitted she'd finally broken the habit of playing the second princess. Klein spun toward Olivia and blurted that he needed to talk to her, right now. She said it was just the 2 of them in that space, and there wasn't a shred of room left for secrets. She only came to the country for this reason, but the moment Olivia asked, it hit her like a spark and made her rethink everything. Klein admitted she hadn't even started picturing what the future would bring. Then the woman pressed her hard, asking if she planned to spend the rest of her life in their country. The girl snapped back that she was ready to take that leap, because she'd already fled the August mansion. Olivia said it was amazing. Next spring, the girl heads off to school, and she'll be split from the main character at 2 different schools. She promised she'd craft a space where her client could shine like a rare gemstone, truly the best, a jewel everyone would chase, and when she finished, the room went silent as everyone just stared, stunned into speechlessness. To sharpen her skills, she went up and asked, "Can I help you with this?" The girl grinned and said she'd love to do it. The maid grabbed the protagonist's attention and warned him not to go too hard. "I just finished today's study." She slipped up without a sound, and the protagonist froze in shock. She claimed she'd just finished what she needed, and he said he'd talk to her as soon as he could. The boy was already dreaming up a party to celebrate his mom's return, and the girl dropped the bombshell. Turns out the king invited her and her grandpa as guests. The boy leaned in and asked if she was heading to bed, and she grinned back, saying she was going to take a bath first. Klein said they should go together, and the guy froze, then started pushing back, refusing to agree. She blurted that she had to disappear for a bit, so that's why she showed up late, and then he shrugged and said it was totally fine, because that dress made her look absolutely stunning. The party was off the charts, and ever since she stepped into the country, that girl couldn't stop being blown away. That magic stone stand looked incredible, and once it was set up, it seamlessly slid right into their everyday lives. Klein admitted he was terrified because nothing like this even existed in her country. Then he snapped, "Don't touch a thing and you'll be fine," stressing that since he wasn't a prince yet, this was the very first party like this he'd ever faced. He promised he'd announce it in the spring before school started, and the girl told him, "Just think it through," while the boy shot back that he looked up to the king. The guys were huddled, talking fast, completely clueless why the people on the other side even showed up to that party. She caught his attention and told him she wanted to keep enjoying the party. She promised him those mouth-watering dishes and vowed she'd bring them straight to him. A man stepped up to the boy and demanded where the girl was, and the boy answered that she'd gone for food. Then the old man told him to go enjoy himself. The king's calm shattered the moment he saw how badly things had spiraled across the country. One of the guests suddenly lunged at Klein, and the man snapped that those cold, cruel aristocrats were actually inside the party. He stepped right in, shut the girl down, and demanded to know what she and her crew wanted from his guest. He snapped that the boy had interrupted him, and the man shot back that he didn't even know who the kid was, then added that if he really loved and thought about the country, he'd understand how these aristocrats can't stand outsiders. No way they can repeat what Olivia did, because the rest of them are just animals compared to her. He told them, "If you hate people from another country, then go ahead. I'm ready to hear every single complaint you've got." He said they were probably miserable because the prince was getting treated like trash in that country, and the man begged everyone not to push his buttons. He swallowed his pride, begged everyone for forgiveness for his weakness, and now, after everything, nothing is the same anymore. The boy boasted that he could wipe out demons and end them for good. He slings the question at them, who dares to claim the country's pride is weak. The guy steps up and declares to everyone, just like the last prince, that he's going to be the king who'll drag the country into prosperity. On that day, he didn't just rise, he snatched the crown and became the country's crown prince for real. The girl told him he'd nailed it, and the boy thanked her with a grin, but when the king heard the news, he snapped that it felt way too sudden, then immediately admitted he was relieved everything had gone off without a hitch. He told everyone the nobles were praising the main character like crazy, and he swore this little mess at the reception would blow up everywhere. The ruler snapped that if it were anyone else, he'd be punished, but for now, he'd just have to swallow the pain and keep enduring. And the speech the guy delivered, it was the exact same speech the other king used. The king snapped in shock. He'd never even told the kid about her before. Then the old man assured him, "Lady Klein is giving it everything she's got," and said, if she keeps this up, she'll be enrolled in the girls' academy next spring. He told her to rise like royalty, learn every corner of science, rule like a queen, and become the kind of princess who can sway an entire crowd. The woman leaned in and asked, "Did you check your luggage yet?" And they snapped back, "Yeah, already." The girl said they should do everything they can, and the woman pushed for the hero to head to the academic district, while they split off to different academies. Chris said if Olivia ever showed up in a packed place, it would cause a huge stir, and the woman admitted she was terrified for her son. The girl snapped that it was time to go, and Mom warned him to stay sharp and careful. She leaned in and told him, "Don't waste your school days, enjoy every second of it." He said the place was packed way more than it was on exam day, and he couldn't stomach the thought of passing through it every single day, while the girl shrugged and said the toughest part was just that brutal, jammed road. Starting today, this boy steps into the academy, and while he's there, someone will be watching his every move. He lowered his head to the prince and blurted that meeting him was the biggest honor of his life. They called him Dil Galatia, son of Lloyd and Marque. Sure, Dil might look like a rookie knight, but he's already running circles around the rest, and the girl is so sure of him that she's convinced Dil can keep him safe anywhere on the academy grounds. The boy stared in shock, married already. The girl smiled and said they both served inside the castle, and the boy just blinked like, wait, I had no idea. Dil practically burst out that he was honored to be picked as his bodyguard, and the guy grinned back, saying he was just as thrilled. The girl told Dil that a guy shouldn't act all stiff or hide behind shyness when he talks. The boy said, if you're always gonna stand between me and danger, then you can stop hiding and call me by my name. The guy told him, I can't, he's just a bodyguard, and the girl shot back, fine, I'll wait right here while he's in class. The protagonist couldn't shake the fear that he was truly that hopeless. How else could he have caused all this trouble? He grabbed his guard and demanded answers. Did the academy really have no reception for new arrivals? The guard confirmed it, then told him class wrapped up at noon, so after lunch he'd get his tour. The guy insisted the hero had to go back to first grade. A massive door loomed right ahead, so different from the other classrooms that he had to ask, why? They leaned in and said only the students with the top grades were allowed to study there. He said this is where people with powers get chosen to serve the country someday, no matter where they're from, and then he swore he'd give it everything he had. He stared at the door, baffled, no handles anywhere, so how was he even supposed to get in? With almost no students around, he's got to play nice with everyone, or it'll all slip away. The professor strode into the room, introduced himself, and told them he worked there as a magical engineer, then said he'd be their class teacher too. He never meant to be the class teacher, but when one of the teachers retired, he stepped in, because this class was special, and now he was fully expecting a lot from them. The man told them to bring out the best results, and once they did, they'd finally be free. He told them as long as you're pulling results, you can skip classes, but every 6 months you'll still have to take tests, and if you need anything, just go ask the teachers or the academy staff. The boy asked if it was really okay that they'd been handed so much freedom, then he smiled and said, it's great to meet you, because right then he was gearing up for the test to become a magical engineer. He shot back that he was heading into a fencing test, and the werewolf's surprise hit like a wave. That old fectival examiner might be retired, but the guy's got adventure-level scars, and folks whisper that he didn't just beat the rival, he wrecked chunks of the arena itself. Dude, if he screws up like that, they'll label him as some guy who loses his temper when he's not in the mood. He said they might laugh at him, but then he walked into the examiner and scored 100%. Dill stormed into the room, right as Wolf claimed he was the Grand Marshal's son. Dill snapped his head toward the guy and said, I totally forgot. The free education system rolled out back in that year. He offered to take him straight into the academy and show him around. The boy snapped back to Roland, told him his guard would escort him through the academy, and asked if Roland wanted to tag along. He shot back that he still had paperwork to finish, so he couldn't make it. Dill ran him through every must-know spot in the academy, and when he finished, the guy nodded and told him the place was packed with way more cool things than he ever expected. The guard warned him that some days he might have to leave him behind, but he'd hustle to cut the wait as short as possible. Yet the boy snapped back that none of that mattered, and he couldn't hand over his own free time to anyone. He fired off a question about what kind of girls that guy actually likes. He swore this was the simplest way to get closer to someone, like just, hey, how are you, because he was certain it would pull them in. The guard demanded why he was digging into it, and the guy snapped back that he had to learn more about the person traveling with him, because he'd been dreaming of a summer that could hit harder than he ever could, and then the protagonist's mind latched onto Chris. He said he needed a guy around his dad's height, strong, well-built, the whole package. Dill said his friends always burst out laughing every time he brings it up, and they swore nobody like that exists, so knowing that just made Dill ridiculously happy. The main character pulled him in and invited him to lunch. He promised he'd stay sharp, watch everything around him, and keep his lunch time totally peaceful. The girls closed in on her and begged her to stroll out with her brothers. Klein told her she was genuinely grateful for the invite, but she came from a common family, so there was no way she could ever mix with the nobility, and the other side insisted that idea was totally wrong. She told her she truly appreciated it, but if trouble broke out, the Prime Minister would take the blame. The girls immediately blurted out apologies. The knight stared at the door, then swore it was crafted to stay shut, locked tight unless you had the right magical device in hand, and they had no clue who could have built something like that. The man ordered him to rush a message to the castle and instantly deliver a list of every knight stationed there, and the escapee, no former hero at all, was a serial killer who'd slaughtered countless people for cold cash. The guard pressed the prince about any complaints, and the prince gave a calm answer. Everything was fine, but once his free time finally started, he admitted he couldn't help thinking he ought to learn something. The protagonist demanded answers about the teacher, and they shut him down fast, said they couldn't talk about it in public. Turns out that guy's ideals and actions landed him in serious trouble, and that's how he got fired. Long before all that, he got tangled in multiple criminal cases targeting commoners, stuff that directly smashed the academy's rules. The guard even chipped in during the check, but he carried zero noble dignity, none at all. The boy asked where that man was now, and they told him he'd been sent to the knight's place to keep watch over the knight's well-being. Dill swore he felt like he earned every bit of that punishment. He told everyone he's royal blood, but he still hates the idea of using that status to mock people and push them around, and he swore that from here on out, he'll never pull that kind of stunt again. He told the guy to keep things more casual, and Dill shot back, "I'm your bodyguard, so I can't play it loose." Chris snapped her gaze to the hero and told him she had to handle something with the guards, then begged him to give her a moment. He nodded right away. She thanked him, swore she'd be back soon, and ordered him to stay right where he was. The men marched up to the girls and warned them, roaming around without bodyguards is dangerous, then offered courteously, like it was nothing, their own guards to shadow them. He stepped in, protected the girls, and told them to get out. Then the men spun on him and demanded, "What do you think you're doing?" One of them decided to teach him a lesson. Then the boy snapped out of the way and dodged the attack. They claimed he was in a Royal Academy uniform, and the boy shot back, "I'm really, really sorry." The protagonist mowed down those men, and Chris told him his choices were admirable, but he should have warned her first. She said, "If you get it, then it's fine," and demanded to know why he always caused her trouble. He shot back, "I can't just stand there and watch them try to hurt you." The hero's mother snapped that she was terrified of what he'd been doing this time, and Chris whipped around to the girl like, "Then you scold me too." She said it was totally possible, and her grin made it clear she thought that was awesome. A dagger waited in front of him, swallowed by shadow, and they told him, straight up, that he was the crown prince, so he'd better look the part. Then they pushed it into his hands and demanded he try holding it. The boy flashed a grateful smile and thanked his grandmother for handing him that incredible dagger. The hero told her he'd gotten the dagger from his grandmother. The girl smiled and said it fit him perfectly, and the guy finished it off by thanking her. They leaned in and gossiped about the cursed magic stone the hero snagged right from the store. He leaned in and asked if she'd figured anything out about him, only for the princess to shake her head and say she couldn't read him at all. He told her to hit the royal library, and she shot back, "I've already read every single book about magic stones." She told him her nephew had a temper like fire, and that he'd been warned not to turn to bad deeds. Then he finally said, "I'm sorry." The girl blurted, "Try to suck the stone." The boy shot back, asking if she had even called him for this. Then they told him it was okay to just tap it a little, because if anything went wrong, they'd seal the whole room and blow the magic stone away. Still, the boy insisted, "I brought the stone here, so let me try." The magic stone flared toward him, hunting for whatever it could find. The girls froze at the voice, then begged, "Put it back inside the magic stone." The princess snapped that he didn't need those phantom hands at all, just shoved the stone back into place. His body felt like it weighed 1,000 tons, and everyone told him the crushing weight came from the phantom hands he was using. He was completely stunned. She was fuming because he somehow absorbed more than she ever told him, and when she confronted him, he shot back, "That's not true." This usually only happens between rare stones, but even creatures who carry magic stones still feel a bond to others while they're alive, and people in the past swear they saw a terrifying surge of power blow wide open the moment two stones were brought close together. The cursed magic stone the prince snapped up wasn't some random fluke. It screamed fate from the moment he touched it. The princess warned that Chris would lose his temper, so the girl rushed to stop her, then insisted the room was only a little messy. She said the racket was starting up again, and the princess shot back, "What's in that box?" The girl gushed that the cover was stunning and it had to cost a fortune, and Klein leaned in like, "Okay, so what kind of book is it?" This book was penned by a legendary elf who's devoted his whole life to carving out stories about the world. It's carved in ancient elven problem language, and the worst part, only a tiny handful of elves can even decipher it, so the princess clearly doesn't believe the Krisa lived in the capital, and she's probably got no clue what it's saying. The guy painted in that portrait might be a doula hand, and honestly his face looks weirdly close to the main character. Chris spotted the book hiding inside the package, and as soon as she had it in hand, she dove into studying it. The protagonist spotted a post about a campus competition, and the werewolf swore it's an annual event meant to stitch friendships back together. Then the guy asked what class they'd enter, only to get the answer that they weren't participating at all. For the Royal Academy, Class 1 and Class 2 are leagues ahead of everyone else for their age, and the skill gap screams at you. Then the bell finally rings, and the hero wastes no time, deciding to drill and train right away. The guy leaned in and asked the protagonist, "You warmed up yet, and did you strap your armor on right?" He said he knew the boy already understood it. Sure, those summoned monsters couldn't finish him off, but their hits could blast out a shockwave strong enough to drop his opponent cold. The man was furious that nobody should charge the red bison with bare hands, but the guy just smirked and said sometimes you've got to go straight for it. He told them the training was brutal, and that he wouldn't be able to join the campus competition at all. Then the girl pointed out he was probably still being pushed into a public match against the fencing winner. The girl admitted that once she really thought it through, it must be there, the exact spot where the crown prince had just saved her, and Chris snapped his head toward the hero. Then the hero was quick to ask the girl to talk about those days, since Klena visited the palace so often, so could she share some stories about the prince. She told her straight up that he can be a real problem sometimes, but once it counts, he takes care of everyone like it's his duty. Plus, she couldn't stop smiling because she finally gets to stay by the prince. They told him, "Of course you're a prince through and through, noble to the core." Chris asked if she was so embarrassed that she could just stop it, and the guy snapped back that he had to work up the courage to face it. Then he stormed over to the girl and demanded she stop. Everyone's jaws dropped. The prince was standing there. The girl pleaded, "Please let me thank you for saving me," and the boy waved it off, saying, "I didn't do much." The protagonist asked the girl if she was headed to the castle. She snapped back that she still had homework to finish, and then he urged her to go together. Right in the middle of the field, a massive coliseum looms as the crowd's roar shakes the air. The host blasts out the names of the fighters, and then the knights clash sword to sword. The dark-haired boy gapes at the massive arena, and his mind races. Could a whole castle really fit inside this monster of a place? The prince's companion drops into a bow and tells him, "You have to go," and the prince fires back, "I'll be cheering for my servant at the fencing competition." The prince corners Dill and asks why he's so nervous, and Dill's caught off guard. Then the prince grins like the answer is right in front of them, leaving the servant mortified. The prince says he feels way better when he sees his bodyguard all wound up. Then Dill asks, and the prince claims he's fine being called by his first name, only for the bodyguard to snap that he's just a servant, so it's not happening. The prince promises he'll try to talk the bodyguard into it next time, but then he snaps back that his mind won't change and strides off, totally stunned to find the servant so fearless and upfront. The sword-wielding girl beams because the prince and his bodyguard finally click, but the prince looks crushed since the servant refuses to call him by name, so she steps in, offers to escort him to his room, and the boy, still restless, asks if they can hit the academy first. The prince claims he left his grandfather's pen back in the classroom, and the girl immediately offers to walk with him, but the guy snaps it down, storms off, and swears he'll be back in a hurry. The prince strides for the doors, convinced he's somehow taken the long route to class, and shocked how huge the academy feels when it's totally empty. Then his instincts kick in and he freezes mid-step. He whips his gaze toward the fountain, then freezes as a wild, mixed-up stench hits him, like 1,000 scents got thrown into one pot, and he figures it's coming from the cafe until a rustle snaps through the bushes and drags the prince's attention straight to it. The vampire slams the tied-up werewolf to the ground, leans in and growls, "You got the day off." Then he sighs like it's the worst hassle ever. "You're such a pain in the ass." The werewolf panics, blurted that he'd left his stuff in the classroom and can't figure out why he's tied up, and the vampire promises, "I'll let you go," so the werewolf finally exhales in relief, while the vampire just smirks. The vampire snaps, "I changed my mind," and yanks the werewolf away, dragging him as mission loot, gripping him hard by the neck. The vampire announces, "I'm a vampire," admits he hasn't touched blood in ages, but promises he'll be stuffed tonight, then demands to know what werewolf blood tastes like, and asks the werewolf himself if he's curious too. The vampire boasts that he'll drain every drop of the werewolf's blood and wipe him out with it. Then he keeps yanking the tied-up werewolf closer and erupts into loud, wicked laughter. The prince storms in and demands to know if that vampire is behind the strange vibe at the academy, then whips around to him, frowns hard, and growls what he's doing to his friend. The man keeps squeezing the werewolf's neck, brow knotted, and demands to know what happened to the guys outside. Then the prince snaps back that they came at him and he sent them crashing down, and the man immediately orders that his friend be freed. The vampire blinks in shock that his minions got knocked out by a kid, sighs while still gripping the werewolf by the neck, and growls that he doesn't want any trouble. Rage swells through the vampire as his eyes go wide. He clenches his clawed hand, rips out a furious scream about the prince messing with him, and it boils over in a full-on fury. The prince scowls and snaps that nothing can go wrong if the vampire throws in the towel. Then the man scoffs, asks if the prince thinks he's an idiot, and swears he won't ever go back to prison, as the prince tightens his grip on the dagger's hilt. The prince leaps to his feet and yells that he'll take the vampire down himself. Then he slams the vampire with a wound, and the vampire finally lets the werewolf go. The prince snatches his panicked friend, then whoomp, the vampire drops onto the pedestal, exhales, and declares that the prince is terrifyingly fast, and the prince just stares right back. The prince tightens his frown and demands the vampire explain, right there, what he planned to pull at the academy, while the werewolf lies bound on the floor, gasping in pure terror. The man snaps back that a noble gentleman hired him and handed him the job, and when the prince presses who that gentleman is, the vampire just smirks, then says it's time for him to go. The vampire shrieks that getting caught after all this will be a disaster, then yanks his bandaged hand up, and boom, a glowing sphere materializes in his grip. The vampire hurls a bomb and thick smoke instantly swallows the room. Then he smirks and says he used to travel, learning he never has to care who he's fighting. The vampire drives a brutal kick into the prince's stomach, and he doesn't care that the guy's just a kid. The prince doubles over, cringing through pure, gut-wrenching pain. The prince lunges aside as the vampire vanishes inside a choking smokescreen, and the prince snaps, "I'm used to fighting in the dark. If we don't break this right now, we're finished." The boy still hears the girl's warning to never flash his power recklessly, and the prince nods in his head, because yeah, that could get deadly, yet the vampire goes and hurts his friend anyway. The vampire lunges at the prince with a sword, snarling that he'll chop off his head and drink his blood. Then wham, he eats a hit to the face and freezes in shock. A rage-fueled prince lurches as a long black phantom arm erupts from his back, and he slams forward again, smashing the wall into flying rubble. The wall buckles and caves in, rubble rains down, dust chokes the hall, and the vampire who leapt so far from the prince stares at him, shocked, amazed, and wide-eyed. The prince knits his brows, strides up to the vampire, and snaps that he's done awful things to Ronaldo, so now it's the prince's job to catch him. But the vampire smirks back that the prince shouldn't get cocky just because he managed to land a hit. The vampire hurls a massive boulder straight at the prince, and the man shoots back with a sarcastic, "So, is it okay to talk like this to grown-ups?" The prince drives off the attack and hammers the stone to dust, then the boulder explodes into rubble. Right when it seems over, a vampire bursts in, shrieking that he doesn't need the prince's blood. A bloodthirsty vampire roars, ready to slice the prince open, then something slams in and freezes him solid. A second phantom hand yanks his sword hand from the blade, and the vampire's shock hits like lightning. Phantom hands smash the vampire with brutal hits, and the boy's screams of pain tear through the air. Confused, the vampire grips himself in shock, realizing he's way stronger than he expected, then mutters that everything's a mess. The defeated vampire crumples on the hall floor, and ghostly hands reach for him like they're trying to finish the job. Then, at the prince's command, they fade away one slow grip at a time. The prince finally drags in a deep breath, exhausted. The prince shakes Roland awake, and the werewolf yelps in pure terror, screaming about the man, yes, the vampire. Then the prince grins and casually admits he just knocked him cold. Roland's relieved his buddy is out, and the two boys start grilling each other on who the vampire might be hunting next. The prince clings to the vampire's talk about being hired for some job, while the boy can't forget that servant's creepy warning, how a man got fired for old problems, and that odd smell hanging in the air, and then it all starts clicking in his head. The prince orders the werewolf to shove off and fetch a girl named Chris to the cafe, but Roland's lost. He blurts out the prince's name, then the kid's already bolting out of there. The prince sprints to the river and leans into the man sitting there, grilling him if he can really sit in the cafe without a worry, then drops a bombshell by calling him his old teacher, Wolf Magnus. The ex-teacher is stunned that the prince caught him on their very first meeting, and the prince shrugs it off like it was a gut call. He had no one else to hire but him to take down a vampire, while the ex-teacher snaps his attention away and dodges the prince's question about the scent closing in. The prince juts his hand toward the lake and declares that magic stones are hidden beneath the water. Then he guesses what that old teacher was really after as bubbles start to surge up from the depths. An explosive device shimmers under the lake's surface, and the prince instantly thinks the former teacher turned those stones into a weapon meant to blast everything to pieces. Then Magnus grins like he's delighted. The prince says his friend pulls this stunt all the time, and the prince just rides the advantage, leaving the former teacher staring in awe at how sharp he is. Then the teacher turns to the boy and bluntly asks if he thinks the academy and the government are rotten. The former teacher thinks they're birthing monsters, so they draw 0 lines between themselves and a guy like him. Then he presses the prince, "Can you really guard all of it alone?" and tells him to shout it out loud to everyone. The ex-teacher urges him to spill the truth to his father, his brother, and everyone tied to the academy, calling out the worst of the worst, because the man wants to raise his son exactly his way, but the prince fires back that the teacher's neck is tangled in the same mess, and he doesn't sugarcoat what he's about to say. The prince blurts that he loves Ishtalika and his academy, then vows he'll stop Magnus, and snaps a dagger into his hand. The teacher figures the prince feels embarrassed about the mix-up, then tells him the ringing will bring luck, but Magnus snaps back, if the explosion's power matches the stones, what happens when all those stones go off at once? He laughs and says the academy is going to blow sky high, then the teacher snaps back that the device will wake up any minute, and nobody can stop it, while the prince is left absolutely horrified. The ex-teacher whips his hands up, screams that he'll smash it all and forge a brand new Ishtalika, and then roars that this moment is going to be remembered forever. The prince clocks Magnus's coup plot, and he knows that explosion has to be stopped, because the townspeople's lives are on the line, no question. The teacher backs him up and promises that with his push, Ishtalika will finally take on a new, righteous form. The prince demands what Master Magnus means, then lunges at him with a dagger, yelling that he's wrong, while Magnus grins like a maniac, slips the strike, and flings those tiny balls right back at him. Multiple explosions rip through the air, so the prince snaps his hands over his face and leaps back fast, thinking it could have been a shockwave or that magical lethane burning his mind. The boy yells at the teacher that if he stays, he'll get caught in the blast, then snaps, "Do you really want to kill yourself like this?" And the teacher fires back, "You won't die." Former teacher Magnus leans in and tells the prince, "These magic stones on my body will shield you from the explosion," then reveals he'll be watching the Ishtalika revolution from a special vantage point. The prince lunges at his old teacher with a dagger. Magnus snaps his hands like he's ready to unleash the magic stones. Then the prince slices through the chain and shatters the plan. More tiny explosions snap through the air, magic stones doing their damage again, and the prince charges back in, yelling that with those stones gone, the teacher can't defend himself, then demands Magnus throw in the towel. The teacher tells the prince to wait, there's still so much left to do, and he's going to fire up the magic stones again, so the prince smashes the magic tools out of his hands and charges straight at him. The prince smacks his former teacher across the face with the dagger hilt, and the man crumples forward, clutching in agony. He gasps, shocked, "Why are you so strong?" The prince answers coldly, "Because Magnus's wish never came true." Former teacher Magnus crumples onto the floor with his arms spread, fully defeated, and the prince storms over, yanks him down, and ties him up. Then the prince starts stripping fast, panic in his eyes. He's got to move now. Magnus spits out, "Are you going to defuse the bomb? Because if the boy messes up, the blast will hit sooner." The prince launches into action. The boy dives straight to the bottom, hunting the bomb. Then his fingers find a giant 2-block structure, and the bomb starts sparkling like crazy. That device looks like it's impossible to defuse, but if those magic stones are really its power source, then with the boy's abilities, they might just pull this off after all. The prince clenched his jaw, pressed his hand onto the magical stones wired to the bomb. Then the blast's light flared brighter and brighter. The boy's stunned because those stones taste awesome until they're mixed, and suddenly they're awful, then the glow vanishes. The prince pulls it off, and the boy bursts out of the water. The prince sprawls on the ground, greedily gulping air, while Chris and the guards rush over. The girl blurts out, "Are you okay?" And the boy insists, "I'm fine, I'm just drained, these stones beat me out." Then the guards grab Magnus, former teacher. The ex-teacher claims the boy defused the bomb just like a crown prince, no surprise at all. Guards march him away. Magnus pants hard, fighting for air. The girl snaps that Magnus is annoying and orders the guards to drag him off, while Chris grabs the prince and demands he explain everything. Then the boy blurts that the teacher already planted a bomb to blow the whole place sky high. The prince can't stop replaying the wolf's words. Planting a bomb in the academy wouldn't have hit the mark, and if the teacher truly wanted total destruction, then wiping out the people would have been the smarter move, because today is the day everyone's packed into one place for the competition. Ein can't stop replaying what Chris said about the king and prince waiting for him, and then it hits him, his talk with the servant, and the promise that a boy will cheer him on at the competition. The prince realizes the wolf has planted more than one bomb, and he glares furiously as the teacher gets dragged away by the guards. Then a wicked smirk snaps onto Magnus' face. Former teacher Magnus snaps around with a sharp shout at the prince. Of course the crown prince would guess that, then admits he can't do a thing anymore. Chris explodes in rage and demands where the other bombs are, and Magnus just cackles hysterically. While the prince insists they're still trapped in the arena, Chris begs him to run, but she won't leave, and the prince fights back because he's the only one who can defuse the bomb. The boy warns that if he slips away alone, Lloyd, Dill, Klon, and everyone else could end up getting hurt. Chris gapes at the boy in pure terror, warns that diving in will put his life on the line too, and then commits to going with the prince, while the girl snaps, "Hurry up." A brutal fight is exploding in the arena. Dark-haired swordsman lunges in and smashes his fair-haired opponent, and the host immediately hands him a point. He lifts his sword, ready to end the next exchange. The king's stuck on one question: how do these two even reach a point like this? His guard doesn't buy Dill's attitude for a second, and the king snaps back, asking whether Dill's opponent is actually a friend, because making them fight like this is completely unfair. The prince's servant finally wheezes for air after the fight, staring across the arena for where the prince should be. Only 2 of the 4 chairs are empty. The servant scans the arena for the prince, but he's nowhere in sight. Then it hits him. The prince swore he'd root for him, so why would he break his promise? The servant realizes something's gone wrong, but he doesn't panic. Chris is right by the prince, and the host is already calling out the next round. The duel kicks off. Steel flashes as both sides cross swords, and the servant tightens his jaw, rage building while he can't stop thinking about his master as the crowd starts pouring in around the arena. The villagers stare at the sprinting prince and Chris, stunned. There are way too many bodies packed at the main gate, so they shove everyone to the back, and the prince has no clue where they've gone. The boy fires off a question about the back gate, and Chris tells him flat out it's no longer used since the station was built, but there's a park beside it with a bronze statue of the first king. The prince hears that and immediately knows he's found the right place. The prince catches a nasty stench, orders the girl to look behind the bronze statue, and bam, there's an explosive device packed with massive stones, glowing so bright it lights up the whole place. The prince slaps a hand over his face, because the bomb is seconds from exploding, and this can't happen, not right now. Chris swings, whirlwinds tear through the air, rocks slam past, and leaves explode everywhere, as the prince gets hurled forward and the girl shrieks at the boy to do it. The boy barrels forward toward those glowing giant stones, while the bomb's light keeps climbing, brighter, blinding, unstoppable, and the prince has to reach it before it's too late as he thrusts out his hand. The arena fight keeps raging. Dark-haired kid barrels toward his opponent, firing off a question about why he's distracted right at the start, because he's already banking on that first win. The dark-haired kid braces to knock his opponent down and crown himself the strongest, but the servant's yanked off course again. She spots Chris and the prince on the balcony, and they're shouting to Dill. The prince and the girl stand on a balcony packed with spectators, and then the boy dares Dill to fight, pushing him hard for victory, and the servant swears he'll take this round, while Dill just freezes, stunned. Dill's blade bites the dark-haired swordsman. He pitches forward with his arms reaching out, then slams his weight onto his left leg and drops his sword. The king and his guard snap forward to get a closer look. Meanwhile, the prince grins at his servant, and the girl beside the gray-bearded man suddenly goes stone-cold still. Dillahat announces the results. Glacier wins, and the moment he gets that point, the whole crowd explodes in cheers with thunderous applause. The king and the long-bearded man grin wide, while the girl beside them cheers and claps for the winner. Then the servant and the prince stride straight toward each other. Dill couldn't stop worrying about the prince's face. Bruises covered him, his clothes were all wrinkled, yet the boy still flashed a smile. Meanwhile, the river slid through towering mountains, and a long black shadow drifted just under the surface. In Ishtalika, the whole place is buried under snow, the palace, the streets, even the houses of the residents, while a warm light glows in the store, where some clothes hang on racks and the rest are folded perfectly. The prince heads out shopping with 2 girls, and after everything that went down with Wolf Magnus, his grandfather finally lets the boy leave as a reward. The boy and his companions stride along the pavement, while the prince wears a calm, satisfied smile and the girl walks beside him, eyes locked on the winter city ahead. The prince gapes at the mountain of clothes Chris just bought. Chris laughs that every outfit fits perfectly, but the price leaves the boy totally stunned, because Ein is the crown prince, and wearing cheap clothes feels downright wrong. He shudders as the cold bites at him. The girls start panicking that the prince is getting cold. The wind is blasting hard, and the girl in the dress blurts out, "Do you have a scarf?" The boy answers, "It'd be great to have one," and Chris immediately scribbles it down. The boys gush about how gorgeous their crescent-shaped harbor looks, and right when the conversation lands, Chris spots a whole stretch of reefs out toward the open sea. Chris tells them that when the country was first discovered, the continent shoved right up to the open sea reefs, and the harbor's shape was carved by monsters crashing the shore. Now Ain and the girl stare at Chris, terrified. To pull this off, you've got to be on a whole different level. Only the Sea King could handle it. A monster built like a titan with the power to command the waves. Thunder cracks and lightning lashes around the giant sea dragon's body, and the beast bares razor teeth, while the prince and the girl in the dress choke down their panic, eyes locked on the monster. That sea dragon was so monstrous it reshaped the continent itself, and tens of thousands of people got wiped out. In the body count race, it's second only to the demon lord. The girl blurts out so the dragon was suppressed. Chris answers, yeah, mostly, and then grits, but once every 100 or 200 years it comes roaring back. Chris stares out at the horizon and says it wouldn't shock him if that sea monster crashes back soon, and the girl's fist tightens like fear is gripping her heart. Chris tries to steady the boys, telling them, we'll protect you, research and tech have exploded since then, and we're stronger for it. Chris blurts out an apology for that terrifying story, but the guys reassure him, this was important and nobody got hurt. Then the prince asks where they want to go, and the girl grins and says she's heading straight to the store. The girl shoots Chris a wink and tells him she's hunting for something too. Chris blushes and says, yeah, me too. Then the boys head straight for the store. Jewelry dazzles in the shop windows, and brand new girl-sized shoes glitter like they're begging to be admired. The prince's grandmother is obsessed with this shop. It feels magical the moment you step in, and now the girls are heading up to the second floor while the prince stays put on the first. The shop assistant beams at the prince holding a towel over his arm, and the boy looks a little lost. Then he finally decides, all right, I'll buy something. Night sweeps over the city, and the bright moon glares down from above as His Majesty lifts a glass high and roars, hooray. The whole hall erupts in celebration. Then the king throws back his head and laughs, saying today is nothing but joy. The prince clocks it at once because his father didn't just show up, he poured his heart into this. And just like that, something snaps the prince's focus. A woman and a girl press gift boxes into the boy's hands, all wrapped with glittering bows. Then the woman shoves a pen engraved with a coat of arms into him, and the girl slips a silver bracelet onto his wrist. The prince bows to his mom and Klein, then the woman shoots, where's Chris, and he admits he hasn't seen her. His mother calls Olivia shy, but the prince just stares, completely lost on what that even means. The girl shoots the prince toward the balcony, leaving the boy totally baffled, and then the girl and the woman wink at him like they just know, because they've got intuition. Ein steps onto the balcony, and out of nowhere, snow starts falling, and then Chris shows up. She's instantly all jittery and embarrassed, like her heart just got caught. When the prince demands where Chris went, the girl shoots back that she'd been helping Maze pack up her things. But Maasa is swamped today, and the prince clocks it. She's lying. The boy bursts into laughter, and right then Chris realizes he's been caught in his own lie. The girl trembles hard, turns bright red, clamps her hands together in pure embarrassment, and whips her gaze to the prince. The girl squints through a wave of embarrassment, leans in close to the prince, and drapes a huge scarf over him. Then her face turns betrayed as her voice vanishes completely. The prince leans in and asks if the girl just bought a scarf. Chris scrambles for words, but nothing comes out, and somehow the boy gets it all instantly. She blurts that she'd never once given a gift to anyone before, so she's bursting with excitement and hides all day. The boy bursts into laughter and says he was thinking the exact same thing, and right then the girl tells him to stop, because as she protests, he hands her the necklace he just bought in that store. The boy thanks the girl for watching over him, then rushes out to buy even more jewelry, saving it for his mom and Klein, but handing it to Chris first. She tries to wave it off, yet the prince shuts her down, insisting that it's a gift from a crowned person and gifts like that can't be refused. The girl agrees, and the boy swears he'll wear the scarf every single day. Chris calls him a liar, and the boy snaps back that he has no choice as long as Chris is around. The girl clutches the gift like it means the world and beams. Then the prince clocks the blush creeping across her cheeks, and she quickly laughs it off, saying the cold is to blame. The prince hammers his training with bats when something surges in. Then he rockets upward, smacks it clean out of the air, and crushes the enemy on the spot. The boy cheers his friend, and Bats lights up, praising his incredible movement. Leonardo then grins and says it's all because of the prince. A wild event at the academy busted 4 boys onto an island near Ishtalika, 1 month after a teacher warned him about the trip. He'd pictured a fun getaway, but the teacher laid it out. This excursion wasn't going to be like any of that. They'll have to break into groups and shove across the island in 3 days just to reach the goal, while monsters prowl everywhere, forcing them to hunt their own food and water, and they can't bring magic weapons with them. The guys all have to form teams on their own, max 4 people per team. Sure, surviving gets you the lowest class of the academy, but that's not even the toughest part anymore, not after what went down. Then someone shouts, the prince. Bats, Roland, and Leonardo lean in like, yo, does the prince have a team? And when he says no, they waste 0 time and invite him to join theirs. The boy agrees on the spot, and Bats practically explodes with joy. The boys trek through the forest, and Bats swears the professor isn't warning them. He's just trying to scare them, because with a crew as tough as theirs, nothing should scare them for real. Dill tells the boy to never drop his guard, because monsters aren't the only nightmare hiding in that forest, and Leonardo can't stop fretting over how their kind escort might react. Leonardo glances at the sky and growls that it's late. They've got to set up camp now, and the prince doesn't even argue. Leonardo lifts his right hand and snaps a sharp triangular sign into the air. The prince clocked his friend's insane talent for building barriers. Then the boys were all set to cook the rabbit they caught, but they couldn't get a single drop of clean water since every spring around was filthy. Roland tells Dill they can purify the water with magical tools, but Dill snaps that they shouldn't have brought that stuff to the island. Then Roland's not worried at all, just grins and says he'll purify the water right now. The boy says let's process the magic stones the monsters dropped and pour them into the water to cleanse it. The prince hesitates for a beat, then finally gives in and agrees. The magic stone purifies the water, and Roland swears he tweaked its density and packed it with minerals. Bates takes a big sip and can't stop praising the taste. Leonardo lights up and calls his friend a genius, and Dill grumbles that tools don't just get made that easily, yet Roland pulled it off anyway. The prince believes he and the bats will charge out front as the vanguard, guarding the group from the monsters, while Roland and Leonardo hang back to cover the rear. The boys grin like they've just won something, and the prince thinks they're about to become the perfect team. Then Bats casually chimes in that he scored food on the way, pulls out a bag of tubers from some plant, and they look dangerously poisonous. Leonardo swears these are just fruits, but they look like poison in a bowl, and the prince is ready to test them. He's going to sniff out the poison and gulp it down with his power. The prince presses his hand to the striped fruit, fully sure it's poison-free. Then Roland blurts out in shock, "How can you tell?" The prince recalls spotting fruit in a book, and it's definitely not poisonous. So the guys light up because that means more food, while the guide just smiles like it's no big deal, and the whole team is seconds away from digging in. A caught rabbit crackles over the fire, and Bats blurts that it looks downright delicious. So Roland waves his escort over to the table. Dill snaps back, refusing it all, because he's got his own portable meal and tells them not to stress about him. The boys swarm the night with their pitch, so much food. It'd be a crime to waste a single bite, and they grin at Dill like, there's no way we can handle all this meat ourselves. Dill's face burns with embarrassment, but when the prince himself asks, he can't refuse, so he agrees, and the attendant even pours the boys' tea leaves himself. Leonardo starts to panic, convinced this breaks the Academy's rules, but Dill shoots him down and says stuff like this happens every single year, and the Academy always lets it slide. Bets is freaking out because they've always played by the Academy rules, but Roland and the prince calm them down, tell them nothing bad's coming, so just sip their tea and boom, the guys shift topics to Leonardo's engagement. The boys press their flustered buddy to spill the details about his chosen one, but he clams up, so the guys playfully rage like he just stole their snacks. A bunch of students and their chaperone huddled around a crackling campfire, laughing it up as they munched on the fruits they'd scavenged and sipped the tea they'd been handed. The flames are finally dead, and the second day of our expedition kicks off, while thick fog swallows the forest, and we scramble like crazy not to lose each other. The 4 students push deeper into the forest, and Roland swears the fog has just gotten heavier. Leonardo can't even make out his own feet anymore. Bats fires off a question to the dog boy, got any tools to wipe out this fog? And the boy admits he's got no ingredients, then shrugs that his friends have probably trained hard for messes just like this. Suddenly the dog boy trips and tumbles, but his friend snaps out a hand to catch him, while Roland hangs over a bottomless abyss. The prince finally drags his friend out, gasping for air as relief hits, thinking, I've got to save him asterisk. Then he snaps that they need to be extra careful because this fog is way worse than it looks. But the escort is gone, no sign, no trace. The boys start shouting through the night, scrambling to figure out where he vanished. Then Bats spots something out of nowhere. Bats roars at the prince to stop, and it hits the boys all at once, like a bell ringing in their heads, so they yank their swords out. But Bats can't shake the fear that they'll miss their chance and be late. The boys ask Roland, and Leonardo won't let up. Then a thunderous roar blasts out of the fog, and the bats shriek in pure terror as the monster looms. Huge, creepy butterfly monsters burst out of the fog, flapping straight toward the island, and you know they have no business being here. Dogboy and Leonardo are terrified as bats, and the prince thrust their swords out, ready to slice their way through, because this trip is about to take a wild new turn. The boys stare at a swarm of giant butterfly monsters, wings beating so fast the fog seems to shimmer, their bright eyes gleaming like they're hunting something. These are crow butterflies, no more dangerous than the red bison Dill already took down, but there are tons of them, and that swarm is the real threat. Roland is terrified. If those monsters creep too close, the prince will unleash the illusionary move, but not yet. Bat snaps at his friend to watch out for that monster's tail, because it paralyses victims cold and then leaves eggs behind. Bats and the prince get ready to bolt, quickly covering their friends as they run. The friends finally slipped out of the chase, gasping for air, and right then Bats warned them not to shout in a moment like that, while the prince snapped back that he was only worried about Dill. The boys decide Dill is their best bet since he's the strongest kid at the academy. They're convinced monsters can't be running wild on that island, and they figure Christina's out there somewhere, until the prince snaps back that she's gone, leaving with his mother. The boys have to push on. This fog is monster territory, and if they get spotted, it's over for them. They've already made it halfway, and help from the adults should be right around the corner. The prince decides he'll sharpen his skills in the last 2 days, so he calls for a quick rest and then charges forward with his friends. They tear through the forest, scramble over rocks, and those pesky butterfly monsters keep tailing them with relentless fury. The heroes sag with exhaustion from the road, and the prince urges them to crash in a nearby cave, until Bat spots the gravel near the entrance and just can't figure out why it's there. Purple gravel melts underfoot, and that stench screams miasma. This cave might hide rotten old magic or something lurking that could spell disaster for the kids. That miasma poison isn't deadly at all, at least not to newcomers, people or monsters who step into the cave for the first time. The prince can't believe it when he realizes it's safe for first-timers too. Bats is packed with monster know-how, all thanks to his dad, who never stops battling deadly creatures and pounding lessons into him, so when the boys finally halt to rest, they pitch a small camp right by a cave. The prince can't shake his worry about Dill. There's no way he just lost sight of the boys and somehow missed the monsters, right? The professor calmly swore the whole trip was safe. The boy sinks by the smoking fire, eyes lost as his thoughts claw at what just happened, and the island feels downright wrong to him. Right out of nowhere, a creepy rustle bursts from the bushes and the boy freezes. He whips around, but there's nothing there. Then it hits him. The prince wakes the dog boy and tells him to share what he knows. Roland figures it's time to switch the guard, but the prince fires back about that stone that soaked up dirt while the boys scrubbed the water, and Roland swears it can gobble up all kinds of other stuff too. The prince grabs the magic stone and begs his friend to hold on just a bit longer, then he turns to the side and gets ready to strike. The giant butterfly monsters swarm the friends again, and the boys bolt for safety as the chaos drags on since morning. These things lash with their tails, and then the prince grabs Leonardo and asks, "Got a minute?" The prince lanes in and grills his friend, "Can your barrier take poison?" And his friend answers that it only holds if the poison is weak, so the prince freezes on the spot. Ian's move instantly draws the butterfly monsters, so he hammers on Leonardo to build a barrier, but Bats doesn't get what's going on, and Leonardo just stares at the prince, completely lost. The prince and the bats go toe-to-toe with monsters, and right as Leonardo starts building a barrier, the bat's story hits, lighting a brand new idea in the prince's head. Just as Bats gets a split second distracted, a butterfly monster lunges in and whips its tail around him, trapping him in a tight wrap. Bats erupts into a full-on scream. The prince steps in and smashes the butterfly on the head to save his friend. Bats tumbles down and jitters, but he's fine. Leonardo blurts an apology for moving slow, and then, just like that, the barrier is finally ready. The barrier shuts the door on the butterfly monsters for good, and the boys crouching behind it gasp for air. Leonardo shoots them a relieved grin. He made it just in time. The prince tells his friends to catch their breath and gulp some water, then he snatches the stone and storms to the barrier's edge. He's about to smash the monsters with it. Ein lunges straight into a swarm of monster butterflies, and they instantly swarm back after him, so he hurls a stone at them while his friends yell in panic, worried sick. The prince hurls a rock with pure fury, and it slams straight into the heart of a flock of monster butterflies. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupts, and the butterflies scatter, terrified out of their minds. Dust clouds explode around them. Then butterfly monsters start dropping like rain, and the friends stare in pure thrill until the haze finally thins and the prince's head comes into view. The boy flashes his friends a thumbs up, and they're stunned by his plan to blast miasma to scare off the butterflies, while the prince somehow keeps fighting through the poison. Leonardo begs the prince never do that again, because his worry for his friend is eating him alive, and the boys push onward until they finally realize they've reached their goal. At the appointed place, Dill and Christina greet the boys, and the knight steps in like, "Don't worry, everything was set up ahead of time, even with your parents, because this whole mission is meant to sharpen the boys' skills." Ein frowns, snaps to Dill that he's been insanely worried, and that shocks Dill to his core, because Dill insists it was just for the guys. Then he swears he'll always be there if anything ever goes wrong. Dill swore this would never happen again. He's the prince's escort after all, but the boy snapped that he won't be split into bosses and subordinates, and demanded Dill promise he'll never make him worry like that again. Dill agreed. Ain tries to call him by his name instead of his title, and Dill shuts it down, saying it'd be disrespectful, yet she still asks anyway. The knight pressed a hand to his chest, grinned, and called the prince by name as he begged him. No more quarrels. The prince froze, stunned, and blushed hard. The prince erupts into tears of joy, while Chris and the boys' friends beam with smiles. Then he wipes his face, grips the boy's hand tight, and declares that he forgives Dill. The trip's almost over. Chris and the boys are standing by the water, staring at the waves while they wait for the ship, and then Chris snaps, "All right, it's time to go." They board a massive ship and sail straight to the capital. The prince demands was Chris there at the battle. The girl swears she was hidden with magic, then freezes when their eyes lock. The prince suddenly blurts, "I smelled a familiar scent back then," and it totally throws Chris. Suddenly the whole ship shudders. Then a crew member bursts in, yelling that a monster's slipped overboard. Right there in the water, a massive kraken rises up and Chris snaps, ordering the cannons loaded. The kraken takes a brutal strike to the head, and the prince spots towering fins and a monstrous jaw. Then a giant funnel snaps open and yanks the kraken inside, while Chris is left completely stunned. The sea churns like it's furious, and then a massive dragon erupts from the waves, snatching the defeated kraken in its jaws while its massive body shudders with power. The sea dragon blasts a deafening roar and panic hits everyone at once. Chris yanks the prince into a tight hug and shouts that they've got to get out now, before the monster finishes devouring the kraken. The dragon devoured the kraken, then news of the monster hit the capital at once. Still, the dragon didn't so much as chase the ship, and the creature never showed up again months later. 6 months have slammed by since the Sea King first surfaced, and it hasn't come back, so the boys dive into studying, handle all the official business, and then finally tearfully say their goodbyes to the prince. At 9 years old, Chris swore he'd heard it. Fencing and Wallen were waiting for him at the castle, and even when the prince begged for a quick detour, Chris refused, asking her to forgive him instead. She leans in close, tugs at the prince's tie, and snaps, "It's skewed." The prince flushes with embarrassment, but she fixes it with a satisfied smile, and when it's perfect, he thanks her. Guards rush up to Christina. One leans in and whispers in her ear, and Hi nods like he's getting the signal, then tells her it's time to leave while the guards take the prince out. Chris tells them not to go around, then bolts away in a flash. The boy scowls, utterly lost, and snaps at the girl for answers, while the guards fall into a bow for the prince. The guard blurts out that a national disaster-level monster has shown up, and Christina's needed right away, so the boy starts panicking, asking where the king is, only to be told His Majesty is locked inside the great conference hall. A handful of knights huddle in the hall, faces drained with fear, and the boy realizes this is the real deal. Then the prince crashes into the conference room and declares he's back, right as the king and his advisors stare at the boy. The boy blurts out what happened, and his mother immediately panics, right as the king shuts everyone down, steps over, and tells his son that a sea dragon has surfaced in Magna's port city. This boy is furious. Last time that monster showed up was 6 months ago, and the protection should have been tighter. Then the mother starts sobbing, and the king finally drops the bomb. There are 2 dragons. 6 months ago, that boy saw a dragon tear through everything, and now he can't believe there are *2 of them. The king tells him he sent Chris to the scene because she's a top commander, and warns that if they don't move fast, Magna will drown. The boy yells that Chris can't do this alone and that they need to send more troops. Then the king snaps back that the bulk of the army already marched to the area, while Lloyd and his knights stayed behind in the castle to guard it. The boy's terrified, his legs are trembling like crazy, and he can still feel that sea monster attack in his bones, but panic won't stop him. He whips around to face his grandfather, the king. The boy clings to every second he shared with Chris, the gifts she handed him, the words she said, and the thought of losing his friend crushes him, because all he can see is her bright smile. The boy slams his words down. He's going to Magna and fighting the sea dragon head-on, so Lloyd clenches his fists while his mom grips her heart like it might burst. Grandfather erupts in fury and blasts Ain as a fool, leaving everyone in the hall's counselors staring in disbelief, while Lloyd scrambles to explain that Ain is the crown prince now, and his body belongs to no one but fate. The boy digs in his heels and swears he'd done the same thing the first king would have, right from his own position, while the mother fights tooth and nail, refusing to let her son set off on a journey this dangerous. The prince keeps badgering Chris to take him to Magna, and everyone holds their breath for the king's answer. Meanwhile, the prince sinks onto the throne, lets out a heavy sigh, and admits he gets why the boy wants to go. Lloyd suddenly snaps a strike into the boy's neck, his eyes shut instantly, just as the last thing he sees is his grandfather, who spits that the boy really thought they couldn't stop him. The king cringes in front of the knight, but he just grits out that it's his duty. The mother yanks her son out of the knight's grip and blasts the father for his disgusting move. Then the king snaps for the maid to rush Olivia to her chambers, while he orders Lloyd to haul the boy to his bedchamber. The maid drags the screaming Olivia out of the room. Lloyd scoops up the boy and hauls him into the bedroom. No way he's allowed to take a journey that dangerous. Ein pounds on the door, yelling for it to open, furious that his phantom hands won't work, because if they did, this door would have been nothing. He clenches his teeth when he realizes there are two sea dragons, and Kadama snaps, "Stop." Ketsi tells him the room is sealed with magic-blocking runes, so no power slips through, and while he gets the little prince's heartbreak, he insists they still need to pray for Chris's expedition to stay safe. While the prince keeps praying for Chris's health, a ghost suddenly slides into the room and tells him to stare closer. Then the boy gets hit by a deadly gas. The prince suddenly recalls a battle from his past, then snaps out of bed and marches to the table behind the glass, where a stone sits like a trap, and Ketsi bursts out screaming, "It's cursed." The prince chokes on regret, knowing he has to do it anyway. Kadama tries to stop him, but nothing works. He presses his hand to the stone, and phantom suddenly erupts from his back. Kadama's eyes go wide when he spots magical hands moving inside the room, right through the seal. Then he blurts out that the stone's nature is a mystery and lunges to stop the prince, but suddenly he's frozen in place, completely paralyzed. The boy clutching the stone gets swept into the ghost's arms, and warmth and tenderness rush over him like his mother's embrace. Then the ghost thanks him and pulls the prince in, welcoming him with open arms. The prince plunges the magic stone into himself, and Kadama is hit with a brutal shock, while the prince still can't help but feels sorry. Meanwhile, Ketsi panics, terrified the stone will rage out of control all over again. The prince lifts his hand, aims it at the door, and declares everything's fine. Then the shards explode outward in every direction, and Kadama freezes with pure terror. Ein shattered the magic seal, and Kadama refused to give up, only to get nailed in the head by a shard. With blood and disbelief flying, he snapped, "Prince, wait," and stormed out, but Ein stepped through the door and ran straight into a stranger she didn't recognize. Turns out at S. Klein, she corners the prince and asks if he's really leaving, and he answers, "Yes." She pushes again, "Will you still go even if I beg you not to?" The prince nods and agrees again. The prince brushes past the girl and swears he'll come back, no doubt. Then the girl yanks on his attention with a call, and the moment he turns, she steals a kiss. The boy's face instantly turns betrayed. The girl yanks back, and the boy grabs his own cheek. Klein steps in, calls it a gift from the goddess, and sends him off with a good trip. Klein grabs the fleeing prince and begs him to get home safe. Then the boy bolts down the corridor, only to have someone slam in front of him and cut him off. It's Lloyd, surrounded by armed guards. He just stands there with his hands locked behind his back, staring the boy down. Lloyd demands where the boy's headed, and he shrugs that he just wants to take a walk. Then boom, a brutal crash rocks the place, and the guards freeze as Lloyd snaps his head up at the sound. The knight snarls that he'll never hand over the kingdom's greatest treasure. Ain't pushes back, and Lloyd lunges for his sword. The boy rockets forward, throwing his arms out like he's about to snatch fate itself. Lloyd and the guards can't even twitch, because the restraining magic clamps down with brutal strength. The knight realizes the boy's power has already grown unstoppable, so he drops the prince free and tells him to remember the heavy duty now resting on his shoulders. The boy whips around and bolts, and Lloyd lets out a heavy sigh before snapping into action, tensing up, clenching his teeth, and growling with his eyes shut. Lloyd tells the knights, "I swear it, once the prince is far enough, you'll all be able to move again," and the knight drops to his knees. The knight admits the prince is nothing short of exceptional. Then the boy bolts into the street, staring around like, "Okay, what do I do now?" when someone calls for him. Dill grabs the reins, motions the boy to hop on, and tells him, "I can't stop you," then does whatever he can to help him anyway. The knight claims he serves Ishtalika, but deep down, he's the prince's man, and he'd be honored to be chosen by Ain Sama to fire him. Then they surge forward on galloping mounts. Dill pushes them toward White Rose Station, but without the water train, the trip to Magna drags on for ages. Plus, the king's got strict orders that the prince stays locked up, so Dill snaps them to a different plan. The prince can drop a royal order that overwrites ordinary law. What it's for gets explained later, but if they decide he used it wrong, the trouble will land right back on him. The boy could be banished from the kingdom. Dill refuses to even consider it and demands another plan, and the prince nods, ready to go hunting for a better way. The prince goes for the command option. It's the only shot they've got to kickstart the water train. Dill clenches his teeth, and the boy flashes a grateful smile, thanking his friend for the idea. It's 5:20, those wheels start grinding, the train lurches into motion, and Dill and the prince are finally rolling toward Magna. The cannons boom as the sea dragon charges ahead, and its wounds barely faze him. Chris screams, "Don't give up," because the monster's stone is planted right in its forehead. Chris rips the soldiers' fear out of their chests and fires them up to fight. Half the army stands their ground, and all they've managed so far is to scratch that monster. But now the dragons have to be wiped out. One new monster surges into view, and the soldiers brace to strike. The dragon slices through the water, then boom, some monster bursts up and hangs high above the soldiers, and Chris shouts, "Fire," as the cannons roar to life. The shells slammed into the dragon's head. Wham! Its roar tore through the air as it writhed in agony, one eye getting shredded, and even that magic stone inside its skull getting blasted too. The sea dragon finally goes down and the soldiers erupt with joy. Still, they can't let their guard down, because two monsters remain and another attack could hit any moment. Suddenly the sea dragon lunges, snaps its jaws open, grabs the battleship, bites down and rips it in half, sending monstrous waves crashing everywhere. The military ships start going under one by one, then boom, a new strip of land shoots up in the middle of the sea, and right in its center rests a sea dragon. The dragon falls, and with it, the soldiers get ripped apart too. Chris can barely breathe at the monster's power until it clicks and she remembers the second dragon. Just like that, a second dragon lunges in right from behind. Chris whips around as she races toward one final wish, hearing Ein's voice again. She shouts for the dragon to strike, then snaps her sword to life. Suddenly, a wall of fog slams over the dragon and the girl gasps, stunned and clueless about where he's gone. Then the mist tears away, revealing something that leaves her reeling. Chris spots Ein and blurts, "Who are you?" Ein's answer hits hard. His skill, dense fog, is the reason visibility collapses. But the girl won't let it slide. She demands why he's here and tells him to get back to the capital. Then Ein snaps his gaze to Chris. The kid calls down the royal command, says he's going to take on that monster right now, and pleads for backup. Chris is left completely stunned. The boy orders the girl to obey, and there's no way he'll accept refusal. Chris can't stop thinking about the boy's stare, yet she still digs in her heels. The prince hands Dill the ship's command, and the boy drops to one knee. Then the ocean erupts as a sea dragon crashes through, and Dill yells that it's his new enemy. The sea dragon bellows like thunder, then phantom arms sprout from the prince's back, and he whips them toward the monster. The hands snatch the monster up as the dragon smashed the ship, ramming it with its massive head. Then the knight on deck groaned and fought to defend himself. That boy squares up to the dragon while the knights scramble just to stay standing. Chris blurts that she's never once heard him say he'd fight solo, and the prince snaps back, "I never said he would." Phantom hands clamped onto the dragon's jaw, and the beast froze on the spot. Chris gasped because the prince pulled that off, and the boy realized the red bison training wasn't a wasted minute. The boy climbs onto a sea monster's head, phantom hands hauling him up, and he's got one deadly plan: slurp the magic stone by using the sting of darkness. The stinger drives straight into the dragon's head. Bam. The monster screams, thrashing, and Chris yells for alarms as the dragon twists and dives under the water, and the waves slam shut right over him. He clamps his breath and dives into the water like he knew a sea dragon would demand it. The stone won't budge in his grip, but he refuses to quit. The prince keeps fading fast, breath thinning, phantom hands losing strength. He's about to throw in the towel when he suddenly realizes the power he's chasing is right there on Dragonstone. The boy is about to steal the Dragonstone's power, crushing it into his own strength, because the more he absorbs, the more unstoppable he becomes. The dragon blasts out a deafening roar. There's barely any power left to steal, and as the monster thrashes to shake the boy loose, the prince fights with everything he's got just to keep his grip. The boy tears himself free from the monster's grip, spots his pendant, and suddenly it all hits him. Family and friends, then they look at him and smile. The boy clenches his teeth as rage surges, glares at the dragon like it's the enemy, and hammers his dagger forward, because it's way too early for him to die. Then he charges straight at the monster and shouts. The prince drives the dagger straight into the sea monster's head to hit the magic stone, and the dragon convulses, freezing in brutal pain. A razor-sharp dagger smashes into the stone. Then the boy's strength snaps away, his fingers unclench, and he drifts up toward the surface, while the dragon roars one last dying scream. A thunderous roar rips through the ships. Dill even asks Chris if it might have been a sea dragon, but when Chris spins around, the girl is gone, and all that's left is her armor. The townspeople on the shore erupted in joy, and the wounded soldiers cheered, slapping backs and hugging tight, while Chris, soaked to the bone from the water, grinned as he clutched the unconscious prince close because he protected her. The ship rips toward the capital as the prince sinks onto the bed, grinning like everything's fine, while both his hands are wrapped in bandages, and it looks like he'll never use them again. Dill and Chris are stunned to their core. His arms go numb and he can't lift a thing. Dill's desperate to do something, and the boy realizes he's lucky he's even still alive. Then Chris snaps him back with one look at his chest. Volan's pendant is shattered to pieces. That stone's magic only kicks in when the bearer's life is on the line, so when it started, Ian was moments from dying. Chris drops to his knees and breaks into tears while the prince's eyes go wide with shock. Chris carefully takes the boy's hand, voice shaking as tears fall, and begs him not to do it again. Then the prince nods, apologizes, and quickly pivots, talking like the sea dragon stone was just plain delicious, right up there with seafood. Chris is totally thrown off, and Dill snaps his hand to his face while the prince bursts into laughter. Then the guards rush in and tell them the ship's almost at the capital. The girl asks if the boy can walk, and he grins back, "Yeah, I can." What? Dill knows the king's order means death if he disobeys, but loyalty to his prince burns stronger than fear, and he has zero regrets because even in small ways he still got to help him. A carriage is waiting for the prince and his crew, and the king's advisor waves them on, though he knows that boy is running on pure exhaustion. Then they roll up to the palace. The prince bows to the king and declares, "I'm back." His Majesty tells him he's got a whole storm of questions lined up, but he's pushing them off for later, because right now he has to point out one thing. The boy just pulled off an insane feat by beating the sea dragon. A brave boy finally took down the dragon, one whose body was worth more than the whole country's budget, saving Magna's people and the rest of the military, and the king immediately praised his grandson for doing an incredible job. The royal water train and the glacier family ship are nearly wiped out, and the king realizes this boy didn't strike alone. Dill insists it was all him. Lloyd presses, asking if Dill knows what's coming for him, and Dill smiles. He's ready to face his fate. The prince jumps in to defend his friend, claiming the royal family's orders were what forced the kid to cooperate. Then the boy begs to be punished and snaps the arguing servant shut, and Lloyd just stands there, utterly baffled. Marshall drops to his knees and begs to be punished, because as a soldier he couldn't rein in the boy, while Junior Glacier stares in shock and the king lets out a heavy sigh. The king blasts everyone to a stop in the middle of the show, because he knows Dill couldn't possibly defy his order, and the prince's heroic act means no harsh punishment, yet Ein is still hit with 2 months of house arrest. The king hands Lloyd the role of his personal attendant and bumps Chris up to Marshall, even though the king looks worn out. Then the advisor steps in with a grim report. The boy relaxed too soon, because his mom and that client are still coming to punish him. Klein freezes on the balcony when she hears footsteps. She whips around, tears blazing in her eyes. Relieved Ein actually came back like he promised, and the boy asks if she cried. Klein shakes her head no. Then the girl lunges forward and smashes her fist into his chest, breaking down in even louder tears, and she begs him to go to Olivia right now, because this is too important to wait. The prince strides up to the door and raps it with his phantom hand, then cracks it open, telling his mother he's back safe and sound, only to slam to a stop at the threshold. Every inch of the room is buried under tree trunks, stems, and flowers. The boy blurts, "What is it?" and his mother snaps back that she'd been terrified for her son, then begs him not to stare at it. The prince goes, "Oh, that's just how the dryads do it," and her nerves finally melt when she realizes everything's okay and her boy is back safe and sound. The woman cups the boy's head in her hands and the poor kid bursts into tears, shocking even him. Then she pulls him tight to her chest. The woman tells the boy there's nothing left to fear. Now he can finally break free, because it's just the two of them in the room so the prince can cry. She clamps him in a fierce hug and he erupts into loud sobs, whispering that he's done his duty and earned the right to fall apart. Kadima rushes over to check on the prince, and Ketsi snaps at him for bulldozing everything his own way, until the prince squirms out a sheepish apology. His sensitivity comes back in his hands, and Ein finally eats all by herself. Chris is braced to rush in and save the prince, then Kadima snaps, calling her out as a fool. The cat demands the prince show him the status card, because the boy just ate the cursed stone and the sea dragon stone. The prince reaches for the card. Chris stares in shock as the defense, agility, strength, mana, and health bars shoot up like crazy, because the prince just devoured 2 national relics and his growth is now wildly off the charts. Kadima swore the sea current was handed to him by the dragon, and the great dark magic once belonged to the great demon witch, so yeah, the prince can't stop digging into these new powers. Chris blurts out that witches wield dark magic, and the kind this one uses points straight to an elder lick, so the boys stare at her, shocked out of their minds, and demand, "Wait, where did you learn that?" The girl tells him Alvin's texts in Kadima's book feel eerily familiar, so she dives in and reads them, while the cat snarls that the language expert was right there the whole time, making all his efforts pointless, and then begs her to read the book on the Elderlick in Elven. Turns out Dullahan was the husband of an Elder Lick, keeper of great dark magic. Then they backed the Demon King and helped him carve out his lands. Now the prince finally clicks, he's absorbed the wife's stone. That dagger in the book, it's the prince's blade, crafted from the Elder Lick's own core and handed straight to her husband, with power so monstrous it's basically demon level. And Kadima, she understands the whole thing. The boy finally clicks. Dullahan slammed the dagger and that cursed stone together with brutal power, and out of it forms a magical stone meant for 2 lovers. The boy relives every word he heard the moment he swallowed that stone, then * knock knock, someone's at the door calling for Chris. Krona barges in and apologizes for crashing their healing, but Kadima steps in, soothing her like, "Don't worry, we're done." What? The girl orders the boys to head to the port with Lloyd, because a trading company envoy is already there to oversee the dragon's carcass being cut open, and during the autopsy, they uncover an egg. The boys blurt their questions, totally stunned. The port is roaring with action as special gear tears the dragon apart, one body part at a time. And just as it all kicks off, Lloyd shows up with his escort, plus Marshal Chris and a whole squad of knights, right there to meet the trading company reps. The escort marshal and representative trade greetings, and the prince chimes in, "I'm here too." The merchant hesitates, those might not be dragon eggs, and orders the soldiers to follow him. Chris and Lloyd go stone still. 2 dragon eggs sit there, and one of them starts to crack. Right as the marshal barks the order to take up arms, the knights snap their swords up and get ready to clash. The attendant snaps at Chris to keep the prince away from the eggs, so the girl listens, but the boy smirks and claims he's got it all figured out. Then the second egg splits open and out pops a tiny horn instead of a shell. 2 tiny, adorable dragons burst out of their eggs and let out a huge squeak, and the marshal, the attendant, and the prince freeze on the spot, staring in pure shock. At last, the baby dragons burst out of their eggs, flailing, squeaking, and helplessly wiggling. The prince blurts out if they're truly about to be put to death. The marshal nods, flat and final, and the attendant draws his sword, right as a tiny dragon squeaks straight at him like it already knows he's next. The little ones shake in place as Lloyd closes in. Meanwhile, the prince grins, leans toward the dragons like he's greeting old friends, and tells them to relax. The attendant gasps, warning him to watch himself. Sure, they're dragons, but when he smiles, the little ones look thrilled to see him. The dragons wrapped him up in a warm hug, and Chris froze, because ever since he swallowed the magic stone, they'd totally mistaken him for their dad. Even the guards, Chris and Lloyd, gaped in shock. The prince leans in and asks the attendant if he can kill the dragons. He says yes, and after checking that both Dill and even the castle guards can take down the little ones, the prince demands time because he plans to keep the dragons all for himself. The prince and Klein grin ear to ear as they wrestle around with the baby dragons, while Ein tries to coax them with food. Klein just stands nearby, cracking up the whole time. The boys crouch between the bushes in the castle courtyard as the little dragons tear into the offered meat, gleeful and fearless, and the prince beams. Finally, their appetite is perfect. That kid had to fight for ages with his grandpa just to earn permission to keep them. Then the king finally caved, and the prince wasted no time naming them. His sister Elle and her brother Al, and even Klein felt his heart melt over those tiny dragons. Klein grabs the dragons with one hand, then dangles a piece of meat with the other, and the boy glances at the girl. Boom. She spots it, blushes, and swears nothing happened. The girl shoves a magic stone into the prince's hands. Sure, he's just starving after watching those dragons chow down, and the prince snatches it up with a grin, loving the sweet and sour deliciousness of the thing. At night, Yan sits in the hall with his mother and grandfather while she painstakingly combs his hair, firing questions about his injured hand. Then Yan insists he's fine since he's already trained for fencing and can do his own hair combing, but his mother won't hear it. The woman insists on combing her son's hair herself, and when the king hears it, he laughs because nobody can argue with Olivia. Then he declares that the boy's arrest will be lifted soon, and he'll get an official job. The king plans to ship the prince off to Euro to strike a deal for sea crystals, because that's what keeps the technology running, and since the king's visit is going to shake the whole world, he summons the crown prince to handle it. Grandfather is sending a guard with the prince, with Chris, Dill, and Warren tagging along as trade reps, because he's terrified the boy will act on impulse. Yet the prince keeps pushing back, trying to talk him out of it, and the woman only giggles. The boy can't wait to meet Euro, while Kadima sits in the office, buried in a book. Right next to her, Marshal Chris is passed out cold. Kadima grips a page in his hands and reads about Arshe, the so-called mistress of demons, and the nightmare that envy can't escape. Kadima doesn't buy the idea that she's a heartless demon. He's read the tale of a terrifying girl and how in the end she, Dullahan, and his wife got wiped out, until 2 of his trusted friends suddenly start acting suspicious. Dullahan and his wife threw everything they had into protecting everyone, fought to stall the battle, and stood ready to meet death head-on. So yeah, now let me tell you about another demon lord close associate. So yeah, she was the Red Fox. Before she showed up, the demon lord wasn't anywhere near this warlike, and this mysterious woman had a hobby, shape-shifting into humans and living it up for laughs. They say she riled up the demon lord's wrath. Ketsi remembers that name being revered in Euro. Then Chris suddenly jolts awake, spooks Kadima, apologizes on the spot, and Kadima just tells her to rest at home. Ketsi corners the marshal and blurts out where they're headed for this business trip, and the girl answers that she and Ain are going to Euro, because Kadima is determined to make sure everything goes perfectly. In the neutral trading city of Bargland, cheers explode from a roaring arena as the crowd screams for their favorites. The mustachioed man lunges in and smacks his opponent, then lifts him up and whips his sword for a brutal swing, only for the opponent to dodge it cleanly with surprising skill. The long ponytailed man clocks that his opponent's gotten way stronger, and then he snaps, saying it feels like pure mockery. Edward grimly swears that this decrepit old body is still going to make it hard to win. Edward whips his spear into a furious spin, so fast it blurs into multiple spots at once, and the opponent jerks back just in time as Edward snaps forward with a crushing strike. The mustached man's chest rattles into a cough, and then Edward of Euro is slammed down as the winner. He stretches out his hand, and the opponent replies, "I always wondered how you beat me." From the balcony, the defeated knight's son erupts with rage, shouting as he watches the battle unfold below, swearing to his mother that one day he'll avenge his father, while she quietly promises she'll be waiting for that day. The woman snaps at her furious son that he's been chosen and carries the power of a holy knight, plus Shannon, his bride, will back him up. Then at night, some guy bursts into the castle, hammers the door, and screams that he still hasn't found the girl. The man in the tailcoat tells the prince to breathe, because the report will be here any moment, but the prince can't slow down, raging with anxiety since Kron's name means nothing to him. He snaps back, furious that the other guy stays calm, because this is about his father and his daughter. The minister drops to his knees and begs for resolve, inspiring himself to hold fast and prove strength. Then his mind flashes back to his father's warning that it'd be better for the crone to stay in Ishtalika, and he can't believe it. After just one meeting, the girl latched onto the prince like she'd known him forever. The minister can still hear Crone asking him and his father to let her head to Een, and now he can only offer a silent apology to Prince Tiger's heart. A guard crashes into the room and shouts that they've finally found a carriage that could be carrying the minister's father and daughter, and the prince practically beams, urging everyone to rejoice because the man is about to be reunited with his loved ones. The minister drops to his knees again, swearing that when the father and daughter come back, they'll thank Prince Tiger, while Prince Tiger roars with laughter and declares he wants to marry the crone. The minister nods and vows, "I'll make it happen." Pleased as punch, Prince Tiger orders Grint brought to him, right now, because he's claiming him as his own personal guard, and while he waits, he can't stop daydreaming about how stunning Crone is, and how badly he wants to see her and talk to her again. Prince Aim plops onto the sofa and grins like he owns the world, while the knight's son, still smarting from the arena loss, scowls hard. Meanwhile, Prince Tiger sits on the throne and flashes a calm, smug smile. A colossal destroyer named the White King, built for King Ishtalika's personal demands, rolls into the Duchy of Euro. The king is spiraling over how he looks, but his advisor slaps calm into him, and then, right at the gangway, guards form a tight wall around the ship, while the king and advisor can't even figure out why the crew's boarding for whoever the hell is leaving. Een steps forward and declares he's the king of Ishtalika's representative. Then he greets King Euro. Next thing you know, they're chatting like old friends, and Euro invites the boy and his companions to come with him straight to the palace. Advisor Ed shoots the prince a wary look, and when the king asks, he blurts out that the prince isn't pulling his punches, because right behind him looms a colossal monster, shaped like a slain sea dragon. Ed admits Chris is strong, but in monster fights the boy is clearly outclassing her, and Ed can't stop wondering just how powerful that prince really is, so the Duke pushes them onward and orders them to head straight for the castle. Prince Tiger bursts into the room and demands to know if the Duke started negotiations before he even arrived, only to get shut down, since the Duke claims he never struck any deal with him. Tiger grins and says he's here on an official visit. Grint and Ein snap into eye contact. Neither of them saw this coming. Grint grips a package in his hand, then lifts a brow like he's got questions. Grinch roars that Ein is his real older brother, the one who bolted from the Reinhardt family, then shoots a sharp finger straight at Ein, snagging the prince's full attention. Everyone there jolts with shock. Ein whips around to his brother and orders Chris and Dill to drop their blades. Wallen snaps at the prince for his gross rudeness, but Ein fires back that striking first is forbidden under the First King's law. Ein tells the Duke she needs to hear Prince Tiger out and snaps that the moment's wrong for negotiations. While Grint begs him to be polite to the third prince, Ein fires back that he's the crown prince, and that rank sits higher than any third prince ever could. He snaps that Grant should shut his mouth at once. Then the Duke drills him on what urgent mission dragged the third prince to Euro, and Grant answers that it can only be one thing. The third prince roars that he's here for his promised bride, Chronogust, and Ain's left staring, while Chris and Dill are totally thrown off. Then he demands an investigation to track down Kron and her grandfather. The third prince slams the Duchy of Euro with a brutal accusation. They're betraying Crone and her grandfather just to win Ishtalika's trust and kick off diplomatic ties, and the Duke and his advisor just stare, utterly stunned. Warren tells Ein that Euro's been accused of human trafficking and says as allies they can't stay quiet. Then he reminds the third prince they're nowhere near it, and when Tiger asks who he is, Warren steps up and says, "I'm the minister of Ishtalika." What? The third prince corners the minister and demands answers about Crone and her grandfather's fate, but the minister shrugs it off. No investigation, no diplomacy with Haim, calling it a deal like that makes everything okay. The minister steps up and tells the third prince that Haim has cut Ishtalika off on his own, then offers Krona's secrets in exchange for several heads. The minister demands the heads of the third prince's closest people, but the young man flat out refuses, so the minister slams the door shut and declares the talks over, and Grint snaps that his brother is nothing but pathetic. Grint snaps, asking if the future king feels ashamed to toss his duties onto his subordinates. Then Dill cuts in, praising Aina as a hero who already crushed a monster, and Grint can't bring himself to talk to the prince in that kind of voice. Dill snaps that Grint is all talk and no backbone, and the whole room tightens with tension. Then the minister clocks the clock is ticking and shoots out a bold proposal. The minister hypes Dill and Grint into duking it out to prove who's stronger. While Prince Ein yells bloody murder, the minister leans in and whispers that this brawl will push the talks forward and pin their power on the table. In the castle courtyard, three figures stand: Prince Een, Marshal Chris, and Minister Warren, while Duke Euro looms beside them, all staring straight ahead, stunned that things turned out like this. Dill easily cut down Grint. He was bent over, gasping for breath, while Chris just couldn't stop praising it. Dill is the best swordsman in Ishtalika, and his skills keep getting sharper. Een stays icy calm because his swordsman actually accounted for the age gap, and now the third prince drags Grint in to confirm it. Then Dill nods and agrees to a second duel. Grint yanks the strings tight and slams his Holy Knight skill into action, then barrels straight at Dill, vowing he'll prove what he can do, while the crowd can't believe their eyes. Grint lunges and slams himself onto Dill, and the swordsman snaps his gaze up right as the strike lands. Now everyone holds their breath, waiting to see how this fight ends. Grint crumples and Dill declares the fight done. Then he charges up to Ein, drops to his knees, and dedicates this battle to his prince, while Ein flashes the swordsman her thanks. The swordsman watches Grint's age and still can't deny it. This guy's insanely gifted, and he even wields the power of a holy knight, and now he's praying that Grint doesn't regret what he just said, because the minister looks straight up terrified. Warren pushes Dukamore back into the negotiations and leans into the third prince, saying he'll hand over written details on Krona soon, because he's got that info already, and then Een turns to the minister. So what are you trying to tell me, exactly? The minister spills it. He wrote in that letter that Ein is one of Ishtalik's most vital people, and that he and Kron are tied to each other. Then the third prince explodes with rage. Negotiations roar back to life, and right then the sides reach an agreement. A huge stone gets yanked from the water with a net, and Ein and Chris stride through the city. Chris demanded why they were even out walking, and Prince Een snapped back that he needed to figure out what Euro lacked so he could start trading with them, like how sea winds shut down their wheat. Heim's kingdom sells wheat for a jaw-dropping price because they grow the most of it, and Ein decides the answer is simple: dump that wheat on Euro at a fair cost, flood the market, and watch Euro scrape together the surplus, then collapse into bankruptcy. Chris warns that the prince's proposal would kick Heim's farmers out of work, and the prince agrees, then instantly pushes the idea like, cool, just make sure Euro W has wheat. Ed marches with the group to the ship, breathless with news. The Duke loved the negotiations and wants you to take the gift. When they ask what's inside, the man grins and says it's a statue of the guardian god. The statue springs to life as a scarlet fox, and Chris swears it guards the villagers and brings good luck, while the minister can't hide his worry. The prince cuts off the minister and blurts that this is one of the red fox's forms, and Warren snaps in right after, yes, that's exactly what he meant. Chris says the fox's minion has just dragged the demon king's wrath down on them, and Ein bursts out laughing, then realizes he messed up the moment he brought the girl in, thinking she was only lonely. Ein's acting way off, and Marshall rushes in to help. Then the restraining magic locks him in place while the girl starts trembling. Prince Ein clenched his head as a blinding light erupted from him, and his dagger started to glitter and sparkle like it was alive, so bright it almost hurt to look. The prince whips his sword through the air, and fury burns because he's sure that woman has been trying to shatter their bonds from day one. Then he hurls a statuette high into the sky. The boy snaps his hand into a decisive wave. Then the minister and the marshal stare at him with their mouths gaping as the statuette shatters into pieces. A brutal explosion erupts out of nowhere. Managers of chaos, the minister and the marshal slap their hands over their faces, stunned and clueless as the blast tears across the ship. Ein snapped her hand out, and the White King's destroyer armor shattered on impact. The boy crumpled to the ground, drained of strength, passed out cold, and blood spilled from his mouth. Right behind Prince Ein stand two figures, a light-haired man and a dark-haired woman, while the boy keeps his eyes shut tight, fist clenched like he's holding back a storm. Ein sprawls across the dark-haired woman's lap as singing fills the air, and the prince can't move. He's trapped, confused, and he has no clue where he is or why someone's singing. The woman blurts out an apology for all the trouble, stands up and walks away, so the boy lunges after her, desperate to stop her and grill her with questions. The prince snaps awake in his room, mind racing. He remembers launching on a mission to Euro and everything that went down there, but one brutal gap swallows the rest, and he can't recall what happened next. Bandages wrap his right arm tight, and there's a restraining spell inked right into them. He's stunned, and he's about to shout for someone. The prince's mother and the marshal storm into the room, and the boy lights up. Then he blurts, "I have no idea how I ended up in here. I don't remember a thing." The dark-haired woman yanks the boy into a tight hug, and the other women break down into tears, while the marshal keeps shouting the boy's name over and over, and the prince can't make sense of a single word. Grandma clamps a hand over her mouth. Grandpa's face lights up the moment he hears his grandson's voice, and the boy stares around like, "Wait, what's happening?" Only to be told he hasn't fully come to his senses in 6 whole months. The grandmother wiped her tears and told him he'd be heading to 4th grade before long. Then the king hauled the women away, saying they'd talk later, while Ian clenched his heart, because the last thing he remembered was staring at the statue of the Scarlet Fox. Ian grabs his hand, trying to piece together what just happened, while Chris shoves the prince's carriage forward. Then Kadima, the king, plus Lloyd and the minister step in to meet them. His Majesty finally spots them all. Everyone's here at last, and he sweeps the crowd straight into the throne room. The prince asks what happens next, and Kadima grins, saying he'll see everything for himself now. Suddenly, the marshal's body locks up. He can't move a single inch. Kadima tells him to try again, and he pushes because he has to be sure. The prince glares at the frozen Chris, who's squirming in confusion, still unable to move. A weird, multi-layered ball suddenly materializes in midair, blasting out a command that everyone stay back, and right away the minister and the king go rigid with suspicion while the rest stare in shocked disbelief. The ball suddenly flares with this weird, blinding light, then the glow shoots straight toward Chris, and Kadima loses it, screaming at the girl and the prince to get out of there right now. The ball rockets forward, but the girl lunges, snatches the prince at the last second, and bolts away with him in her arms, while the king finally admits Kadima's research was right. The prince snaps what's going on, and Kadima shoots back that it's the demon queen Arsh's stone, sitting in the throne room, turning everyone against him. In the book transcript Kadima and Chris translated together, it said Arshe was a painfully shy queen with just 2 family ties, the elder Lik and Durakan. They trekked side by side, roamed across the lands, and raised tiny villages that kept swelling into full-blown cities, while the girl climbed all the way to the throne, though Ain knows she didn't become queen overnight. When Durahan spotted the fox, his powers vanished on the spot, while the queen, after swallowing that cursed stone, started pushing the prince away, and that whole strike on the demon queen came straight from the red fox. That earlier voice didn't just echo, it shoved the prince back, and Kadima went even further, scanning the young prince's status card without a word, and spotting that some of the letters were warped and messed up. Prince Ian demands to know if he might have been cursed in Euro. Then the minister snaps back that if it were true, the duchy would have wrecked relations with Ishtalika, and Kadima points at the signs like, "No way, this is the part where the prince is turning into a monster." What? Kadima has to dig into the truth, and that means getting up close and examining the prince first. So the king says they'll call in the guild, the Kaiser, and the adventurers for help, because right now everyone's terrified for the boy. The marshal beams and congratulates the prince for passing the exam, but now he's got 6 months to make up, and the marquise is thrilled the Kaiser stepped in, even though he'd been terrified the crown prince would turn into a monster. The boy blurts out, "Are we headed to the Majolica shop?" And the man shoots back, "Yeah, we've got to grab tools," but when they arrive, the place is totally dead, not a soul or customer in sight. Malaka suddenly pops in and blurts out that the evenings have barely any customers, so the prince panics, and Kreese snaps at her for that weird stance. The guy then decides to shut the store and keep the conversation going. He stares at her like, "We haven't seen each other in forever," and she can't help but think he must have been lying low, because now she's stuck wondering, is this guy real or a monster in disguise? Chris seethes at the seller's words and snaps back that he knows sealing techniques, then he clocks it. The prince's aura isn't monstrous at all, it's the aura of a man who's swallowed magic stones. The prince promises to spill everything to Majolica, and the seller hammers the point that he's like the world tree, where the dryads were born and where monsters get swallowed. The seller pushes you toward the city of East, a sacred spot for anyone obsessed with magical devices, or BART, where a colossal monster was crushed while they hunted for answers. Chris refuses to let the prince head to Bart. She's been there before and she felt the monster's presence lurking in the shadows. So they decide to swing east instead. The seller steps in, swears he'll help, and promises to write a letter of recommendation. Chris steps up and asks to sell her secret concealment gadgets, but the prince coldly declares there'll be 3, and when the seller hikes the price, the marshal actually nods along and agrees. Then the prince is shocked when he realizes Chris and Majolica have been tied together for a long time. Chris tells her that Kaiser, her older sister, and Majolica were in the same group, and everyone clocks it. Kaiser is wrecked inside but insanely strong, stronger than Lloyd. The boy blurts out that he wants Chris to tell him about her sister, but she snaps an apology, because right now it's not possible. The boy gently strokes her head, and Majolica starts comparing her to an animal, while the prince sits there waiting like he's expecting a trip to the east any day. Krona sits beside him, fists clenched in misery. When the prince was passed out, she and two others never left his bedside, taking turns through it all, and now he's up and leaving again, and they still didn't get a chance to meet. The crone snaps back and swears she's just joking, telling the prince their dragons have ballooned so big they'll no longer squeeze through the palace canals. Then the prince turns to the girl and orders her to take care of them. The crone hands the boy a communication stone that lets him fire off voice messages, and once the girl's grandfather tinkers with it, there are way more ways to send his voice out. The prince leans in and asks his girlfriend, "What if that boy suddenly turned into a monster? Would you change how you feel?" And she answers, dead certain no. The prince is hit with shock. She doesn't back down at all. She grabs the boy's attention and demands a promise. If he's truly that worried, then swear he'll stay by her side even when he turns into a monster. The girl demands he swear that if he turns into a monster, Ein will hand her a star crystal. Then her dress snaps and flutters in the wind as she grins wide. The boy's cheeks flare red, then he grabs Krona's hand and swears he'll do the same if something like that ever happens. Promise locked in, he heads east. Everyone swarms through the station, trading hellos and hunting for the right trains, while they shake Kadama awake and she refuses to budge. The prince demands what she's doing here. The cat snaps back that she's here to put her new knowledge to use, and Dill flat out explains that the girl slipped in through the luggage. Kadama snatched off her glasses, already plotting to use them for a disguise. She was itching for the arrival, but the prince warned her not to get too excited yet. Then Kadama snapped back that she won't be treated like some kid. 4 people tumble off the train in matching camouflage robes, then they step down and stare out at the city like it's about to change their lives. It's the beating heart of magical research in Ishtalika, packed with the newest breakthroughs in magic, even though it's not the capital. The Tower of Wisdom is where breakthrough magic research gets cooked up. Massive money required, impossible to enter, and not even the government can step in. The researchers fuel it all with sea crystals. The prince frowns like the crystals are getting thrown away, and he snaps that his mother was forced to marry Heim for them. So Dill clocks his frustration and urges, "Let's hit the inn," and the prince decides to fire off a message to Krone. Ein tells them the whole city chills you to the bone, and that tower is enormous, while Dill snaps that their stealth routine will collapse the moment those robes come off. The boys head straight to the spot Majolica pointed to, an actual school inside the Great Academy of Magic, right where the main laboratory is. At the gate the guard snarls, "Why are you here?" then demands to see their letter, warning that adventurers are always showing up with counterfeits. The man takes it and reads every word dead serious. The guard snaps that he has to call the chief professor. Turns out Majolica wields serious power. He rushes to apologize and begs the prince to wait just a bit longer, and the prince, he's completely thrown off. The guests are met by head Professor Oz, and the prince rushes out an apology for the visit, only for Oz to beam, because he's genuinely grateful they came, especially since he's always thrilled to see honorary Professor Mollica. The prince jolts in shock as he finally learns the truth, and the man in glasses snaps his fingers at the guests, "Follow me." The giant study is packed with books, with stones sitting beneath the glass display, and the professor drops onto the sofa. The professor shoots them an apology for calling them ordinary guests when they first met, because strangers were lurking on the street, and he couldn't risk revealing what was inside that letter. Then the crown prince steps in and introduces his companions. Chris straight up introduces himself as the marshal, calls Dill the prince's escort, and then Ketsy Curtsy steps in, saying it's a total honor to finally meet Professor Oz. The prince's jaw drops because Kadama is acting just like a princess, and the marshal confirms it. She's the first princess of the Ketsy. Then the professor grins, Kadama's thrilled to meet him, and they both scramble to trade knowledge. Professor Oz blurts out an apology. He'd gotten way too carried away, and quickly tries to reel the conversation back in, but the crown prince shoots back that it's all about his body and the Scarlet Fox. Professor Oz is a wizard with magical stones, and when he spots the prince swallowing the Elderlich's stone in the Dullahan, his eyes light up. He's seconds away from unveiling something wild. Oz bares his chest and tells the kids to chill. This room's locked tight under Mahalika's ruthless spell, and the professor swears the chest holds exactly what the crown prince needs. Marshal Chris grabs Prince Ain's hand, and Professor Oz pops open the chest, lifts the lid, until Prince Ain locks eyes with 2 magical stones, the legendary Scarlet Fox gems. Prince Ein and the first princess, with their knight Chris, stared in disbelief when the red fox's magic stone lit up, like it had just awakened something impossible. Chris got swallowed by nasty memories from her past battles, and just when the prince clocked the shift in her mood, he slid his hand onto hers, surprising her more than she expected. Ein's soft smile lit up her face as she reassured Cree, and Chris shot back, totally baffled. Everything's supposed to be fine, just like the prince said. Still grinning, the prince figured he wouldn't mind keeping a stone like that around, since that elder lick had warned it could stop the duel a hand. Ein wheeled on Mr. Oz and said this exhibit was priceless, because Majolicus claimed Professor Oz knew everything about red foxes. Mr. Oz nodded and admitted she'd read it right. He'd only managed to snag this one stone for his research. Ein rushed up to Professor Oz and begged for help with his research, fired with questions about his own body, and when he asked for the professor's findings, Professor Oz grinned and happily agreed. Professor Oz told the prince it would take him a couple of days to ready the paperwork for him, and the prince shot back that it was totally no big deal. The prince started pitching a reward for helping the professor, and Professor Oz instantly caught it. The professor shrugged off any reward, asking what could possibly beat one real, soul-to-soul conversation with His Highness. Knight Chris jumped into the conversation and warned them that everyone might wrongly assume Prince Ein had used his position, then told them to accept his gratitude. Professor Oz stroked his chin, eyes narrowing as he said, "Only if you truly insist." The professor blurted out, trembling, "Can I ask for anything besides money and payment?" And the prince lined in like, "Wait, what do you mean?" With sorrow stamped across his face, the professor started to tell everyone about the string of kidnappings of little kids in Ista. The professor kept talking, then pointed out the victims were slum orphans, so everyone brushed the case off like it didn't matter. Clasping his hands, the professor shook as he admitted his heart ached for them, no matter who the children were. The professor snapped his gaze to His Majesty again. Professor Oz bowed hard, then roared for the prince to command more knights, because they needed to hunt down the killer now, and the whole room froze, stunned by what that man just demanded. Prince Ein shouted the professor's name, then confusion hit the air like a punch. The prince stared at the bowing man, baffled, and realized it all. Someone who'd rather help orphans from the slums than take a reward he'd earned was the real deal. After mulling it over, Ein nodded and told the professor he'd back the decision, and make sure the knights carried the decree themselves. The professor practically beamed, thanking His Highness on the spot. Prince Ein even promised, "I'll join the search myself," and it totally stunned everyone. Chris shot up from the sofa and started yelling that it didn't matter how many guards stood beside the prince, this was impossible, and Ein, with his eyes shut and arms crossed, fired back that he didn't want to just bark out orders. The prince cracked one eye open, told Chris they still had time to spare while the professor gathered his stuff, then leaned in and demanded her take. Chris stared at the prince in stunned silence. Crushed under the prince's pressure, Chris caved, better to stay by his side than fight to stop him, then let out a restless breath, and the prince smirked back, saying he'd already figured out exactly how she felt about him now. The worried professor whipped around to the knight, voice shaking as he demanded if she truly agreed with all this. Then Chris brushed it off, saying stuff like that happens all the time, and it's not worth losing sleep over. The professor sprang off the sofa, clasped the prince's hand, and promised to reach out the moment he pieced everything together, while the prince returned the handshake and swore he'd stay right there, doing everything he could to catch the criminal. By the time the professor hit the bell, the prince's crew was already lined up at the door, so Oz told him to get the guard to escort them, and ordered the hood pulled over their heads. The professor stormed up to the desk, yanked open a drawer, and started digging in it, blasting that he'd almost forgotten to hand the prince something, while the prince clocked Oz's move instantly. The professor thrust a sealed envelope into the prince's hands. The prince lined in and demanded, "What's inside the envelope?" Wearing a grim face, the professor snapped back that there were ancient papers from secret research in ESTA, too valuable to ever let go, even in the afterlife, and he warned that the prince might stumble on a clue buried in them. The prince thanked the professor one more time, and when they reached the door, the guard lined in and demanded to know why they'd come to see him. The professor barked orders to the guard to escort the distinguished guests, and the guard snapped to attention and obeyed. Finally, the guard shoved the letter into Oz's hands, and the professor snapped into gratitude right after. The guard barked at the prince's group to follow him right now. Professor Oz bowed again to his guests, then tipped his head and bid them farewell. With everyone gone, the professor finally cracked open the letter by himself. With a face full of nerves, he ripped open the letter and started to read. Whipping his chair around to the window, the professor calmly said the moment had finally arrived. 3 companions and the prince tore out of Professor Oz's estate together. Chris told the guys to head back to the hotel and finally catch their breath, and Ain instantly nodded along, done with the long haul. The first princess swore she'd just go shopping instead, but the other night she called out her name, way too confused for it to make sense. The knight sprinted after his mistress, shouting for her to wait, just long enough for him to catch up. The rest of the crew huddled and talked it over, and when the prince asked if they'd be okay, Chris, thinking it through, said they'd most likely be fine because Princess Kadima wasn't nearly as reckless as the prince. Ain and Chris burst back into the hotel, right where the next nightmare and the next clue waits. A loud clatter hit the counter, then this man erupted, screaming about why the room he always stays in was taken, and I didn't even notice the noise. Rage clenched his chest as he panted loud, like the anger itself wouldn't let him breathe. The girl behind the counter kept apologizing, saying someone else had moved into the room starting today, while the man's swearing only got worse and worse, like it was escalating by the second. The man promised to pay extra, then demanded the other guests get kicked out so he could slide in, yet the poor, confused girl snapped back that they couldn't just throw him out. Chris didn't ask whether the guy was talking about their room, but when he answered, he basically shrugged it off. No reservation or not, nothing to worry about. The man slammed his fist onto the table, pure rage exploding through him. He couldn't take it anymore, he snapped, yelled he was done for good, and swore he'd never step foot there again. The girl begged the Viscount to stop, but the man just roared at his men to come with him as he stormed out. Chris threw herself in front of Aina, shouted that he was charging their way, and demanded the prince get right behind her. The Viscount puffed hard as he brushed past the prince. The Viscount grumbled that they'd regret letting someone like him slip away, the patron of wyverns and krakens no less. Then the prince snapped his gaze onto him. Chris jolted with a sharp gasp. Chris snapped his memory and told the prince that this man was sage, straight from a family of Viscounts. The prince couldn't help but ask if they had any big, famous stories to share. Chris lit up and said they were the most famous family around, with a legacy that stretched back forever, then added that his predecessor was an outstanding man and that His Highness would have absolutely wanted him remembered. Ain pressed the man on what he meant by patronage, then snapped, "So how am I supposed to understand that?" Chris started spilling the truth. There was a trading company that bought and sold monsters, and some nobles hoarded the ones they'd captured, then handed them off to adventurers as pets. Chris kept warning that if the monster ever hurt a human badly, it would get crushed, and the prince nodded, taking every last detail in. Chris started putting the pieces together, and she snapped that it was weird. Ever since he took over his head, the Viscount's finances had tanked, and she couldn't believe he could even foot the bill for a hotel like this. The prince just stayed quiet. Even at night in her own room, the first princess still couldn't wrap her head around what was happening. While the prince sprawled on the sofa, eyes locked on the papers, he took a wild shot. "Are you talking about me not staying up late?" But the cat shot back, "Nope," then added her Nia. The princess brought up Chris again, right there, sprawled across the prince's lap. Ain shot a smile back at Chris, but before the moment could breathe, the princess snapped that it was unheard of for a marshal to doze off on the crown prince's lap, especially while he still failed to remember Nia's particle. Then Chris, still wearing that satisfied grin, drifted off like a baby right there on her lap. The princess dodged the topic and leaned in, firing off a question about those documents the prince just asked her to inspect. The moment the first princess saw it, surprise ripped through her, totally stunned. The prince launched into his plan, spilling details about experiments meant to fuel interracial demonization, then argued the goal was to forge an artificial demon, and finished by saying, basically, this whole thing is a first-hand log of experiments on people, to prove whether he was right. The first princess admitted she'd heard rumors about it, and the prince leaned in and said it finally made sense why Professor Oz insisted the research had to stay under wraps. The prince keeps insisting it's easy, just dissolve the stone's energy inside another race, then force it to grow artificially. The princess said that some folks once called other races demons, and she even tossed Nea into her answer, then hit the real point. If people feared demons could grow stronger by gobbling up a magic stone, they figured other races could pull the same stunt too. Suddenly the prince called the princess by name, and the moment the words hit, she shuddered. The prince, fuming, insisted he was doing it just like that, drinking the stone's energy and getting stronger. Then he kept talking about the research. 99.9% of the test subjects died, and the ones who survived didn't stay controlled for long, so they were quickly dealt with. The prince warned that if the demonization keeps crawling forward, one day he'll personally kill the people he loves. The prince slumped with a heavy heart, and the princess watched him in stunned silence. The cat warned him not to let that happen, so they dove straight into this research. The princess leaned in and asked Ain what he saw as the real downsides of becoming a monster, and the prince pressed her for details. Ain pictured a cat monster roaring in his mind, and then he froze because it wouldn't say a single word. The cat snapped that he'd been wrong to assume he'd predicted it, and warned that if he suddenly evolved, he'd never make it back into a brainless fish that couldn't even understand the language. The princess brought up Dullahin and the elder Lick again, saying you can't even judge if they're demons when they're dressed in normal clothes, so the prince thought it through and admitted she was right. The cat sneered and said, if it really comes to that, we just register the prince as a brand new race the moment he evolves, and the prince was left completely stunned. Ein spat out curses at his relative as he shook them. Ein burst into laughter so hard she started crying, then gasped that she was going way too far. The relative soothed him and insisted that a backup plan wouldn't hurt, then urged him to stop spiraling, so the prince smiled and admitted he felt way better now. Ein shot up, slid a pillow under Chris and told her, he's gonna bolt to the restroom, warning her before he could. Kadima calmly sifted her tea, like she had all the time in the world. Suddenly the cat snapped into action, ordering Chris to keep his mouth shut about everything she'd just heard, then swore she'd go tell her father if it ever became necessary. Chris pushed himself up from the pillow, slow and heavy, like his body didn't want to wake up yet. Chris stared at the princess's notice, stunned, because it claimed she'd already woken up. Chris yanked her red face up with both hands and blurted out that she felt crushed with shame the moment she realized she'd been sprawled right on the crown prince's lap, and she had no clue how to escape the whole awkward mess. Right after snapping back to normal, Chris told him, I'm not in the right place, and if His Majesty asks, I won't be able to stay quiet about this secret. The princess started waving her paw and swore she was certain everything would work out, like she was already setting the plan in motion. Chris had no clue what she meant, but she shut him down with silence. The first princess shot up from the sofa, spun toward Christina Wernstein, and announced that Princess Kadima von Ishtalika was issuing a brand new royal decree. The princess kept barking orders. She flat-out banned anyone from spilling a single word they learned in Ista, especially what pointed to Een being demonized. Kadima ended it with a chilling warning. Nobody was allowed to know, heck, not even the royal family. Right then and there, Chris hit one knee and immediately obeyed, accepting the command like it was law. Kadima stared at Chris with a grim, unblinking look for what felt like forever. As Chris lifted her head, Kadim caught her familiar look like clockwork. The princess snapped that acting serious all the time was exhausting, and Chris admitted he never thought he'd have to pull out a royal decree. Kadima shot back with a half-bitten bite of silence, saying all of this was done for that mouthy nephew of hers. Right then, the prince was holed up in the restroom, staring in pure awe at that magic tap that gushed water like it had a mind of its own. The prince hurried back to the girl's room and froze when he saw Chris already awake, while the knight, totally flustered, blurted out an apology for what she'd done. Meanwhile, Kadima sat on the sofa, sipping her tea like nothing was happening. On day 2 of the search, the prince stood before the mirror, almost fully dressed and ready to bolt. Then he stepped into the dining room, greeted everyone, and hurriedly apologized for keeping them waiting. Chris lugged breakfast in, and as Ane said good morning, he fired back a warm reply. The girl fired off her argument to the prince, urging him to stop dragging himself through the night with those documents and saying he'd need his strength, yet the prince snapped back, saying he had to push harder because he couldn't risk missing the criminal. The prince scanned the room, then snapped, Chris, where are Dilla and Kadima? The knight explained they'd run to the store for groceries, and the prince immediately threw out his sympathy for Dill. Ain leaned in and told Chris, no more stalling, then it's straight to business, and the girl smiled, saying she'd whip up something to cook. Suddenly, the prince's focus snapped when a message hit his hands. That magical message came straight from the girl, and she told him she was relieved he was okay. The girl let out a breath of relief, knowing the prince was doing fine, and she prayed he'd stay healthy and never catch a cold. The girl shot a thought that her grandfather might be there too, and the prince called out that he was, so the girl told him right then to go ask her grandpa if he ran into him. Finally, she told him, call me the second you get this message, I'll be waiting. Ein grinned, clutched the magic item from the letter, thanked the sender for the message, and vowed he'd give it everything he had. Chris and the prince, both cloaked in hoods, slipped into the city to chase their investigation. Ein clocked a sea of people around them, and Chris smirked, saying, yeah, East is packed, tourists everywhere. The prince pondered it and admitted it'd be a nightmare to dig up any info, so many people get kidnapped there. Chris nodded, fully agreeing. Chris started laying it out for the prince. This wasn't going to stop him, not even close, so she told him to be smarter and more careful. The prince sighed, swallowed his pride, and nodded along. Right when they slipped into the alley, the couple suddenly realized, yeah, they were completely lost. It never said there were a bunch of alleys, so when panic hit, Chris blurted that they should just go straight. Maybe that would finally lead them out. The prince figured a tower of wisdom had to be nearby, and from out in the distance came loud shouts. Someone was yelling at the thief to stop. The prince snapped his eyes toward the noise and saw a pack of men sprinting after a little girl in a torn, ragged dress. They screamed at the girl to freeze, swearing she'd never slip away from them again. The girl screamed that she hadn't done a thing, then one of them yanked her by the hair like it was nothing. The terrified girl begged to be let go, but the man grinned over the capture and warned that she'd pay for everything she'd done. Another guy stepped in and said they needed the girl alive, and the brute who'd grabbed her nodded like that was exactly what he planned. The guy clutching the girl in his arms told her, "We've got to turn back." Suddenly, the guys chasing the girl slammed to a halt when the attack hit. Chris strode past them with a sword in hand, and the girl crumpled into tears, terrified out of her mind. The prince lined in and demanded, "So what's really going on here?" Ein closed in on the girl and demanded to know what was wrong, and she told him everything was fine. Then Ein added in a softer tone, "Don't be scared of me." Suddenly the girl's eyes fluttered closed, and the prince caught her just in time. Chris figured she was wiped out and ready to collapse, then she fainted, and the prince just said it was a good thing he'd arrived in time. Ein blurted out what she noticed about the girl's clothes, looked at Chris like, "Is she an orphan?" And Chris had no real clue, just awkward uncertainty. Still trapped in that alley, the prince stepped in and offered to take her straight to his room. Chris nodded and agreed. By the time evening rolled in, the girl was already sprawled in her bed, staring at the ceiling. Slowly, the girl's eyes fluttered open, like she was waking up from a deep, dangerous dream. The prince was right there, leaning in, and demanded to know if she was awake. The girl opened her mouth to ask him something, but the prince cut her off and shouted to his crew about the girl's awakening. Chris hustled in with the food while the girl and the boys all sat there, waiting and hanging on the moment. The prince grilled the little stranger about her hunger, then urged her to eat first and rest right after. 2 sandwiches sat on the table, one with egg, one with salad, and the girl froze, admitting she had no money to pay for the food. Ein burst out laughing and told the girl the food had been cooked just for her. The little stranger suddenly broke down and started sobbing uncontrollably. The girl trembled through her tears and thanked them with real, heartfelt sincerity. First, the girl tore off a small bite of the sandwich and dug in. The girl flashed the prince a grateful smile one more time, then dug into her sandwich and chewed like she'd earned every bite. The stranger dropped onto the floor, bowed her head, and said, "You fed me so well, now I owe you everything." Ian shot up from his chair, flashed a reassuring smile, and told the little girl the food was totally free, then urged her to hop back up at the table. She sat back down. The prince blurted, "Why are those guys chasing her?" She had no clue why. When she finally got home, those guys were already waiting there. The girl kept going, swearing they grabbed her sister, then she bolted and vanished. The stranger started trembling and crying all over again, and the prince's heart sank. Then, right under the table, he clenched his fist with pure fury. The girl spun toward the prince and begged the Lord to rescue her sister. Even after he showered her with mercy, the stranger still realized her request was sheer audacity. The prince softly seized her hands, holding on like it meant everything. Ain't told her to calm down, he was already geared up to go save her sister. Chris grinned at how quick the young prince was to catch on, and the stranger shot back his thanks again. Ein kept insisting that this room was the girl's for now, telling her to do whatever she wanted in it, and to finally get some rest. Chris and Ein stepped out of the little stranger's room, bracing for whatever came next. Chris couldn't believe it. How did kids like that end up in the slums? The prince shot back, "She's tough, really tough. She can take anything that comes at her." Suddenly a sharp knock slammed at the entrance, and Ian snapped his head around. Dill burst in, shouting that he was back, and the prince welcomed him like a brother, then leaned in and demanded, "So, any results?" That night his report hit hard. He swore the men hunting the little girl weren't random at all, they were hired bandits. Dill said a witness watched those guys slip down a back street toward the Tower of Wisdom, and that their whole thing was grabbing people in alleyways. Finn and Chris were left absolutely stunned. The prince wrestled with the idea, and Chris pushed back with a plan. Maybe the Tower of Wisdom is the perfect refuge for them. Ian stared out the window, completely baffled. He stared at that tower and knew, without a doubt, something was badly wrong inside. The very next day rolled in, and outside, people huddled at tables, whispering and chatting under the open sky. Prince and Chris sat close together as Ian watched, his mind racing over whether today's interrogation had finally cracked something, because deep down, he already feared they wouldn't uncover a single new clue. Chris pushed for Warren Sama to take over, and she didn't argue, because he'd already promised that kid he'd handle it. Chris stared at the desperate prince, saying nothing, like the truth was screaming right through him. Even so, the knight still held on to hope and tried to lift the prince's spirits, urging him to go back to their room to dig for answers. Chris's offer had me thinking, and the girl insisted this place cooked fresh dishes for everyone in town. She swore they even go hunting at night, but they're out there during the day too, so you can catch them either way. Chris admitted she still hadn't had the chance to see the city and all its sights, and Ein snapped, "Let's go see them right now." He spotted a stadium blazing on the horizon, and his heart started pounding. Inside it, a whole army of monsters lurked, ready to pounce. Chris couldn't stop smiling at the spectacle, and Prince Een was absolutely thrilled by it. The prince whipped around to the girl and blurted that he'd never laid eyes on a monster like this. He pointed at the gigantic horned beast towering in front of them. Chris spotted another monster, and his jaw dropped because it looked exactly like a dragon. The prince clocked it right away. This stone monster wasn't weak for a second, while Chris snapped that it was downright awful and terrifying. I leaned in and asked if maybe he was so tiny he could have been a cub, and the girl shot back that it all depended on where he'd been raised. Suddenly, the heroes spotted a monster way bigger than the one before, and the sheer size stunned them. The prince and the knight sized each other up and started comparing their skills. The prince bragged that he already looked deadlier than that monster, and Chris snapped in agreement, saying this was the first time they'd ever seen a wyvern like this. The girl nudged him to go down and get a closer look, insisting there was nothing to worry about. They descended, and the prince's eyes widened because it was absolutely enormous. The monster himself clocked them, and pure horror ripped through him. The wyvern burst into magic, and the prince froze in shock at how terrifyingly powerful it was. The monster locked eyes with the prince and snarled, growling at him like it had claws for his name. Suddenly the wyvern started trembling, and the iron slipped into a dazed, helpless stupor. Other people clocked the monster's weird moves too, and the prince urged them to bail. Then Chris snapped back that he could feel their power surging right here. Suddenly the cheating owner lunged up to him and demanded, "So how do you scare my wyvern?" The prince couldn't forget the man's face from the hotel. The folks walking behind whispered that it was Viscount Sage himself, and they thanked him over and over for dropping by the show. Vikin snatched a whip from one of the servants, snapped it at the monster in a burst of rage, and barked for him to stop standing there like a statue. He barked orders at him, demanding he keep fighting. The Viscount roared at the monster, "I handed you all that money," and then demanded it keep beating, never stop. The wyvern shrank back, slapping its wings over its muzzle in a desperate cover, while its master only let out a tired sigh from all that strain. The Viscount, baffled, demanded who'd slipped him that medicine. Then the guy behind him snapped that he shouldn't panic, because this whole thing reeked of something shady. Suddenly the Viscount snapped his focus to the prince and his companion. The Viscount strode up to the boys and told them he'd noticed they were staring at his wyvern, and the prince nodded, saying the Viscount was right because they'd just arrived. The Viscount barked an order into the night, opened the boy's hood. The prince's face twisted with disgust as that hand reached for him. Chris flicked the Viscount's knight away with a sharp wave and snapped, "Don't raise your hands." The girl shot a quick look at the Viscount. Chris pulled the hood over her head and turned away, like she couldn't bear to look. The Viscount licked his lips in the most disgusting way imaginable. Viscount Sage snapped that brute force was pointless and demanded they leave with him. Then he reached for the girl and basically promised, "If you come with me, you'll be safe. No danger, just go." Chris got hemmed in by the Viscount's men. She locked eyes with them and the prince snapped, "Stand right there." Ein told him she was his closest person, and that's exactly why she wouldn't let herself be anywhere else. Chris nearly couldn't believe what her master said, and heaped relief washed over him. Already seething with rage, Ein snarled at his enemies that if they ever dared to do this again with her, he'd never forgive them. The Viscount sputtered in pure disbelief. How dare he talk to him like that? The villain decides to ignore it, then snaps, and orders his wyvern to be shoved into a cage. The couple rose from their seats and locked eyes with the Viscount, hanging on every word like it might blow their world apart. Without warning, the prince yanked Chris's hand in a tight, urgent grip. Ein told him to head home since strange people were hanging around, and Chris grumbled, then followed her without a fight. Still clutching the girl's hand, they strode forward without ever letting go. The girl, gasping for air, blurted out everything about the hand. The prince didn't even hear her. He kept marching in silence, anger blazing across his face. Chris stared at the prince, her mouth hanging open in shock. The girl's cheeks burned as she smiled at the prince's antics, then she dropped her eyes, hiding the flustered feeling. The couple kept moving down the street, side by side, like nothing could stop them. Suddenly the prince slammed on the brakes and froze in place. The prince spun around, locked eyes with Chris, and just like that, let go of her hand. Chris stared at the hand Ain held, his heart sinking, and the prince spun toward her. The prince grilled Chris about Viscount Sage's finances, and she admitted they'd spiraled into ruin, so when he kept pressing, he realized that rot might be the reason the wyverns ended up in such a pathetic state. Chris started doing the math: feed them, take care of them, and you're staring at around 5 million, but if you include the performances, the total jumps a little higher. Right here, Ain lined in and demanded where he even got the money for all this. The prince snapped his fingers, then a wild idea lit up his mind. Ain stared up at that massive tower as she kept talking. Chris pulled out an umbrella and started talking up this place like it was about to steal the show. The girl said this place just spawns the aurora borealis on cue, painting the whole sky like it's alive, while the prince stared, completely blown away by how weird and amazing that was. Ain demanded to know if this building was the Tower of Wisdom. The prince couldn't stop thinking again, his mind just kept spinning. The girl snapped her head toward Ainu. Ian demanded to know if the Viscount had somehow pulled strings with this tower. Chris shot back that whoever built a place like that had to be wildly brilliant and well-educated, and then insisted the Viscount and that tower could never be linked. The prince kept pushing his theory and Ain cut in, saying these kidnappings weren't random. Then the girl interrupted the guy mid-sentence and finished it. They were snatching people to trade them and cash in on their lives. The girl snapped back to reality and blurted out what she'd realized, and as the talk kept going he stacked every clue: how the carriage always ran to the tower, how only one person could reach it, and how that same person was tied to the kidnappings, so the nobleman who could actually pay for it had to be none other than the Viscount. The couple stared at the tower once more, and this time, seriousness settled into their faces like a storm. Meanwhile, the kids huddled in the castle tower, staring out from their hiding spot. A little girl cowered inside a cage, her clothes ripped to tatters. One of the girls curled up with her knees to her chest, lips pressed tight like she was holding back something big. The girl sobbed hard, her tears crashing down as memories of her little sister flooded back. Meanwhile, the first princess was ripping through the streets back from shopping, buzzing with excitement after a fun day with her friend Dill. Kadima let her tea cool, then echoed Ain's plan. He wanted to dig into the Tower of Wisdom because it screamed something off. The prince took his seat across from the princess and asked for royal permission to enter, but Kadima shot him down. That's a bad idea, Nea, because he could be seen as unfit to sign the decree. The princess told Ainu he could slip into the palace unnoticed, no questions asked, only for Ainu to freeze in shock at Kadima's words. The prince paused, then said the Tower of Wisdom was insanely secret. Was he right about that? And he added that it was probably heavily guarded, so getting past them wouldn't be easy at all. Then the princess flipped open a notebook and showed him the tower's blueprint, grinning as she insisted he had to neutralize its security system. Kadima kept going, saying the tower's power doesn't just sit there. It fuels every function, from defense to everything else, all powered by a massive underground seal made of magic stones. Ain beamed and said it all clicked for him now. He started talking through the seal on the magic stones, and the princess nodded along, repeating it right after him like she approved the whole plan. The prince kept talking about how the seal could be shattered. Then a relative swatted Ainu across the head with a paw, snapping her into correcting him. He didn't destroy it, he just turned it off for a while, because if he broke it for real, the body count would skyrocket into an astronomical number. Kadima snapped at her nephew, calling him a fool, and the battered prince crumpled on the floor, begging the princess for what he should do next. Kadima stepped up to him and hissed her whole plan straight into his ear. Kadima, Ayin, and the little stranger huddled at the table, ready for whatever came next. The girl cornered the prince and demanded answers about her sister, because she'd heard she might be trapped up in the tower. Ain answered her with a bright yes, but she made it clear this was still just a guess for now, yet it was a real opening, a shot in the dark for the girl to grab. The little stranger snapped into tears, begging that if there was even a single clue about where her sister was, she'd finally be able to breathe again. Kadima leaned in and demanded the girl's sister's name, because that one detail could supercharge the whole search. The girl finally caught her breath, introduced herself as Verla, said her sister May was the one who vanished, and made it clear, straight up, that she's only 6 years old. Verla couldn't help herself, she pressed them for their names, knowing they were nobles but still clueless about who they truly were. The prince announced himself as Een, then pointed out his relative as Kadima-san, only for Kadima to explode in fury and snap that she wasn't a cat at all, she was a kite Sith. The prince kept insisting, we're not nobles, not really, but he knew trying to explain that to her would be a total headache. Ain shot up from the table and strode for the exit, announcing it was time to go, and Kadima stepped in to promise she'd hand the princess's protection over to Dill, when the cat immediately agreed. The girls got totally left alone. Verla couldn't take it anymore. She blurted her question again, demanding to know who they really were because they were her saviors and she had to understand. Kadima shot back to the girl, nodding hard. Yeah, stuff like that can't stay hidden. Kadima called out her status and the princess too. The girl froze in pure shock. After a while, she snapped back into her senses, gasped in shock, and finally clicked the pieces of the puzzle into place. Verla lined in and pushed again. Could this man really be the crown prince of their country? Kadima exploded into Dill's room like a storm breaking through the door. The knight shot up from the sofa and greeted the princess, and Kadima burst out, "Now's the perfect time to work." Then the knight demanded, "So, what kind of work are we talking about?" Kadima clocked that Ian was missing in his own head again, and warned him to think ahead before he dives in to rescue the kidnapping victims. The cat kicked off the plan. First, we're checking with the police station to see if anyone's reported missing, then we're calling a healer in case someone's hurt up in that tower, and finally we're grabbing a whole stack of clothes. Kadima tried to keep going, but the knight slammed in out of nowhere, twisting her around mid-sentence. Dill dropped to one knee and begged his mistress to help him and to take him with her. The prince held his breath, waiting in stunned silence for the princess to finally answer. Kadima let out a shaky sigh of relief, her eyes locking onto her knight. The cat nodded and ordered him to start writing letters as a Galatsier, because nobody must find out that Ein and she're stuck in Ishta right now, so Dill snapped to attention and swore the job was in good hands. In the middle of the city, workers hurried to ready a carriage for the ride. The bald man spun toward the count and said he was finally done, and the count snapped back, "Then let's go." The count pressed the prince, asking if he truly meant to go there. Then the prince yanked off his hood and snapped, "Yes." Chris insisted they head back to the inn right away, and the prince calmed her down by promising it wouldn't be anything like that time they fought the sea dragon. Ein thanked the count for saving the day, and you could see relief light up his face as the count cracked up and admitted he never thought expanding the August sales channel would hit them this hard. The count kept insisting that wooden boxes packed with magic stones had to be shoved straight down into the basement, and Ein just nodded like, "Yeah, that's perfect." Chris couldn't stop thinking about what was happening right now. The girl kept insisting, and the more she thought about it, the more she was sure she should go alone, because the prince had no reason to risk his life in danger. Prince Ein flashed a soft, tender smile at Chris. Ein snapped back to Chris's request, saying he could no longer bring himself to forgive them. In his mind, Verla's memories crashed back, and he thought about kidnappers, those who snatch children from their families, then laugh like it's nothing at all. Ein clenched his fist so hard his knuckles turned sharp with resolve. With a grim face, the prince declared that, as the future king, he needed to know right away who these people even were. Chris blurted her master's name in pure confusion, and the count just kept standing there, quietly studying the prince. Chris dropped to one knee, bowed her head, and said she finally understood, then swore she had to guard him with every ounce of strength, and Ein thanked her right after. The prince stared into the horizon, then leaned forward and started talking. Up ahead loomed that same towering threat, and the prince snapped that the time for the strike had finally begun. Right now, Augustus is chilling at the estate. The girl perched on the bed, held her breath, and listened to Ain's message, while the prince admitted he had a few things to handle in Ishta and swore he'd reach out to her later. The girl listened to the message, then glanced at the magical communication item with heartbreak in her eyes. The girl fired back Aina's message, saying she had a few things to handle, so his return had to be pushed back. A picture of the prince and Chris's conversation blasted into the girl's mind. She admitted she was crazy jealous of Christisan, because she wanted to steal time with Ein just as badly. Suddenly the girl snapped back to her senses and told herself, "Don't spiral like that, Ein's in Ishta now, and there's something important that needs fixing." That girl shook off the bad mood, figured out exactly what she had to do, grabbed her thoughts for a reply letter, and decided to hit the shops with Olivia Sama today. But every thought kept clawing at her mind, and peace never showed up. She flopped back down on the bed inside. She just stared up at the ceiling, saying nothing, pure silence screaming in her chest. She blurted it out loud, "I'm hopeless," she whispered, because she could no longer hold back how she truly felt about Ein. She clutched the magical object and blurted that it made her finally respect her old self for putting up with it all that time. In the chaos of her memories, she relived every second with Ein, then shot her hand up to the ceiling and cried out his name. The heroine admitted to herself just how badly she missed him, and the truth hit her fast. Loneliness was creeping in way sooner than she ever expected. The girl flashed a smile, then whispered to herself, "How on earth could I ever say something like that?" He gripped the stone tight, and when the artifact lit up, it started recording every single word she said. The girl froze in shock, and just like that, she finally realized what she'd done. The artifact flared with a signal, like a final stamp, confirming the sending was finished. She turned beet red, practically jolting out of bed like she'd been burned. She paced the room, jaw tight, replaying the message over and over, because when he finally heard it, she knew every single thing she'd said was true. The girl buried her embarrassment by covering her face with her hand. In the end, she snapped at the prince for staying out too long, then unloaded a barrage of insults on him. Deep underground, guards stomped past the magic tower, moving like they owned the shadows. One of them whipped around to check on his comrade, and the other shot back that all was fine, then he started right back on. Before he even finished his sentence, the guard jolted, full body shuddering like he'd just seen a ghost. Ein and Chris blitzed the opponents and knocked them out cold. Chris snapped at the prince, telling him he never should have stepped out. Then the prince shot back, saying the guard was right there and there was no way he could ignore it. Ein was buzzing after their penetration started strong, even as he couldn't ignore how tight and cramped that wooden box felt. The two heroes charged ahead, locking in on what came next. Chris shot a question to them about following Katima's plan, and the prince immediately nodded, ready to go along. Aim started laying it out according to the princess's plan, that energy gets forged in 2 stages. He started by saying they first churn liquefied magic stones in a pool to spark magical power, then funnel that power through a turbine to turn it into plain, everyday energy. Ein said their plan was simple: crank that same turbine above them until it overheated. He planted himself in the middle of the hall, like he owned the silence. The prince threw his arms wide, like he was about to command the whole world. The liquid under their feet suddenly started to whirl and spin like it had a mind of its own. The whirlpool kept clawing higher and higher, and Chris couldn't believe Ein's magic, so he shot a question right at her about how strong that water dragon really was. It was pure ocean current *** skill. The prince promised that if he could pump enough magical energy to overpower the turbine's limits, the whole thing would finally kick into gear. Suddenly, the lights died out like someone flipped the world's switch. A thick wave of cold smoke was blasting out of the work like a warning. Chris screamed that it was freezing, then right then and there, the railings started to ice over. Ein asked if the pool was frozen, and Chris shot back that it was overheated instead. The boys charged forward, and Ein snapped that they had to race upstairs to hunt for proof of the abductions before the system kicked back on Chris, immediately followed the prince's command. The heroes spotted a ladder, grabbed on, and sprinted even deeper. Ein rounded the corner just in time to spot a crowd of scientists sprinting past. Then he and Chris slipped through and kept moving, until they finally found the right door. Out of breath from sprinting, the boy crashed to a stop right in front of her. They were absolutely certain this was exactly what they came here for. The prince swore that the door was some magical thing, and that their whole plan had hit a wall, yet Chris only told Aina, "Move back." The girl snatched the sword and gripped it tight in her hands. With a string of fierce forward lunges, the girl smashed through the door. The prince couldn't believe how strong his companion was. Chris finally finished, and the moment it was over, he let out a huge breath like the weight of the world just dropped. A massive hole blasted straight through the door. Chris beamed and told Anusama the path was finally clear, but Ein's eyes went wide, because that strength of hers hit like a punch. Bursting into the rooms, the heroes froze, monsters lurked everywhere, and test tubes lined the walls. Ein leaned in and demanded, "So, are you monsters?" Chris said their bodies were unnaturally boosted, like someone was testing them to make them better. The prince lined in and told the girl, "There's another door right here." The heroes slipped inside with their guard up. The room hit you with a bed, and right next to it, an open sauna ready to blast heat. Ein shot a disgusted look at that dreadful room, and Chris immediately turned away, then called out for the prince. The hero's eyes locked on a gigantic cage stuffed with terrified girls. 2 girls clocked the strangers in an instant, and fear hit them so hard their bodies started trembling. The prince's world flipped upside down. He was hit with pure shock. Ein told Chris to handle the mess, and Chris snapped into it. He just figured it'd be ugly for them to have men lurking nearby. The prince got exactly what she meant, and Chris agreed without hesitation. The prince's eyes snapped to the documents sitting right on the table's edge. The hero grabbed them and instantly saw it: income and expense reports tied to human trafficking, and for the first time they had proof of everything. Halfway through the journey, the prince caught the twist. Suddenly they were trading boys, not girls, so he stared at the girls locked in the flight hole and couldn't stop wondering why. Ein snapped back to memory of exactly what the girls were wearing. The prince got it all in an instant. Rage clenched his jaw, and he spat vicious curses at the criminals. Chris crept up behind Ein and told her what she'd learned. She'd sent the girls to grab the lab coats she found nearby. Then the prince ruined the moment, reeking of them, and pushed the idea fast, "Get out of there." Suddenly a tiny hand snatched the prince's clothes in one sharp tug. A little girl marched right up to the prince and demanded to know, could she really see her sister for real? Chris swore it looked like May. Then the prince strode right up to the girl, stared like he already knew, and declared, "It's her." Ein told May it was all okay now, swearing she and her sister would reunite soon, and May lit up the prince with a dazzling smile. Then a sudden noise cracked from somewhere off to the side. The heroes threw their own bodies over the kids, and you could see the shock hit them right after. Chris ripped into the air, yelling that the monsters had burst out of the test tubes and were finally free. The Viscount stormed into the room and declared that the thing that had slipped into the laboratory must be what he'd met the other day, the impudent boy, then sneered like it was all a joke. The prince snapped back, saying he'd been right all along. The Viscount was the one behind the kidnappings. The Viscount and his guards burst onto the scene, like trouble had just decided to show up in person. The villain totally missed the point. He didn't kidnap them at all. He scooped up the girls and claimed them under his protection. The Viscount snapped the conversation to the real problem. Those heroes had stormed his laboratory, and that's a straight-up criminal offense. The Viscount barked the order to attack the monsters, screaming that the heroes had to atone for their crime by dying. The villains grinned as everything unfolded, like they'd just won. Suddenly he snapped his gaze to his hand and saw the liquid swirling there. The heroes tore into the Viscount's monsters, fighting tooth and nail to survive. The Viscount clocked that everything had gone sideways, and he snapped, demanding to know who they were. The villain spun on his mercenaries and barked for them to finish the job, bragging that he'd paid them a fortune, only for the guys to shove back and say it was impossible. The scared men swore the heroes went so far they even sliced through their swords. Rage exploded in the Viscount's chest. The villain's face was just inches from that sword. Chris started blurting out that he'd swung his sword at the wrong people, and that he deserved to be executed. Peeking under the hood, the girl said they had way too many questions for him, and he was going to have to answer every single one. The Viscount shot his hands up, nodded along with the girl, and started laying out the negotiations, then urged them to take the whole talk somewhere else. The villain closed in on her and growled, "Not today." A freaky gas started pouring out of the Viscount's leg, and the girl barely managed to clamp her hands over her face. The girl shoved forward and slipped out of the smoke. The Viscount's soldiers were slowly choking on their own fate, gasping for help as the walls closed in. Chris went wide-eyed and spat curses at the Viscount for slaughtering even his own comrades, and Aim tried to yank him back by blurting out that it was miasma. The prince roared that he'd purge the toxin right now, then a violent crack split the air. Yesterday, a monstrous wyvern burst out of the wall like it owned the place. That monster rumbled, and the prince fired questions at Chris about her, while the Viscount beamed at his own smart precautions as he hauled himself onto the wyvern. Ein barked at Sage to stop right there and then. A monstrous giant tore out of the hole and shot through the sky like it was hunting something. Ein spat out a curse, then snapped her gaze after the fugitive as he bolted. The princess, already settled on the train, leaned out the window and yelled at the kids that the ride to the capital was about to depart, then demanded they hurry up. The Eli boys finally slipped onto the train, and while the prince fought for his breath, Chris shoved a handkerchief into his hand and shot him a burst of support. The boys slipped into the carriage to catch a glimpse of the princess, and Kadama snapped at them for showing up late. The prince dropped onto the sofa and announced, like it couldn't wait, that he had to ask the Knights of Ishta something important. Ian kept pushing them to prosthetically hunt for Sage. Kadama got it right away and calmly said, "Since it's a direct order from the heir, we'll understand why it matters." The prince snapped back, furious that he wanted to handle it himself. The prince demanded where Verla and me were, and Dill shot back that he'd reserved a fresh room for them on the train, and that the girls were already sharing a meal together. Ein lit up because Kadama and Dill finally pulled it off. Now those kidnapped kids were being taken care of at the capital orphanage. The prince had already made up his mind. He was going to hire Verla and May to be palace servants. The hero snapped back to his relative and said, "Professor Oz handed me documents, every location where the red fox shows up and goes berserk through monstrification." Then the prince leaned in and added that he'd also passed over a single red fox stone. Kadama nearly fell apart at the discovery and shot Ein a question, did they seal it right? Chris chimed in that the professor handed over the stone with the sealing box itself, and the girl quickly calmed the princess down. She was keeping that artifact in her room. The prince hustled back to his room and started hammering through the documents. Ein clutched Clown's message in his head, then drowned in excuses, claiming the sudden chaos in his life had swallowed him. He let out a chuckle, thinking that once that girl found out he'd slipped into the Tower of Wisdom and started listening to Clown's letter, she'd flip her lid. In the letter, the girl confessed she missed him like crazy and admitted loneliness was creeping in, way harder than she ever expected. The prince froze in stunned disbelief. He stared at her, totally stunned by what she just said. The prince shot up, convinced the girl was toying with him, but her voice still hit serious, so he just stood there, totally stuck, not knowing what to say back. Ian threw his hand over his mouth, like he couldn't hold it in anymore, then he started talking. Suddenly his room windows shattered into flying glass, but he shoved himself out of the way and somehow dodged every shard. The train screeched to a stop. Chris and Dill burst into the prince's room and shouted for him, but the prince waved it off, said he was fine, and demanded to know what they needed. Through the shattered window, he spotted a wyvern swooping in. A wyvern tore across the night sky, screaming through the dark like it owned the darkness. The prince demanded, "Are you the Viscount's wyvern?" And Chris shot back, "Did you come for us?" The prince suddenly noticed other people nearby. People begged the train manager to push on, but the uniformed man snapped that it was impossible, because the monster was soaring through the air above them. Panic ripped through the crowd, and the prince's rage flared as he clenched his teeth. Chris gripped Ein by the shoulder, demanded permission to take on the monster, and barked at the prince to stay locked inside the train. Ein told them the Livern's target was them, and if even one stayed inside, that monster could smash the whole train to pieces. Chris tried to protest, but she couldn't get the words out. Ein shot his hand forward and told him he was sure everything was going to be okay, for both of them. The prince snatched Chris's hand and yanked her ahead go, but Chris whipped around and shouted his name. A uniformed man spotted the boys scrabbling to break free into the street through a busted window. The train conductor barked at the guy to stop, because that spot was pure danger. He froze in shock, staring like he couldn't believe what he just saw. The prince's face burned with determination. He didn't even glance at the guide. He froze in a daze, then it hit him. The guy in front of him was the crown prince. Around them, people caught on fast too, and you could practically feel everyone's confusion as they wondered, why is the prince here? The prince barked for Dill to bring Verla and May straight to Kadama, and guard all three of them with his life. Dill didn't hesitate, he accepted the command. Ein and Chris scrambled up onto the train's roof. The wyvern spotted the boys and let out a vicious growl, then the two of them tightened up, ready to pounce. The prince said it'd be perfect if that monster feared him like it did in the Colosseum, and Chris shot back that the wyvern's body had swelled even bigger. Chris spun around and suddenly something caught his eye. Out on some distant island, a lone cart sat waiting like it was about to change everything. Viscount Sage sat on the cart, riding into something big. The wyvern snapped into action and launched the attack. Chris snapped her sword up, bared her courage, and shouted she'd never let that monster lay a hand on them. The girl bolted forward, aimed straight for the monster's paw, and tried to slice through it. Chris whipped his head back. Chris snapped back to the prince, while Aim lit up the girl with praise for that clean strike. Then Chris revealed she'd tried to chop right off the wyvern's leg. Steam hissed from the monster's leg like it was melting under the damage. The prince clocked that the wound was healing itself right before their eyes, and Chris snapped that she never saw it coming. Because the wyvern's skin wasn't just tough on a girl, it could even radiate heat, making it a nightmare to deal with. The wyvern rocketed into the sky, and Chris snapped, "If we can't land one perfect hit on the vital point, then it turns into a grind." Ein shot back, "Good, because the vital point is my magic stone." The prince clenched his resolve and unleashed his magic. He fired off the thick fog skill, yelling that he'd track down the wyvern stone's location, no matter what. The monster snarled and lunged forward, desperate to get a closer look. From the steam club, the prince's magical bonds snapped into existence. The prince snatched the wyvern out of the air, and the monster thrashed and clawed, desperate to break free. A wyvern tried to blast off and escape, and Ein shot back that she was way too strong to let it get away. Ein roared at the wyvern that he'd already battled someone far stronger than her. The wyvern snapped its mouth open, yet it still fought to resist the boy's magic. The prince spotted it right away. The stone was jammed in the monster's forehead. Ein snapped at Chris, shouting that the stone was buried right in the wyvern's forehead. The girl locked onto her target and leapt into the sky to fire. As he attacked, he screamed that the girl finally understood the prince. Chris rocketed a punch straight into the monster's forehead. The girl was crushed by the fact that there wasn't another way to save that monster. Ein erupted in joy after that massive victory. Out of nowhere, a colossal kraken erupted from behind the guy, looming over him. The kraken lunged and clamped the train in its writhing tentacles. The prince and Chris froze in shock when a brand new monster suddenly crawled into view. Ayn replayed the Viscount's warning in her head. He claimed his army didn't just have monsters, he had wyverns and even a kraken lurking in the depths. The prince screamed that the monster was about to tear down the bridge and crush the train too. Right then, two sea dragons slammed into the Krenin. The boys gaped at this twist, and the kraken immediately dove beneath the waves. The heroes leaned over the edge and locked in on the face below, instantly guessing who it was. The sea dragons, they were old friends of El and Al, like they'd never truly stopped knowing them. The prince's relief hit hard as his friends swooped in to help. The dragons tore into the kraken and started devouring it. Chris shot a reminder that the sea dragon's absolute favorite snack was the kraken, so the prince went wide-eyed like, wait, did we really just stumble here to get dinner? The boy sprawled across the train's roof, cackling like he'd won, and insisted that even with all this chaos, the dragon had still saved them. The prince gazed up at the sky, and pure satisfaction lit his face. Ayn clung to Chloen's words, convinced they'd save him, and then the boy grabbed the artifact. The prince filmed a message for the girl, telling her he missed her like crazy. The Viscount's carriage had toppled and sprawled on the ground, wrecked and flipped over. Sage bolted into the distance, gasping for breath. He couldn't wrap his head around how something like this could happen to him. The Viscount caught his foot on a stone and pitched forward into a hard fall. He whipped around and horror hit him like a punch. The heroes trailed behind as the prince promised he'd haul the Viscount to the capital and throw him in prison. Then Chris leaned in and told the man there was nowhere left to run. The Viscount lined in and demanded answers from the prince again. The man barked that those suspicious robe-wearers had zero right to judge him and no authority at all. The prince strode into view, and when he finally revealed his face, the whole room went still. The Viscount's jaw dropped in pure shock. Ayn stared down at the criminal and pressed him again. Did he seriously still lack the power to judge the Viscount? The Viscount has already gone straight to his highness and made his case. The prince made it crystal clear, if he was really a noble, he definitely should have recognized him. The man dropped to his knees, clenched his fist tight, and nodded. He fully agreed with the prince. Ayn snapped back at him again, calling out every one of his crimes, then ordered him to confess in person to the capital, right after the prince added one final question of his own. The prince demanded to know why he kidnapped people. Was it for cold cash or something darker? The Viscount lowered his eyes and started speaking, like he was bracing for the storm. Sage's face contorted as he snapped that none of it mattered. This whole mess was just at that man's whim. The prince pressed him again about that man, only for the Viscount, racked with pain, to finally choke out that he'd become the man's right hand in return for a reward. The Viscount clenched his jaw and admitted the pain to himself over and over. Chris slammed her body over Ayn as the man thrashed, writhing, and begged for help. The Viscount's voice died in his throat, and he crumpled to the ground in a single, brutal collapse. Ayn blurted out, "Is the Viscount dead, and what just happened?" The prince dropped his head like it was nothing, and Chris snapped, "In A." Ayn stared up at the moon and erupted into a scream. The train screeched as it teetered on a broken bridge, right at the edge of disaster. The prince clutched the documents with shaking hands, then crashed onto the bed like the fight finally caught up to him. He snapped his eyes shut and relived Dill's warning that the railway line repairs would take a little longer, then remembered how Dill told Ayn to grab some rest in the train room. The prince stormed out of the room, already craving something to drink. Ayn's jaw dropped in pure shock. Chris sat at the bar in a dress with her hair down, and Ayn called out to the girl. He shot the girl a confused look and asked why she was dressed like that, and she immediately panicked, babbling fast that it wasn't what he thought. Those were just the last clean clothes she had. The girl froze in front of the prince, cheeks burning with embarrassment. The prince smirked to himself, telling her not to feel so embarrassed because she looked absolutely incredible in that expression, and the girl thanked him in a fussy, quick burst. Ayn slumped on the bar stool and said that that brutal ending was stalking his dreams, keeping him wide awake. Chris nodded like, "I feel it too." The prince started grilling the Viscount's final words, declaring someone big was pulling the strings. Then Chris nodded hard, saying they'd used the Viscount like a decoy and tossed him aside like a lizard's tail. Ayn stared at the leader and suddenly couldn't shake the feeling he might be the Red Fox. Even while the demon lord was tearing everything apart, the prince kept insisting that what Kadima said was true. Red Fox can both beef up and control monsters, and he even claimed that the ones Sedge controls give off a similar aura. Ayn told everyone that once he cracked the problem with his own body, he'd finally lock in on the Red Fox's matter. The prince clutched Professor Oz's documents in his mind and realized they were packed with useful, game-changing information. Ain kept insisting, based on the documents, that monsters don't lose their minds after evolving, they keep the same consciousness they had before. Chris couldn't believe what he was hearing. The girl sprang up and blurted out, so if the prince ever gets monstrified, he can still stay himself. Ain nodded hard, saying it only works if monstrification and evolution are treated as equals. Chris lit up and told her that even if it was true, the relief was still real, like a weight had finally lifted off her shoulders, and she'd have to thank the professor for dropping that news. The prince said the professor was the kind of man who'd put orphans first, even if it cost him his own dreams, and yeah, he was genuinely thrilled he'd come to Ishtai. The girl lit up at Ain's words, and when the guy clocked the shift in Chris's face, he called it out. Chris quickly apologized. The girl spun the glass in her hands, like she was daring fate to blink first. Chris launched into the prince, praising how powerfully he'd grown, proven all over again by how he carried himself during their trip. The girl sensed it. Ain was slipping into the exact same darkness as the first king. Ain's cheeks burned, Chris's words hit like a slap, and the girl shot back fast, insisting everything she said was true. Then Chris turned and called out to the prince. She lifted her glass, toasted them like a promise, and declared they were headed out together again. The prince stared at the girl, stunned. He lifted his glass, clinked it against hers, and nodded along as he joined her toast, and promised they'd come back for more and do it again. The man clutched a stone in his hands and told his father, "Today is the day everything changes." He flung his arms wide and snapped that the man had stolen his power, so now he'd been bold enough to deserve a beating. The man swore he'd finally torn away that dirty fox's magic stone, then rattled off the exact day it all went down. He pressed the stone to his face and gushed that the crown prince was so dignified and gallant, just like his father. Staring at the stone, the man murmured that it sent a rush straight through him. With his face twisted in pain and his chest heaving, the man kept insisting that this rush felt just like the day he killed the fox on his father's side, like all that same blood was still clinging to him. He stretched his hand toward the window and talked about the crown prince, saying he couldn't possibly crush that hunger for knowledge, and he was dying to see the heir's twisted expression. The madman snapped back, swearing he'd be wrong to point that twisted obsession at him, then insisted folks like his father should be loved, and right then, bam, someone knocked at the door. A uniformed man stormed in, snapped into an apology, and demanded to know if the knights could talk to him about something connected to the Tower of Wisdom. That madman leaned in and demanded, "I tell them he's coming to their office tomorrow." The uniformed man snapped into a bow, took the order, and even asked to be allowed to deviate. The crazy man grinned, and just as the other guy finished his sentence, he wheeled around right to the owner, and that's when they revealed it, Professor Oz. Chris snapped his head toward Ian and said the bridge was finally in sight, and the prince quickly agreed, "She's right." The couple climbed into a carriage and thundered toward the bridge. 6 months have already slammed by since that terrifying water train incident. I knew it the moment I turned 11, spring was finally here, like the world itself was about to change. Today, the boys head to the opening ceremony for the bridge that got wrecked when Viscount Sage's monsters attacked. Chris couldn't believe how smooth it all went, and the prince shot back that the transport was insanely efficient as they zipped from door to door. Ain winked and bragged that it all happened because his talented assistant was in the mix, clearly pointing at Clown. Clown shot her a grin and winked, teasing, "Are you talking about me?" Clown's already done with Leap College for girls. She graduated and moved on. In the dead of winter, Clown took the civil service exam, and nobody else even came close, because she passed it with a perfect score, becoming the youngest person ever to land a job as the Crown Prince's assistant. The prince leaned forward and asked if this ride was borrowed from Augustus's company just because it felt that good, and Clown grinned and said, "Yep, you nailed it. This is our brand new model." The prince's assistant told him she'd secured her spot after chatting with Ajima, so the prince had nothing to fear, because if they keep mishandling the taxes, Aina's name would take a brutal hit, and the prince nodded along. Chris blared that they'd be there any second, so get ready now. The guy listened, and right then the clown shouted at him to hold up. Clown's got a button, then he slams it onto the button in escape. The girl smirked and said the button was undone, and the guy burst out laughing, totally baffled, like, "You don't have to do that." Ain lunged onto the bridge, whirled around to face the crowd, and raised his sword in a sharp swing. The crowd erupted in cheers, and the prince's companions grinned like they'd just won the whole world. He stared at the prince's side, then let out a tired, shaky breath. 3 boys stood at his side, butts blurted. What's wrong with Ain's face? Roland, half human and half cat, snapped back that the adventure had only just started and demanded why the prince kept sighing. The last one, Leonardo, kept asking how the prince was doing. Ein shot back that this was the first school outing in 5 years, and he couldn't wrap his head around why they were headed for the royal castle. Then he teased, "So what, is this some kind of group visit to my house?" The boys just shrugged and said, "It's a really nice place." Leonard told them this place was the wildest thing they could have found, and it just didn't sit right with Ain too much, way too much. A knight then strode up to the boys and thanked them for sticking around and waiting. Dill stood in front of the boys as Ain blurted out, asking if he'd be their escort. The knight nodded yes, then added, "It's Warren's order." And just like that, the man started laying down the rules, telling them they weren't allowed to roam anywhere unless he was the one leading the way. He also told them that once inside the castle, the boys had to bow to Ein and call her Your Highness, and Leonardo snapped back that he'd make sure Butts followed every rule. Butts blew up in rage and screamed at his buddy. The escort just grinned, and everyone else burst into laughter. The man herded the boys through the palace, and moments later, they burst into the training hall. The boys leaned in and watched the knight's training unfold. Right when he got to the dining room, he slid into his seat and went for a quick snack. Then Ian leaned in and told him he'd be right back before walking out. Butts said the tour only hammered home how different his world was from Ian's. Then he admitted the one moment from the night training that hit him hardest. The boy said he could feel the sheer majesty of those knights, and every single move left him stunned. Butts kept insisting it didn't touch Ein in the slightest, and Leonard shot back that this kind of behavior was totally normal for his majesty, while Roland chimed in that the prince was freakishly strong. Butts shoved back in his chair and announced that all four of them had been a band since first grade, bragging that he'd always trusted his own strength, yet the truth was, he'd never truly been great at anything, and when Leonard blurted his confusion, Butts only flashed a grin. Butts cried out that he couldn't afford to lose, then clenched his fist and swore he'd never let Ong outshine him. He'd work even harder on himself. But as the prince's friends, they had to toughen up, strong enough to never end up weighing him down, so Roland and Leonardo nodded along with their friend. Ein came back in and snapped, "What were you guys talking about?" Butts shrugged it off as just small talk, and then the prince swooped in with more food, freaking them out with how fast it kept coming. A servant hurried up to the boys, apologized for breaking their meal, and told the prince their afternoon meeting was coming up, only to see him fume because he barely got to eat. The girl promised she'd bring him food later, right to his room. Leonardo leaned in and asked the Highness if they were really leaving now, and the prince already stood from the table, agreeing at once and apologizing. Then Roland took his leave and said goodbye. The servant told the prince that Warren and Clown were already waiting in the meeting room, and he didn't waste a second. On the way there, they ran into May carrying a basket. The girl smiled at the prince and wished him a great day. The boy greeted her and shot, "What are you doing?" The girl froze for a beat. Then the servant stepped in and said she was under her watch now, and she'd put her on cafeteria duty. The prince clocked what the gifted training was really about and said as much, but the girl just didn't buy it. She accused him of flattering her, so May snapped, "Time for me to run," and bowed while the boy told her to look after herself and flicked his hand as the prince added that she'd matured more than when she was an Ishta, and the girl nodded along. Ain leaned in and demanded where Verla had gone. Then the girl said she was now working at the infirmary by the training camp, and the knights all praised her for her selfless, no-fuss service. The prince said it was all clear to him, then told them they were grinding hard right now, so the boy shot his hands up and vowed he needed to push even harder too. The boys huddled around the table, circling up like something huge was about to go down. Warren thanked Ein for stopping by and pushed them right into the questions for the day, and the old man kicked things off with a deep question about Baltica, the adventurer city. The boy launched into the official inspection and investigation of the Red Fox and that monstrous thing, grilling Warren, was he right? Warren nodded along, and the old man chimed in that, based on what they found in Viscount Sage's assets, he'd been slipping into the Baltic again and again during the past year, even before he died. Clown claimed Red Fox was the mastermind behind the kidnappings, and the old man said, "Yeah, it sure looks that way," with Kadama thinking the same thing. Warren told the prince that Professor Oz said to lean on the adventurers in Baltic, and that they'd investigate the Demon Lord's old territory at the same time, until the prince demanded exactly which territory they meant. The old man snapped back that back in their last probe they'd uncovered strange tech hidden inside books, and if they could dig up more clues about the Red Fox, that monstrosity, or anything at all that shed light on it, then this whole investigation would finally pay off. Varro warned them that the old territory was pure danger, and said their investigation would be run by knights under Lloyd, while the prince should stick to official duties, so the prince grinned because Lloyd would be right there beside him, and that felt like a huge boost. Then he turned to Clown and asked if she'd come with him, and she said yes. The girl snapped her hand onto his arm and started talking right away. She told him with full confidence that she was officially his new assistant now. The boy's face burned with embarrassment because the old man ordered him to protect the prince. Then the girl shot back, "Trust me," and Ein started naming who would march with them, calling out Lloyd, Dila, and Chloe. The prince paused for a beat, then lined in and demanded answers about Chris. Chris's eyes burned as he realized he'd been left behind at home. The girl huddled in the corner, grumbling that everyone had ditched her, so the prince rushed in, apologized, and reminded her she was the country's marshal, and the people of the capital literally couldn't survive without her. Pain stung her chest, but she clung to her spot. Lloyd was going with them, and she couldn't leave. Even the prince shot her a furious look for not coming with him, so the girl reached out and grabbed the boy's hand. The girl stared at the prince, and tears burned in her eyes. Chris kept staring at the guy, and sadness weighed heavy in his eyes. I call out to the girl, and Chris doesn't get why her heart is aching so badly. The girl lowered her gaze, then nodded like she finally got it, and promised she'd stay right here this time. With fire in her eyes, she swore to the prince she'd stand guard over the capital until he returned. Ein grinned, gently stroked the girl's head, and said he was so relieved she'd told him, then promised he'd come back with a ton of souvenirs. The moment she saw his smile, she knew her heart had fallen hard for her prince. High in the mountains, a lonely castle stood under a blanket of falling snow. A knight in shining armor paced forward and told him, "In just a few days, the one with a weapon will arrive." Night stretched out like an endless abyss into the far distance. He told me not to rush because he'd been craving this for several hundred years. Then the night itself chimed in, practically screaming that time was slipping by at lightning speed. The monster let out a bone-shaking roar, then surged in to slam the knight with an attack. The man drew his sword and swore that once the moment hit, the beast would finally be done, and they wouldn't need it anymore. The monster leapt out of the dark and slammed onto the knight like it owned it. The man cleaved the monster in two, and when the huge carcass crashed down, the knight snapped that the killer had no business stepping onto the castle's threshold. The knight swore he'd complete the mission, no matter how long it dragged on, he'd wait until he came back. Prince Ein leaned over the station railing and shouted a wave at the crowd below. Ein hopped onto the train and grumbled about the scorching heat, while Chloe wiped sweat off his face with a handkerchief and insisted that summer had finally slammed in. In the blazing heat, the prince fanned himself and admitted he was dying of thirst, waving his hand like a man desperate for relief. Then Klaus stepped in and shoved him a cold glass of iced tea. Ein waved off his assistants fussing and grinned, "You're spoiling me, you know that." That guy asked where Lloyd and Dill were right now, and the girl said they were in the front car, while the knights were split between the guards in the front and back cars. Then he paused and asked, "So what do you mean, this car?" The clown leaned in, snapped the guy's line into place. "We're left alone, and we don't need anyone else." And when the prince admitted, all sheepish, that she was right, the girl let out a quiet laugh. Ein glanced out the window and spotted a bizarre bird with 4 wings, staring straight at her like it had a mission. The guy blurted about the bird, asking straight if it was a monster. Clown nodded like he already knew. The girl said fun sounded great, but warned them not to do anything reckless when they hit Baltic. The guy went, "Wait, I know about that," sounding thrown off by his own past antics. Clown swallowed her pride, slid beside him, and started talking like she'd finally caught his vibe, because ever since the first king blew apart the demon lord's old territory, the prince had been staring in awe, and now he nodded along, admitting the first king was his idol. She couldn't stop thinking about it, the old demon lord territory, the kind with secrets that even the founding of Ishtalika hides. What a headache, right? The guy pushed her. So when was Ishtalika founded? And she shot back, either after the demon lord's attack, or after someone conquered those lands. Clang said the historian's take was split down the middle, so the boy nodded along with his assistant, but his attention was locked on one thing. Clown broke it down about how royal kids from Ishtaliki were born, then explained how everything split into different races, right to answer Aina's question, and when the guy nodded and used a comparison from his own world, Aina still just couldn't quite get what he meant. The girl hinted that his family might have blood mixed with other races living in the demon lord's territory, and the prince just nodded, admitting it was totally possible. He kept going, "Other races and monsters have a magic stone inside them, but the key thing is this: they never hurt the human holding it." The prince snapped back to it. This first royal family wasn't even written into history, and he demanded to know what race the queen was. Clown insisted she was an elf, and the prince shot back that the royal bloodline already mixes races, so then he couldn't help wondering what race his own kids would end up being. Aim snapped a glance at the clown, and his face burst into a full-on blush. The girl leaned in and asked the boy what was wrong, and the prince shot back that he was just lost in thoughts about what came next. Yet he still couldn't deny Clown was beautiful, and then he added, "You know Ishtalika better than I do." Because she was the one who had organized everything, from schedules to inventory, for this huge mission. The girl shot back that the job was brutal, but that was exactly why she'd come. Clown grinned and said, "If I'm here doing all this, it doesn't bother me a bit." Suddenly the train slammed to a stop. Ain yanked Cloan close and demanded, "You okay?" Cloan just nodded, saying everything was fine. Ain snapped to attention at the door knock. Dill blurted out an apology and asked for the prince. Then a man stepped in and warned, "The train stalled because an earthquake just hit, so we'll uncover what caused it before we go on." And the prince answered, calm as ever, "Everything's fine." What? Clown fretted about why they'd halted so near the Baltic, telling the prince she had a gut-punching bad feeling. Then he nodded and prayed nothing would go wrong. Ain stumbled out of the train, teeth chattering from the bite of the cold, and blurted out that the weather was brutally freezing. The boys rush out after him. The guy asked if they were on the same continent, because the train had been blazing warm only half a day ago, and Dill shot back that yes, though they'd hit a snag, they'd still made it to the Baltic. Then he turned to Lloyd. Lloyd flashed his old status beside his new one and explained how to address him. The prince declared that every soul here belonged to him, so Lloyd snapped at Lil to thank his highness. Then Ain spun around and started scanning the room. The satellites crashed into the city's skyline, slicing through the air as if the whole world just got invaded. The guys marched down the street, shouting that they'd finally hit the city of adventurers, Baltic. Clown asked Floyd if I knew he'd be welcome here, but the poor guy didn't have a clue what the princess meant. The girl swore she'd messaged about the prince arriving today, but nobody stepped out to greet them. So Lloyd fired back that Ain's name was huge around here. Everyone knew him after his win against the Sea Dragon, and when the girl pressed again, he still had to explain why everyone cared so much. Lloyd snapped back that nobody here ever bothers to read the messages. The man jabbed a finger at a mountain crowned with a skull and a horn, then demanded Aina go stare right at it. Lloyd kicked off the story, saying that ogre came from another kind of monster, tore into the village, and got wiped out by the first king. Plus its power was so savage it could punch straight through mountains, and this very place is the proof. He pointed out a chip sitting on the top of the skull, then said the first king did that and shattered the magic stone, and Jane couldn't believe it. Dill replayed the whole scene in his head, because it matched that ogre's tale of a prince who wiped out a sea dragon. Everyone burst into laughter, and the prince started to squirm and fuss like he couldn't take it. Clown caught that Aina was clearly thrilled, but the prince just shrugged it off like he was getting compliments. Night fell. The guys finally sat down, and then the sky opened up in front of them, leaving them totally stunned. The northern lights danced and twinkled across the night sky like something out of a dream. The prince totally didn't expect the view from the Demon King's castle to be this breathtaking. He blurted out that it was wonderful, and Clown shot back that maybe the Demon Lord built it there on purpose just for that exact scenery, and the boy bought the idea right away. The prince leaned in and asked her if that girl in the portrait was truly the Demon Lord. "He's saying she'll look amazing right here," agreed. The prince asked if they'd see the feudal lord tomorrow, and the girl lit up and said yes, Count Baltic would be there, and since the prince's crew would be wiped out from the road, she pushed for a visit at noon. Ain thanked his assistant, told her to get some rest, and then the girl snapped forward and grabbed his shoulders, shielding him from the wind. The prince yanked his cape over her shoulders and beckoned her in, and the girl thanked him before stepping inside with a ready yes. The very next day, the count stormed in and greeted the prince like he owned the room. The count lit up the moment he saw him, then introduced himself as Count Razel Baltic, saying the king had handed this whole territory to him to run. Ain smiled and told him it was an absolute pleasure to meet him, adding that the honor was his. The prince praised the city, then grilled everyone about that rumor Baltic was packed with blacksmiths, and he was already thinking about slipping into a forge before heading home, and the count swore he'd draw up a letter of recommendation to get him in. The man even thanked the prince for how he'd looked after his brother. Then the prince demanded, "Who are you talking about?" And the count shot back that his brother's name was Kaisel. The prince replayed that night in his mind, and he couldn't believe what his comrade had done. Ain stared at Lloyd in pure shock, and he just nodded back in silence. The prince tried to apologize, stumbling through excuses for why he hadn't known, while the count calmly said his brother ran off and became an adventurer, so apparently everything was totally fine. A year ago, the prince started remembering the letter Kaisel sent him, and then the count leaned in, asking if his brother really pulled that off, so the prince fired back, "What happened, and why does it feel so weird?" The count just shrugged, saying his brother was wildly eccentric, and yeah, it was genuinely shocking. The man promised that the guild wouldn't regret teaming up with the prince for the investigation, and his highness just nodded. "It'll be useful," the prince said, while the count cut his gaze away and already turning to Lloyd warned, "I heard you're going to the old lands of the Demon Lord today." "What?" Count Baltic shoved the documents into Lloyd's hands and told him they'd help. Lloyd scanned them, mind racing. He clocked the route. It was likely the final road to the Demon King's lands, and the weather marked it as urgent. The prince and Lloyd both bowed their thanks to the count. The man practically burst with joy, eager to race off and deliver Professor Oz's letter. The count told him that the professor had shown up for research just a couple days earlier, but he couldn't get a chance to see His Highness, and it still weighed on him. The clown snatched the letter from the count, and she said the professor swore it mattered. If it was possible, the prince had to go himself to the demon lord's old lands because they might uncover something huge. That message made the prince's mind race, wondering what it was really baiting, and he couldn't ignore the feeling that it would kick up a response from the Dullahan and the ancient lick living inside him. The clown leaned in and asked Lloyd if it could be done. Lloyd shot back that it wouldn't be simple, because the research screamed about a terrifying monster, and the prince pressed the count again about it. The count figured that monster has been squatting there since the place was founded, then swore it was every bit as terrifying as the sea dragon, fighting the first king and somehow surviving, so now it's still lurking in the demon lord's old territory to this day. The count went on to say the monsters around them were rattled by yesterday's earthquake, and then, according to the rumors, adventurers actually claimed they saw it with their own eyes. Suddenly, boom, something thundered in from the street, and the heroes jerked with fear. Lloyd bolted onto the balcony, heart thundering with alarm. The prince barked out what was wrong, and Ayn flicked her eyes toward the city, while Clown stood behind him, stunned. The boys watched the fortress take a hit, then a thick puff of smoke shot up into the sky. Chips blasted in every direction, and just as the count opened his mouth, fear hit him like a wall. A monster's massive head was peeking over the wall, right there for everyone to see. The monster stared them down from a distance, like it already knew exactly where they'd stand. The guards tightened their grips and prepared to go to war. The prince sank onto the bench and stared, clinging to every word the count had said. The clown strode up to the prince and announced, "By your majesty's order, we've snagged 10 magic cannons." Then Ian leaned over the table in the hall, tapping the map like it was the answer to everything, and declared, "This should be more than enough." "What?" The count grilled the prince, demanding to know if he truly planned to take out that monster by himself, then shot Lloyd a look like, "Is this even normal?" Lloyd shook his head, "No way," and said the prince had already made his choice, forbidding them from reaching the capital. The prince snapped that there was no time to waste, they had to handle it fast, so Ayn ordered the count to summon the adventurers and they slammed together to defend the place, and the moment Clown called the prince, he jolted back to reality. The girl slid into the seat beside him and told him the prince wouldn't be staying much longer. Clown shot back with a question. She warned the prince that Wapskamui was a monster who'd somehow lived through a fight with the king, and if the king could beat it, then the boy had no business taking risks. The prince spun around to Clown. Ayn blurted that burning question, what the monster's magic stone even tasted like, and when the prince looked at her, embarrassment hit hard as she asked him again, then quickly told him not to worry. He swore he'd win and return, so she had nothing to fear. The clown grinned and figured the monster's mystery was that it tasted just like chicken. She said that the first time she spotted the monster, she honestly thought it was a giant chicken. Then the guy just laughed, and now all he could see in that monster was a chicken. Dill sprinted up to the couple and told them the guns were ready. The guy's whole face lit up with pure excitement. Clown looked Ayn dead in the eyes, swore she believed in him, and promised she'd be waiting. The prince charged into the battlefield and barked one command, "Go forward." The prince and his knights trudged through the snow as it swallowed their steps, and the prince admitted this was no easy mission. Lloyd then pushed an idea, turn it into a practice drill back home during training. Suddenly the man grabbed Ayn's attention and demanded, "So you'll keep your promise?" The prince snapped back that he'd hold him back, and if the monster brushed him off, it would march right back to the city. Ayn's gut screamed the truth, though, because it felt like every coincidence was pointing straight at him. As soon as Ayn showed up, the ground shook with an earthquake. Then that ancient monster returned in a mysterious way, and he started telling them everything. The prince pointed out the battered roads like they were trapped there for good, and Lloyd could only pray he was wrong. The prince spotted a giant rabbit and demanded, "Is it strong?" And the reply hit like a warning, 2 court knights would crush it. Lloyd even said rabbit meat was insanely tasty, but the monster's lightning speed made it hard to catch, so the prince's curiosity snapped to it fast, and he started fixating on the furry beast. Lloyd promised that once they got home, he'd tell Martha to stock up on meat, and the prince nodded along, completely on board. Suddenly a rabbit bolted straight into the forest, so fast the prince clocked it instantly, and the whole group felt the ground lurch like an earthquake. The boys spun around and one knight blurted, "Is this an earthquake?" The other nodded right away, and Lloyd let out a shaky sigh of relief. Suddenly Lloyd bellowed, "Run," and everyone bolted. The monster lunged at them, unleashing a brutal attack. He snarled at them and yanked his mouth open wide. The boys clapped their hands over their ears, and Ian snapped that the monster's red eyes looked exactly like Seiji's wyvern. The prince then told Lloyd the thing's eyes and wing were crushed, and Lloyd knew that had to be what was left after the first king showdown. The prince blared that the monster was hurt and he'd never let it beat him. Then Dill's leg jammed in the snow as Ian snapped, shouting to his comrade. Dill snapped at the prince, telling him not to worry and to bolt out fast, while Dill fought for every second he could. Then the night itself seemed to freeze in a daze. The monster swung a massive, clawed paw and zeroed it in on Dill. The night stayed silent as the chaos unfolded, until the prince finally called out to him. Lloyd surged toward the monster, throwing himself in front of Dill and shielding them both. He slammed his sword into the monster and pinned it back, refusing to let it get through. With every ounce of power he had, he shoved that giant clear out of his way. The prince beamed because he'd fought off the attack, then he straight up praised Lloyd. Trapped, the knight shouted for his father, then Lloyd snapped at Dill, "Run no matter what." Lloyd roared at his son one more time to flee, and his son bolted, straight away, and then again and again. The man stared down the monster and demanded to know if it was really true that his target was Ian. Lloyd looked Yupaz and Kamui in the eye and swore he wouldn't quit that easily. Then the monster stared right back at him. The brute snarled at Lloyd like it wanted to tear him apart. The monster lunged at him, but he slipped past every strike like it was nothing. Swinging with full force, the man launched his attack. He swung into the monster, and the sword shrieked as it cracked. The sword was absolutely demolished into splinters. Lloyd found a weak spot and landed a real strike, and the monster and brute howled in agony. Then Lloyd stared at his sword like it betrayed him, telling everyone he'd only managed to slice a few cups and had no idea what came next. Right out of nowhere, a huge boulder rockets straight into the monster's face. The monster snapped its head toward the attack, while Ian stood on the cliff's edge, blasting his binding magic and yelling, "I'm here." The prince's signal hit, and the monster went straight for him. The monster came charging straight for Ian, fast as lightning. The monster surged closer and closer until it finally hit the perfect range, then the prince snapped fire. The cannons roared to life, and volley after volley of cannonballs tore through the air. The cannonballs didn't even hit the target, they blasted the ground beneath it, shattering the monster's support structure and dropping it out from under itself. The monster crumpled toward the earth, and the prince slammed his sword into the ground like a final command. The prince thanked every person who baited him, then unleashed the sea current power, snaring the monster in a crushing wave of destruction. As the monster screamed and got swallowed by Ian's magic, the prince snapped a fresh order, "Keep going." The knights hauled their cannons back into position, and Lloyd shot his hand up like he was about to unleash hell. Lloyd started telling the monster that they might not be as strong as the first king, then told him to drop it and move on, while the man pushed on, claiming all of this was the payoff from the brutal training they'd been grinding for hundreds of years. From the night side, the cannons blazed again, more sparks raining into the dark. The monster shrieked as cannonballs slammed straight into its body. Lloyd kept snapping orders to press on, even after the monster clawed its way through a fight with the first king while the cannons kept screaming. The monster started to smoke, and it didn't move a single inch. Dill told the knights Yupaz Kamui wasn't moving, and the whole group erupted in joy. The prince dropped to the ground, finally breathing out in relief. Lloyd strode up to the prince and told him they pulled it off perfectly, worked together. Then Ain nodded along, and Lloyd, basking in the wind, practically shouted that it was all Ain's idea. Set up the battle cannons and bait the monster straight onto the frozen lake. Dill offered to make sure the monster was really dead, and his father agreed, then pointed out it was underwater, so they couldn't confirm anything without boats, and Lloyd pushed the idea of heading back. Lloyd blurted, "What was that sound?" and the prince spun around. The lake started to harden into ice, and Dill immediately blamed the temperature shift. But the prince refused to buy that answer and just shut down, silent and stubborn. He realized the freezing was happening way too fast, then ice chips started speckling the water. Ain snapped at the knights that it was way too late to turn back, their attack was already gearing up. The prince ripped into the crowd and declared that Kapo's Kamui was still alive, out there breathing. Chris charged through the kingdom's territories. The girl paced back and forth, jittery and fussy, like she couldn't settle on anything. The second princess couldn't shake her worry about that knight's wild behavior, so she kept her eyes locked on him from a distance, saying nothing. The maid whipped her head toward Chris and told him, straight from Olivia's side, that she was being too restless and had to stop and feed the twins, and Chris went pale with horror at the command. Chris demanded to know if she'd been misbehaving, and the maid Massa snapped back that the girl always seemed to show up wherever Ian went. The girl stormed off to carry out the order, her pride bruised, while Masa stared at Chris's strange behavior and couldn't shake the rumors about her feelings for the prince. She couldn't believe any of this. She honestly thought it was impossible for her wildest imagination. The girl stormed straight into the sea dragon's world. Chris hurled the food at them, then stared, shocked, at how the twins had ballooned so fast. The girl replayed every wild adventure with the prince in her head, and then her heart sank hard. The monsters soothed Chris, and the girl turned around and thanked them with all her heart. The knight leaned toward the dragons and demanded, "Do you believe in me?" And the monsters cheered back, bright as fire. The girl grabbed a bucket of fish, hurled them straight at the monsters, and wished them a feast, like, "Go on, enjoy." The dragon erupted into a splash, snapping up the food in a brutal, hungry burst. The girl sat with her thoughts and spoke to the prince in her head, telling him she missed him, and praying he was okay. Meanwhile, Ein kept battling monsters in the Baltic, and snapped orders to the knights like her life depended on it. The monster thrashed in the lake, desperate to break free. Ice shards tore through the air as the knights charged forward. Lloyd pressed the prince about how he felt, and the prince waved it off, saying he was fine. So Lloyd figured it was some special attack and demanded answers about the onic cannons, but the knight snapped that he couldn't load them because the cold had them locked up. A colossal monster burst up from the frozen lake, and the ice screamed as it broke. Lloyd lit the alarm and told everyone to brace for the coming assault, ordering them to guard Ein with everything they had. Uppus Kamui lunged in, and the knights charged ahead. Lloyd and Dill charged in and hacked away at the monster with their weapons, while the prince blasted it with magic to turn the tide. Ein snapped black bonds into place behind his back. The monster's fetters snapped and whipped through the air like chain shells on fire. The prince struggled to rein them in. The knights crumpled under the fight, then one of them barked an order to get ready. The prince snapped into quick analysis, realizing this fight couldn't be won like this, but he refused to quit, dug deep, and forced himself to think. The prince pushed on, mind racing, no cannons allowed, so they needed a weapon that could punch through those scales. Ein stared at the mountain. The prince stared at the ogre's skull, and then snapped into action with a plan. Dill leaned in and demanded to know what was wrong with Ein, and the prince totally won him over by pitching a solid plan. Then he went straight to the knight for backup. Ein couldn't even move, he couldn't take a single step, and Dill had to carry him instead, so the knight nodded and asked, "Why you?" The prince shot back that once he had it, he'd finally unlock and unleash his real power. Dill's surprise hit like a spark, and he told the prince with total confidence, "You can count on me." The prince caught the monster's eye and barked an order, "Go catch it." Lloyd blurted a shout at the prince, demanding to know what he was planning, and then the monster surged ahead, following the iron. The ice on the lake has finally melted away. The prince burst into the forest, snapping his magic into place to cling to the tree branches like they were nothing. The prince burst forward, and then total surprise hit him like a punch. Ein lunged for the ogre's skull, but the monster didn't fall back for a second. The prince unleashed the thick fog technique, slinging it straight at the monster. The monster roared through the air, and the mist prince beckoned the brute right into his trap. The monster clocked the silhouette and snapped into a full-on attack. He dives to dodge the strike and springs back out of danger. The boy burst out in triumph, shouting that it all went perfectly to plan. Then the prince slammed the skull structure with his magic. The monster's paw shoved straight into the ogre skeleton's mouth. Uppus Kamui snapped its mouth shut, and those razor fangs bit down hard into its paw. The monster shrieked as agony ripped through it. He whistled sharp and loud like he was calling danger in. I unwound it right on the top of his skull. The monster spotted the first king's silhouette in the prince and let out a deep, vicious growl. Ein snapped the horn in half with magic, thrust it toward the monster, and screamed that this was the end, right now. Consumed by fury, the prince cursed the monster to die. Ein drove Uppus Kamui's head open with the ogre's horn. Blood gushed out of the monster's mouth in a non-stop, horrifying stream. The monster finally crumpled, defeated for good. The prince stared in shock. Something was still moving, even after all this time. Ein's eyes locked onto a glowing magic stone resting inside the monster. The guy lunged at the big guy and clamped onto him like he was grabbing the magic stone off the battlefield. The prince unleashed magic, snatched up the stone, and devoured it like it was nothing. Ein gasped for breath and told Clown he'd have to spill exactly what it tasted like. Exhausted to the bone, the prince crumpled to the ground, and before he hit the floor, someone caught him. Dill cradled Ein in his arms, gasping like he'd just sprinted through the end of the world. The prince slumped in silence, completely knocked out. Dill told Ein, "You're taking a breather, everyone else run and catch up." Ein forced his eyes open, like something inside him refused to stay asleep. The prince shot upright and demanded where he was, convinced Dill had dragged him back home. Then a voice suddenly rang out to the boy. Clown sat beside him flipping through a book, and the guy blurted, "So, how long have you been out cold?" The girl talked for nearly the entire day, and it didn't let up. The prince demanded answers, and the clown slid onto the bed and confirmed it. Then the girl lined in, offered to help him wake up, and reached for his hand as Aim shut his eyes. Klein pressed a kiss to the prince's cheek. Ein froze at the girl's move, while Clown blurted that she was terrified, and then wrapped the prince in a tight hug. He cringed, apologized, and admitted there was nothing he could have done differently. Then she nodded, breathed out, and was just relieved he was all right. Clown suddenly remembered, while the prince was still asleep, the king's letter came, and he shoved the envelope into the guy's hands, but Ein didn't want to open it. Ein tore open the envelope and heard the king call his act heroic. No scolding, not even a hint of it, and Clown practically burst with relief. The prince went on to say the king had greenlit the boy to scout the demon lord's territory, then demanded, "So why did this hit us so suddenly?" Clown snapped that she and her report were the culprits. She told him she'd written to the prince about the professor's letter, and how Yupa's Kamui threat vanished. Then he raved about Clown for pulling it off, and she fired off the same question again. "So did you eat that monster's magic stone, and did you gain powers?" They stared at the stats table, everything stayed the same, until boom, a brand new ability showed up, Ice Dragon. The guy snapped back and told the girl she was right about the stone. Then Clown cut in, demanding to know what he meant. The boy grinned and said the stone tasted just like chicken. Clown's cheeks went hot with embarrassment, then he burst into laughter, telling the prince he actually loved hearing talk like this. 2 days later, the whole crew finally launched into the demon lord's domain. Lloyd begged the prince not to burn himself out on the road, but Ein waved it off, said he was totally fine and itching to fight. Dill snapped that Count Baltic was stunned the moment the prince finally woke up. Then the count instantly vanished for a reconnaissance mission, so the boy's father said his reaction in that exact second was priceless, and Dill kept pushing forward. Lloyd stared at Ein's aura, grinned, and said his own had gotten even more razor-sharp. Then Dill jumped in, telling him he'd heard the adventurer react to Ein. Dill told them they say Ian could be the first king. Lloyd mulled it over for a moment, then admitted, "Yeah, it's disrespectful, but I can't deny you're right," and the prince fumed back, "Impossible." The prince spun around after the rustle and locked eyes with a monstrous rabbit. The prince's dinner is gone, vanished in a blur, like it just galloped straight off into the night. Dill snapped back that it wasn't food at all, just Yuzuga Yatsumi, and the prince's face fell, since Dill reminded them he'd heard it was insanely delicious and couldn't wait to taste it himself. Dill swore he'd snag one, and Ein's eyes lit up fast. Dill then told them he'd have to put all of this in his report to Clown, and when the prince heard it, he lit up with pure joy, so he ordered the soldiers to press on with the expedition, while Lloyd cracked up so hard at the jokers that it filled the whole place. The prince recoiled in shock, and every single soldier snapped to attention right after. Lloyd snapped that someone was tracking them, and the prince shot back that he'd barely dare to raise a hand against them. The prince suddenly sensed something slip away behind them, snapped his head around, and warned the boys, swearing it had to be a monster. Lloyd leaned in and warned them, "We're right on the edge of the demon lord's turf. Stay sharp and keep your guard up." The man jabbed a finger into the horizon and said those were the territories they'd been hunting, and Ian snapped his gaze forward. Before the boys sprawled a shattered city, and just a bit farther off, a castle loomed. The prince stared at the cities and realized their buildings looked almost identical, and it shook him because he never expected that. Ein said the place felt downright wrong, and Lloyd shot back that there were no animals, no snow, no wind, like this for hundreds of years. The prince swore that time just froze the moment he set foot there, and Ein shot back, "So this really is the demon lord's castle," and the answer hit her like a lock clicking shut. The prince demanded, "So why does this castle look just like the king's?" The prince pressed his hand to his heart. Ein couldn't figure out why his chest felt like this. He'd only just arrived for the first time, yet happiness and sadness hit him at the exact same time. He suddenly remembered his ancestors, and the truth clicked in his head. The prince started blurting out half-formed feelings, and Dill snapped, "Ein." The prince dropped his hand, and a heavy sigh tore out of him. Ein stood before the city and declared, loud and clear, that he was heading home. The wind roared louder. Birds burst into the sky, seedlings shot up and bloomed, and the whole world woke up, right as the night itself called out to Lloyd. The city's gates yawned open on their own, like they'd been waiting for them. Lloyd started to tell him the gates hadn't opened in 100 years, while the prince, grinning, stared off into the distance. The prince dropped onto the pillow like the fight finally caught up with him. The prince couldn't believe how cozy his home felt, and he blurted out that magical objects were straight up incredible. He kept replaying the recon they still had to finish tomorrow, and he wondered what moves they should make outside the gate. A sharp clang cut through the street, and Ian jolted upright in bed, while the prince couldn't stop wondering if it was patrol. A deep rumble shook the air. He burst outside, demanding to know what was going on, and then Ian spotted 2 killed rabbit monsters. The rabbits sprawled on the ground, completely still, like the world went silent around them. Lloyd realized the monsters were finished by a true master. He'd left a razor-perfect slice across the rabbits' necks, so Dill immediately demanded, "Then who else could have pulled it off if we had guards?" The prince figured someone must have decided to welcome them, until Dill snapped that this wasn't the moment for jokes. Ian nodded, then swore he'd checked the carcass, and it wasn't poisoned. The prince asked Lloyd to cook them dinner, and Lloyd hesitated before finally nodding, while Ain jumped in and offered to share the meal with everyone else. The knights hauled out their pots and cooked those rabbits for a hearty feast. The boys dropped into their seats and dug in, starting to eat right away. The prince woke up with a grin, totally blessed by that amazing dinner. He spun around, shot up from his spot, and his stomach dropped. He wasn't where he was supposed to be. Ian blinked in confusion and asked, "Wait, where am I?" Deep in his thoughts, the prince started replaying the night before. Then the door to Ain's room creaked open, and a voice rang out that they'd arrived. Right in front of the prince, a knight in shining armor stepped up, clutching a tray and a steaming mug of tea. The prince stared in shock as the stranger set the tray on the pedestal, and the knight shot an apology, admitting he'd barged in. Marco the Knight kicked things off with a bold intro. He revealed he was the vice-captain of the Black Knight squad, sworn to the Demon Lord. He kept insisting, "I'm undead, I'm living armor," and then he corrected it with a chilling truth, "steel." The prince pressed the knight one more time, demanding to know if he truly understood how deadly this situation was. In his own head, I never even clocked the kidnapping until Marco barged into the room, and he prayed his crew had no clue, while the prince gripped the edge of his blanket like it could save him. Ian realized the thing ahead wasn't just another monster, it was stronger than everyone he'd faced before. The boy clocked he was right by the castle walls, no escape left, and then the knight started closing in on the prince, squeezing fear straight into his chest. Marco slammed the table down and set it up in a flash. The knight yanked the tablecloth into place, set the fine dinner service down with a crisp clink, and dragged out a chair like he meant business. Marco stepped up and urged the prince to sit, grinning as he poured him tea he'd already prepared. Ein blinked in shock, then shot Marco a grateful smile as the boy slid down beside him, and the knight kept peeling away the silence around that warm tea. Marco claimed his tea came from elder leaves that had grown on their territory for a full 1,000 years, and said they were priceless, while Ein just stared at how quiet and polite the knight felt. The prince wanted Marco's title, but Marco cut him off and demanded they call him by his name. Then he pressed on with the same question anyway, firing back about why he'd been brought here, and the knight just grinned, promising he'd explain the moment he finally tried the tea. The prince gave up and took a sip of the tea, snorting that poisons couldn't touch him. Then the boy pointed out it tasted amazing, and Marco practically beamed that the prince actually liked it. Ein drained his tea, and as the knight swallowed the air, it finally gave the prince an answer to his question. Marco stepped in, saying he'd come to warn him. Marco warned that the prince's vessel still hadn't stabilized, and told him not to touch the phantom hands. The prince demanded to know why they had to stop, and the knight snapped back that Ein's core might slip out of control, just like the demon lord's. Marco shot back that the beast curse still hadn't fully vanished. The prince started chewing on the knight's words, realizing the demon lord might be Ash, yet he still couldn't wrap his head around the beasts, so he pushed the question further and grilled him about the red foxes. Marco shook like a leaf in a storm and admitted the prince was right. Then he apologized for bungling their name, because the curse kept tripping his tongue. Marco also revealed that the tea the prince drank could choke the curse before it spread, and Ian realized in that moment, Marco wasn't out to hurt him at all, and he sure as hell didn't see him as an enemy. The knight snapped that the prince's friends were probably panicking, then offered to escort him out himself. The prince leaned in, stunned to find him wasn't in the castle at all. He was out on its grounds, holding court on the territory. The knight, clutching his chest, shot back that if the prince wanted to see him, he'd have to wait until his vessel got stronger. Ein stared at Marco with a heavy, aching sadness, then snapped her gaze back ahead. Ain stared at the knight and asked if loneliness ever crept up on him, and Marco said the prince was being wonderfully kind, then quickly told him not to worry. The knight shot back that a mission of absolute importance was waiting for him. Ein nodded like he got it, then flashed a smile, and the knight leaned in, telling him that if the prince wanted answers about those beasts, he'd have to head south. The prince blinked in shock, and Marco spilled the truth. After the Great War, they slipped away and sailed to the far-off southern ports, so Ein pushed, did the foxes cross the sea. And Marco nodded, then added, and right in the middle of the Great War, we'd already been secretly prepping ships. Marco tried to keep talking, but his voice shattered, shaking, stuttering, until the phantom reached out and touched him. 1 second later, the knight got swallowed by a swarm of phantom hands. The prince's confidence cracked, then the knight itself seemed to press down, heavy and choking. Ein snapped out Marco's name, yelling across the chaos. The knight stared the guy down and snapped, "No, it's not the beast, it's that woman." Dropping into a crouch, he finished his wild claim about the woman being from an incredible species. Then the prince's shock hit him hard. The prince didn't get a thing Marco was saying, and snapped that they'd already tricked the demon lord and dragged the house into the world. Marco snapped, "Don't you dare say that," and he kept hammering it home, over and over, like everyone needed to hear they loved them. The knight yanked his blade free, and in a split second he slashed his own leg. The curse started to crumble, and the boy dropped hard to the ground. Then the prince burst forward and shouted, "Marco." Ian demanded, "What is it?" And the knight snapped back that it was a curse, one that crushed their reason and turned them into berserkers. Marco leaned in and warned the prince to watch his step, because one wrong move could spell disaster. The knight swore the beasts still nurse a grudge against Ishtalik's royal family, and they're biding their time, ready to rip control away. Ein didn't catch Marco's words all the way. He told her it was inevitable and that the curse had struck him again, and the prince snapped that he didn't want to hear another word. The prince stared at the castle and couldn't stop wondering what truly went down between Ishtalika and the red foxes. The knight escorted the boy to the gate, pointed him straight to the camp, and demanded he carry the chest for him. Marco told the prince that Ein could forge a sword from what was inside that chest, and the prince thanked Marco right away. The prince finally demanded answers. Why was the knight helping him, especially when he was from the Ishtaliki family? The prince shot up and roared that knights serving the royal family was just the natural order of things. So Ian weighed it in his head, recalled that the demon lord's army was Ishtalika's enemy, and figured it was nothing more than a nighttime creed. Ain demanded answers about the recon squad, why he hadn't dared to make contact with them. Marco shot back that he'd already vowed to defend everyone in this territory. Marco couldn't forget that lady. She'd told him to learn how to get along with everything. The prince froze in shock, wondering if the demon lord really had said it. Then a snap confirmation hit him, and the knight chimed in that it was basically her all-time favorite line. The prince bade Marco farewell, and the knight leaned in to warn Ain to stay sharp and stay safe. The prince remembered those rabbits, thanked the giver, and declared they were so damn tasty. The night came down like a shadowed curtain. Ein stumbled back to camp, and his friends sprinted out to meet him. Lloyd stepped up to Ein and demanded where he'd been, and the prince grinned as he said, "I got kidnapped," and the knights nearly fell over in shock. Every knight bowed their heads, bracing for the punishment that followed their mistake, but Ein cut them off. She refused their pleas, because there was simply nothing left to do. Lloyd barked orders for the knights to scour the area, and Ein grinned, still thinking about Marco, because somehow this monster felt like it had chivalry running through its teeth. The boy tore his gaze from the road and glanced back at the castle, and the strange pull between him and the demon lord hit like a live wire. Cloen and Ian stared at the helmet-shaped head, and the girl demanded if it was truly a parting gift, while the prince shot back that, for him, it wasn't really about a severed head at all. The prince said Marco promised to forge a sword from it, and the girl shot back that if they needed a blacksmith, the letter was already waiting. The prince lit up and praised her for how fast she worked, and Klon hurried to thank Aina. Then the girl spoke up, just as they all needed to hear it. The blacksmith, the absolute best in the Baltic, went by the name Maftin. The clown leaned in and asked if the prince wanted to swing by right now, and the prince eagerly said yes. The boys sprinted straight toward that forge. He didn't buy that this was the right spot at all, and when Lloyd insisted on going first, he snapped that Dill should stand guard at the entrance. Ein snapped back and told them, "We're here for a favor, so I'm going in first," and when Lloyd tried to protest, the guy shut him up and calmed him down. The prince yanked open the front door, bowed, and apologized for barging in. Then a sharp curse erupted from inside. Inside, iron rang as hammer blows struck. Then the man urged the girl to grip the hammer with her hands. She snapped back that he'd told her to use her feet instead, and the prince hurried to apologize again, turning the spotlight back on himself. The blacksmith stared at the boy like he'd just walked into a spark storm. The boys were already lined up in the forge, and the blacksmith begged the prince for forgiveness for the mishap, only for the prince to wave it off and say everything was perfectly fine. Blacksmith Mutin snapped that his forge had been dead for 3 whole years. Then his apprentice, MM, shot back that the last guy who showed up only wanted to duck from the rain. Newton leaned in and asked Ein what he wanted her to forge for him, and the prince snapped back that he wanted a sword, then begged to use his material. The blacksmith shrugged and said he'd choose for himself whether to pick up that metal, and when the moment came, he was delighted. He spotted the helmet of the living armor. The prince nailed it, Marco's helmet, and he shot the blacksmith a question about whether he'd ever seen it before. Mouton blinked and said this was his first time, claiming his gut feeling was the only reason he guessed. The blacksmith already knew this living armor was a monster that only sheds once in its whole life. The armor vanishes, but the helmet sticks around, and when the apprentice swore that the stuff is insanely durable, the blacksmith nodded hard, calling it a national treasure. The blacksmith said yes to the job, but snapped that it'll cost a fortune, because to forge magic stones, you've got to fire up a magic furnace. Clown scribbled that 50 million price for the processing, and the blacksmith slapped on another 20 million for his labor, totaling a jaw-dropping 70 million, and Ein went pale with horror. The guy hauled the girl off for a private talk, and as Ein followed, she hissed to Clown that the price was insane, so even as the heir, he couldn't burn a single coin on any deal. The clown shot back that the prince had never once been paid for all that work, and with that in mind, this pitiful sum was basically insulting. The prince looked totally lost, and Lloyd jumped in, used the mutinu we snagged from the sea dragons, and the blacksmith nodded on the spot. Lloyd then told him the goods were already in the capital, so he'd ship only the finest here. The blacksmith snapped back that he'd rather pick the material himself, then warned him that the road from the Baltic to the capital wasn't some easy stroll. The clown urged the blacksmith to forge the sword right in the capital. She told them she was the August Trading Company's daughter, and that she'd cover everything herself and prep all the materials on her own dime. Clown laid out the traps upside, and Ein clocked it instantly. This girl was a killer assistant, and even tougher as a family negotiator. The prince swore his assistant was a gift, the blacksmith loved the plan, and then the man hurled the document at the girl, leaving her to handle the rest. Mouton leaned in and told the girl, handle my money and line up a plan, a house and a brand new furnace, and when the prince questioned whether they really needed all that, the blacksmith grinned and said, I'm opening a fresh shop the moment I get back. Then the assistant practically burst with joy. The man snapped that it was go time, then swore to the prince he'd forge the finest sword. The boys burst out of the blacksmith's and froze in shock. The prince clocked just how fast Mouton made up his mind. The girl praised his bold, assertive nature, and Lloyd couldn't help but like the blacksmith. Ein blurted out whether everything would be okay, and Clon snapped back that the idea was all hers, and so was the work. Then the guys stared in shock when they finally saw what was inside that document. The blacksmith's purse bulged, money piled up so thick it felt unreal. The prince stood tall at the reception, surrounded by nobles, soaking up every watchful gaze. The king stepped up and thundered that today's banquet was all for the knights, the prince, and the hard work they'd poured out. Then he lavished them with praise. Soon people flooded into Ein's presence, shouting praise for every monster he'd crushed, yet the prince just shrugged and insisted it was the knights and Lloyd who deserved the credit, and everyone praised him for that kind of humility. Everyone lifted their glasses to Ishtalika, and the whole room cheered like it was a toast to something legendary. The prince decided a banquet wasn't worth the trouble, then his mother swept right up to him. Olivia yanked on Ein's face and snapped that this banquet couldn't possibly be enough, because the prince's achievements deserved way more. The woman warned that his father would flip out if they didn't fool him, and the prince nodded like, yeah, I'm with you. The prince lined into his mother's ear and blurted out a burning question. Chris hid behind a column, staring sadly at the prince, while Ein demanded what they should do about the elf. Olivia admitted she was too terrified to go near her, and then the prince insisted they talk, so the mother nodded right along. Olivia pitched the idea of slipping out to the terrace with Chris to unwind, then practically insisted Chris should be the one to kick off this kind of thing first. The guy shouted to Chris, saying he was heading out onto the track, and demanded Chris come with him. The couple stormed out of the hall, side by side. The wind whipped through the girl's hair and the prince clocked it instantly. Then Chris, fuming her fuss, snapped back that it was all for the banquet's sake. The prince blurted that she looked stunning with her hair down, and then admitted he hated how rarely he got to see it. Chris's cheeks flared red as the prince's words hit him. Ein said it was scorching today since it was smack in the middle of summer, and the girl couldn't stop fanning herself and agreeing. Then the guy asked what was going on back in the kingdom while he was gone, and she shrugged, saying nothing new had happened. Chris's smile crumbled and he quietly added, like it hurt to say. For her, everything was the same, except Ein wasn't here. The prince stared at the girl, like the whole world just stopped for her. Chris told her she couldn't shake the fear for that guy, and the memories of their past adventures came roaring back. Back then, she said it felt like a miracle from God to stand by his side through every adventure, but when she heard he was out there fighting, far away, rage and guilt hit her hard because she couldn't do a thing to help him. She couldn't stop remembering the moment she was truly alone. The girl swallowed hard and admitted it was gut-wrenching. Then the prince snapped his eyes to Chris. Ain shouted at the girl, telling her she was a marshal and he couldn't hog her all to himself, only for her to shoot back in protest. She told him that even then, she'd still fight to protect the prince. The girl suddenly realized her tears were pouring down her face. Chris wiped her tears fast, blurted out an apology, and insisted she didn't want her to think that way in her current spot. Then she admitted she just needed to get it all out and said she was fine now. Chris tried to shrug it off as just weird, but she kept bawling anyway, then wiped her tears and apologized for wanting to run away. The prince snatched the girl's hand and yanked her forward. Ain locked eyes with the girl and Chris froze mid-motion. The girl lined in and demanded, "What are you doing?" The prince realized the girl wasn't off limits, she was a marshal, and the warnings from his assistant and mother came rushing back about what he truly deserved. The prince snapped up a plan, then told the girl what he meant and asked her what she thought. The prince snapped his gaze away, then opened his mouth to start talking. Ain stared up at the moon and swore he'd soon get a reward that would make every ounce of his effort feel totally worth it. The king and queen lounged on the sofa while Ain sat across from them, facing the monarchs head-on. The prince thanked his grandfather for staying up so late to hear him out, and the king shot back that he'd already been told the prince was hunting for a reward for all his services. Chris hung back awkwardly behind the prince as Ain asked the prince if they'd mind Chris sitting in on the meeting, and the king immediately gave his blessing. The king leaned in and demanded what the young man wanted, then the prince finally opened his mouth to speak. Ain demanded Lloyd Galadius get rewarded first. The prince started explaining, and he made one thing crystal clear: everyone could swing back to the Baltic during the battle only because Lloyd pulled it off. Ain remembered how, when the sea dragon tore everything apart, Lloyd let the prince slip out of the castle, so he got stripped of his marshal title, but his sheer achievements were enough to bury the whole scandal. The prince demanded to be put back as marshal, then the king praised Lloyd's work, but the role still went to Chris. They didn't agree if Lloyd got sent back, Chris would get demoted. Ain demanded that Chris be put right back as bodyguard to Prince and Princess Olivia, exactly where he belonged, and that was the whole thing Ain asked for. The king leaned in and started repeating the prince's request. Then he snapped, asking if the prince truly thought he could hand out a title this important to whoever the prince wanted. The king's face twisted in fury and he snapped, telling him to quit the nonsense right now. Warren crashed into the king and prince conversation, and the moment the interruption landed, regret hit him hard. The prince slammed his aura down and declared he was talking to the king now, ordering him to hold tight until the prince was done. Then he finally calmed his nerves. Urin crumpled to his knees and pleaded for forgiveness, and the king was convinced only royal blood could summon that kind of power. Ain admitted his demand was wild, but he still swore it would help Ishtalika. Then the king shot up in anger. The prince pressed on, saying Lloyd could truly come into his own only as a marshal, while Chris was perfect for escort duties, and only the right placements would let them serve the state. The king nodded, but before the man could unleash his objections, the king cut him off and shut him down. The queen admitted the prince sounded harsh, but every word he spat out made sense. Then the king just gave up and stepped down. The king snapped his orders to Warren, get the paperwork ready to restore Lloyd's rank, then pass the baton to Chris. Right then the monarch ripped the martial roll away from her and handed the girl the post instead. She'd be Ain and Olivia's new bodyguard. The king threw his final words down and promised he'd put his faith in Chris. The girl dropped to her knees and accepted the order. Then everyone lit up, thrilled with the change. The couple slipped out of the room and the prince thanked Chris for keeping her company, only for the girl to shrug and say it wasn't even worth mentioning. Chris, heart aching, begged for forgiveness, because the prince had to dump every single one of his rewards on her. The prince burst into laughter and said, "Yes, this is exactly what I wanted." The girl clung to every memory, then blurted out, "Ain was just a little kid not long ago, and now look at him. He's grown into someone completely different." Aina nodded, agreed, and marched right up to the girl. Ain shot his hand up and swore that one day he'd grow taller than the bodyguard. The girl stumbled back and the prince blurted out an apology for getting so close, while Chris went red-faced and insisted it wasn't scary at all, she just didn't like it. Chris felt her request was way too presumptuous, but she swallowed her doubts and asked anyway. Chris blushed hard and begged the prince to drop the formalities. Could he just call her by her first name? The prince just couldn't get it. Chris suddenly broke down in tears and Ain stepped in, told her I understand, and begged her not to cry. Ain tore her gaze away and her thoughts started racing. He told her he couldn't wait to team up with the girl tomorrow. Chris snapped back a bright, happy yes right back at him. The couple burst into laughter, then Chris slipped away, and the prince just stood there watching her disappear. 3 months blew by, and suddenly it was mid-November. The boys stormed into the forge to hunt down Mutin. The blacksmith rushed in, then apologized for making everyone wait. The man said with zero doubt that the sword was his finest creation. Ein gripped the sword in both hands, and the prince declared it his new companion from this moment on. The prince's sword shook in his grip, and Ein couldn't believe it. Warren shot back that the tremble was pure proof of loyalty, then pointed out that the man took the helmet for the proud armor it belonged to, and that made it the prince's rightful claim. The prince ripped into a sword swing, grinning as if the blade itself was obeying his every move, like it had gotten lighter just for him. Clown and Chris praised the prince and said that sword was made for him. The prince snapped back a thank you, and then the blacksmith pushed for a real test, slashing the sea dragon's spine. The boy stared at the dragon's massive spine and shot Chris a question, how strong is it? And Chris answered, dead serious, that it was even tougher than the spine on the prince's own ship. The prince had zero doubts about Luton, but he wouldn't break him, so he fought to keep pressure light, pressing only along his spine. The prince shattered the bones, and the guys standing around just stared in shock. The prince demanded to know where all those fragments came from. He hadn't lifted a finger to make any, yet the blacksmith just stood there stunned, scratching his head, while he and his assistant smugly patted themselves on the back anyway. Lloyd pitched the idea of naming the sword, and the prince hesitated, mulling it over, then decided the smart move was to ask Marco about it. Marco knelt on the castle floor, writhing under the curse as it crushed his spirit. Night after night it kept drumming into her head how amazing she was, while he grabbed the tea, uncapped it, and poured it straight on himself. Marco started to puff and gasp, breathing like his lungs were about to snap. He snapped his gaze at the beast that had been clawing for control of him for years, while the knight gripped the scroll tight and swore his mission wasn't done yet. Marco snapped into focus and told the prince he had to hang on until Ein came back, then swore he could tough it out, another whole day and night. The knight dropped to the floor, leaned in, and praised himself like he was the greatest guy alive. Marco swore it all came down to that incredible woman, like something in him was splitting wide open. Ein sat at the table scribbling, and then the guy snapped his head toward Chris. Ein told her not to panic so hard, and the frightened girl blurted out, was he really telling the truth, and was he going to eat her magic stone? That night Ein sank into his sleep, then suddenly latched onto Kadima as she drifted past, almost gulping her magic stone down like it was his. The prince's mother beamed and told him, when triads grow up, they finally become adults, so yeah, you're an adult now. The prince leaned in and told Chris, you still haven't stroked her stone, then ordered her to calm down, because he wasn't the type to care about anyone else's. Chris sat down, and as soon as she did, she admitted she had no clue and her confidence was shaky. Then a stranger stepped up to the prince. Dill told them Ainu got a letter from the king. In order to show up on the day, they marked the old king's death anniversary. The prince pointed out that this cemetery was where his grandfather paid his respects every single year, and Dill snapped back that it was now one of the prince's responsibilities. Now I haven't even thought about that yet. The king and the prince strode toward the massive memorial, clutching fresh bouquets of flowers. Ian asked, so all the kings of Italy are buried here. The king nodded and told him, you're right, now look ahead. The king shot back that tombstone was for the first ruler, Yalvin Ishtalika, and the prince fired his name right back into the air. The king barked orders for the prince to copy him, and the prince said, put the sword right in front of me and bow. The prince obeyed the instructions to the letter. The sword blazed with light, and the king snapped, what is that? The prince shot out an apology and swore the sword reacted to human bones. Then the king lit up, saying he'd heard rumors about a blade forged from the undead that could do exactly that, and he even laughed, claiming his father's remains were buried there safe and sound. Ein leaned in and fired off a question to his grandfather. The prince leaned in and asked what it really meant to be a king, and the king's surprise hit like a spark. Turns out he'd finally reached the age where that question starts haunting you too, and the confused prince just nodded along. Ain told him he'd just heard about it, and now he was seriously hooked. Grandfather said clear as day that being a king, at least in his eyes, meant holding his people's lives and deaths in his own hands. The king kept hammering the point. His word carried iron weight, and a man who only thinks about himself could never call himself worthy of the throne. The grandfather leaned in and told his grandson to really think it over, because he still had plenty of time left. The king pushed for a retreat before the prince caught a cold, and as if fate agreed, night crashed down. Ein sprinted straight for the throne, eyes locked on her destiny. He stared at the throne and his thoughts hit like thunder. The boy clutched his grandfather's words in his heart and finally started to speak. The prince said he'd tried to live up to the first king's example, and he refused to believe his choices could ever be wrong. Ein figured maybe he'd been acting selfishly all along, and then the girl shouted, right from behind him. Chris told her even if they dragged the demon lord stone somewhere else, being there still feels wrong. The prince shot her an apology and confessed, I don't even know if I'll ever be a good king. The girl's smile faded, worry hit her hard, so she stepped closer to the prince. She clasped the prince's hand and pressed it to her heart, telling him she was handing her magic stone over to him. He couldn't believe what he was seeing, and pure shock hit him instantly. Ein shouted to Chris, and the girl leaned in asking to lay her hand on the prince's right chest. She got the green light, but Chris didn't know why. Then she felt it herself and started explaining that it was an old elven rite with a meaning that runs just a little deeper. The girl claimed the elves kept a magic stone on the right side of their chest, and when they touched it, it was their way of showing trust and pouring affection into each other. Chris told the prince he was wonderful and promised that through every illness and every painful struggle, she'd stay by his side. She ends with a promise that hits like a vow. Once that prince becomes king, she'll still be right there by his side. The prince stared at the girl and told her with a grin that she's always been there to rescue him. He thanked the elf like he'd been saved, then admitted he felt way better, while the king just watched from the sidelines, eyes locked on everything. The king swore to Lloyd it was all an accident, but Lloyd caught the tail end of their whisper, Chris is a reliable girl. Lloyd nodded back, saying the king had made the right call by putting her back in her role. The king kicked off a story about a long-lost elven ritual, and Lloyd jumped in fast, saying Chris had twisted it into something new. The king finally steadied his rage and admitted the crown prince was maturing way faster than anyone his age. That training camp was where the knights got forged, day after day, learning the skills that turned them into real warriors. Lloyd kept his eyes on the knights until someone finally called out to him. Ein charged straight at the marshal. Lloyd clocked the prince's bright mood and shot back, I'm just surrounded by the best subjects. Ein begged to join the training and swore she'd team up with Lloyd as his partner. The marshal didn't hesitate, he gave the nod and agreed. The prince and the marshal faced off, inches apart like a duel about to explode. Then Lloyd snapped, with me on your side, I can't hold back. Ein finally tapped into his true power, and then he launched a brutal assault. Ein launched into an airborne swing at the marshal, and Lloyd's eyes widened as that aura hit him like a shockwave. The boys' swords slammed together, sparks flying as steel collided. The marshal slammed the attack to a halt, and the ground under his boots split with a violent crack. A brutal explosion tore through the air like thunder, ripping everything apart in an instant. The knights around them scrambled to shield themselves from the deadly fragments of earth. The boys planted themselves in the dust. The prince thanked Lloyd for the sparring, and the marshal lit up. Finally, he'd been able to help. The prince threw out a heartfelt apology for wrecking the training ground, then declared it was time he took off and ran. The prince was in a full-blown rush, and right beside his father stood Dill. Dill caught sight of Lloyd's wounds and shouted to his father, urgently calling for help. Lloyd trembled in pure horror, feeling the prince's strength slam into him. The marshal leaned in and warned, trust me, when the time comes, the future king won't just rule, he'll get even stronger. Footsteps thunder through the hall, and every courtier snaps to attention in shock. The young man strides in with his chin up, dressed like royalty, and the courtiers immediately bow low as he passes, straight toward the prince. He strolled through a grand hall packed with carved columns, clutching a bouquet of flowers, when bam, he spotted his grandfather waiting by the exit, and the king saw his grandson at the exact same moment. The protagonist blurts out, shocked, why are you here, king? And the man answers with a grin that he already knew Ian would come back to the cemetery again. Then he leans in and asks if the grandson has really thought about what it means to be a king. The prince nods back, dead sure he's taking the right road. Then he races to the cemetery to tell the first king, only for his grandfather to smile, nod, and say the boy clearly worships Yale. Silver keeps the tale going, admitting he respected, hell, even secretly envied, the first king because no one could ever catch up to the kind of feats he pulled off. The king boasts he's got nothing to worry about, his grandson can keep pace with the first king's glory, so Ein whips around to stare at his grandfather, stunned, while Silvered marches out and tosses one final line. The prince will behave decently. The young man swallows hard, then digs deep for courage and nods back to his grandfather with a firm yes, right as a fierce gust of wind slams in and his cloak starts whipping around, and Ike keeps heading straight for the cemetery. He drops to his knees before the grand, decorated tomb, lays down flowers, and asks forgiveness for crashing here uninvited. then he raises his sword in front of his face, showing nothing but respect. The prince rises off his knees, slides his sword back into its sheath, and admits he'd idolized the first king so hard he even did reckless things. Ike keeps talking, bragging that tons of people back him, and as he says it, faces he loves flood his mind, making him wonder if it's not just admiration at all. The boy stutters and the wind slams back in, tossing leaves through the air. The young man stands tall, staring at the first king's tombstone like it's a trophy, voice blazing with certainty as he vows he'll outdo Yale von Ishtalika. Ike shoots off another apology for showing up out of nowhere, bows hard and says his goodbye. Then the guy starts to walk away, only to halt, stuck in thought. Tension tightens across the protagonist's face. He senses trouble, then remembers he's already been to this grave, paid his respects once, and the young man starts laying out exactly what he did and what he was thinking. Ike's eyes go wide as he remembers his sword was glowing last time, and then he whips around toward the grave, stunned and shocked. He whips his whole body toward the tombstone and stares hard like it's about to answer him. Then the prince is at the grave in a blink, drops to his knees, blurts out a rushed apology to the first king, and yanks his sword free. Ike jams the sword back in front of him, horrified as the blade refuses to glow, because the king's remains aren't under this tombstone, and dread floods his mind. He jerks his head up to the monument and blurts out his terrifying theory. The hero gets slammed with doubts again, muttering that if his grandfather had known the first king wasn't laid to rest here, he'd have spoken up for sure. Then the prince drags his fingers over the inscription, reads it aloud, and the truth hits hard. Yale is buried on his own native land. The prince's face goes pale with horror as everything clicks inside his head. He remembers that mysterious night in dark armor, and the strange bond he once felt with the demon lord. Then the exact phrase he needs to get along with everyone suddenly blazes into his mind. Ike's blade crashes to the dirt with a brutal metallic clang, and the wind shrieks like it's furious, snatching leaves into the air, while the protagonist calmly tells his guest this isn't the home of the first king. Darkness rolled in and the prince sat in the library, already fighting sleep as he plowed through yet another heavy tome. The clown tiptoes up to Ian and suddenly he's a little on edge, so she asks if he's tired. He snaps back that he isn't, then pivots to the business trip, and she tells him it's an inspection of the old Viscount Sadie's lands. She adds, until a new lord shows up, this kingdom answers to the king. The young man turns to his friend and asks if she'll go with him, and Clown snaps back, I'll follow Olivia, leaving him wishing he'd never asked. The prince cracks who's going with him in his head, then he points and names the exact lands where they'll go. Clown tells them the prince's stop is right between Ishtalika and Baltica, meaning he'll be stuck overnight on the water train. Ain is shocked, but he just murmurs to himself that it might actually help, and the girl shoots him a confused look. He caught the look on his girlfriend's face and immediately scrambled to change the subject. He started distracting her, twirled a strand of her hair around his finger, and she blushed, whining that the prince was going to mess up her hairstyle. Ain's mission is officially underway, and he's charging straight for the old Viscount Sidgey's lands. He whoops as he strides down the street with his guards right behind him, and the locals are grinning like his arrival means everything. The protagonist prowls through the estate, grills the townspeople and farmers for answers, and you can tell, yeah, the mission is absolutely going great. When night dropped, the hero dashed off toward the water train. Dill tells the prince they're staying here for the night and heading to the capital at dawn. Ain nods along, then thanks the guy. Ian remembers Dill's request, snaps his focus onto the prince, and hands the soldier a letter, telling him to deliver it straight to the engineer. Dill stared at the envelope as the prince snapped that the letter was deadly important and had to be delivered right now. The soldier grinned, swore he'd handle it, bowed low, and hurried off. The door shuts behind Dill. Ain watches him for a beat, then boom, the train lurches to life with a roar and rattling wheel squeaks, kicking out thick, choking clouds of smoke from the chimney. Quick footsteps slam down the corridor, and a heartbeat later a breathless soldier bursts into the room, yelling why the train just started moving and what was inside that letter, while Ain stays calm, then simply asks him to forgive her. With a dead serious face, the main character sinks into a chair and declares, I'm heading for the Baltic. Dill, still buzzing with excitement, blurts out why they have to bolt right now. Ain jumps in, saying that as a prince he wants to run this investigation himself, and his friend demands to know whether the king is in on it, but Ain just shakes his head. A soldier lets out a weary sigh and in a humble voice tells them the train will roll into the Baltic by morning, so for now they can finally rest. Ain is shocked by his friend's strange act and he snaps, asking why he won't try to stop him. Dill meets the prince's gaze, his eyes full of understanding and a hint of heartbreak, and tells him, yeah, even now he would have done it his way. The protagonist slips into a daze, then bursts into giggles, quickly spiraling into full-on laughter, while the prince's friend just stares at him, totally lost. With a grin plastered on his face, Anhin pauses to soak in the fact that he's the one escorting him, and the soldier shoots back, promising he'll do his best to meet every expectation. The train screams down the rails at breakneck speed, while the prince dozes peacefully, completely clueless, until even in his sleep he hears someone trying to shake him awake. He hauled himself up like he'd climbed out of the bed, only to find grass and trees all around him. He yawned, wondering if they'd finally arrived, and right before he could even process it, some guy jabbed him hard in the face with a sword still strapped in its sheath. The prince's eyes go wide in pure shock as the stranger barks an order, "Get up and start training." He steadies himself, then blurts, "Where am I and who are you?" And behind the towering blonde man with a sword still aimed at him, a stunning black-haired sorceress of Estimania watches in silence. The prince's eyes lock in, he finally recognizes them, and he blurts the heroes' names at the top of his lungs, Dullahan and the Elderlick. Ein stared at the heroes in shock, trying to figure out what they wanted. Then for a split second he feared he'd been kidnapped, before he quietly breathed out the tall blonde man's name, Ramza. A man and a girl step forward and introduce themselves. Then the prince nails the man's name on the spot, while the girl behind him beams sweetly and says, "Misty," like she's already got a secret smile for him. The sorceress snaps his panic like a bad dream, calming him about the kidnapping. Then she leans in and whispers, soft as smoke, that this is exactly what he wanted. Ramza, with a smug edge, tells them they're out of time and to start. Then he snaps his fingers, and a stunning suit of dark metal armor erupts onto Aina, leaving the prince yelping as he stares in shock. Still half stunned, the protagonist blurts the armor's name, Dullahan armor, like it just appeared out of nowhere, and the blonde swears he'll lend it for the whole training, because in this world, dying is basically impossible. Ian rises with a sword in his grip and demands Rams why he's walking around without armor, only for Rams to shut him down fast, saying he doesn't need any, and that the prince won't even lay a finger on him with his kid's little knife. Ian just grumbles, clearly not impressed. The young man straightens to his full height, muttering that he has no idea how strong that blonde really is. Then he clamps down on his sword's hilt and charges straight into the attack. Ein barks that nobody should underestimate him, then lunges in and swings his sword, trying to land the hit fast, while Ramza stays cool as ever, easing his blade out of its sheath like he's got all the time in the world. Deep night blankets Ishtalika castle, and the moon blazes overhead as Kadima strides toward a cage where a bee-like monster churns behind the bars. She thrusts a magic stone through and launches into one of her bold theories. The monster lunges in and snatches the stone the second it's offered, then crushes it in his jaws, leaving the first princess blinking in shock at the wild transformation. A blinding glow swallowed the bee, and its body ballooned bigger and bigger until the monster towered into insane sizes. Then the girl stared at her test subject, stunned. Kadima yelps with pure joy, paws clutched to her chest as the creature finally morphs into a bee king, an experiment she's sure has worked, but she's not done yet, so she plans to put it to sleep first and record everything in peace. In neat, careful handwriting, the first princess scribbles in her notebook that a monster can only evolve by chomping down a higher-level magic stone. Then Ein follows that exact theory and evolves the same way, right on schedule. Kadima keeps thinking that the prince has already swallowed enough stones to complete one evolution, and if he really has the spark, he'll be able to evolve again down the road. The girl can't help but picture her nephew wrapped in a blazing glow. But one question keeps gnawing at her mind: what kind of evolution will strike next? Nobody can say. Right then, the night castle gets shattered by a furious girl's scream, livid that just as the opening begins, and has vanished off on a business trip. During the training, Ram shrugs off the prince's punch with calm ease, then just shuts his eyes as if it means nothing, and the prince gets launched flying like a rag doll. Ain coughs as he scrambles to his feet, cursing himself for that reckless overconfidence, while Misty breathes a healing spell into him and tells him just how unreal Ramza's strength is. He thanks her, then pauses, realization hitting him like a jolt. In a cutting, harsh voice, the blonde snaps that the prince is a terrible swordsman, so he blurts, confused and guilty, "I didn't expect that at all." Ramza keeps talking, saying the hero can pull it off because his training forged it, so yeah, that's something to be proud of, but the prince is way scarier fighting with phantom arms than swinging a regular sword. With his head bowed, the blonde still clings to one dream: Ein will one day learn to beat trouble with a sword, not brute strength, and the protagonist stares at the swordsman, totally baffled. Misty sat at a nearby table, cradling fragrant tea as the sorceress leaned in and ordered Rams to lay out clear instructions for the inexperienced prince. The swordsman nods along and scoops the main character up under his armpit like he's nothing but a feather, while the prince's temper flares. He tries to talk the blonde out of treating him like a kid, and Ramza just keeps poking the fire. The blonde's eyes soften as he glances down at In, dismissing the prince as nothing more than a kid. The protagonist stares back at his teacher, annoyed and totally baffled. Ramza slips in behind the kid, fixes his stance with quick guidance, and calls out every mistake. Then he gently steers him step by step until he finally gets it right. Ian's stomach drops as he finally realizes the elementary blunders he's been making, because you can't just swing your sword once and beat everyone, not when Ramza is standing there, and not when the prince is still way too weak to pull that off. The swordsman snaps the protagonist's legs into the perfect position, and right as he does, he launches into a gripping tale about the exact combat stances. The young man suddenly feels something off, his focus slips, and he almost loses the blonde entirely. Ramza's words and the boy's thoughts collide with one truth: spending time with your dad hits different, and Ramza keeps steering him forward, drilling him on the rules of combat. Misty's still perched a little way off, smiling like she already knows how this all ends as she watches everything play out. As the swordsman watches his student crawl on all fours, wheezing for breath, he fires off praise, and then Ramza snaps into a colder voice, declaring the real training is about to begin, leaving Ian stunned. The blonde grips the sword with both hands, squares up in a battle stance, and tells the prince to study his moves first and map out a counterattack. Then the fight erupts. In the blink of an eye, Ramza is suddenly at the main character's side, sword already arcing toward him, and the young man doesn't even get a chance to react as he realizes just how brutal that speed is. His teeth grind as he snaps his guard up to parry. Steel slammed against steel with a brutal, piercing clang, sparks erupting into the air, yet the prince parried it clean. He locked eyes on the swordsman, tracking every twitch like it was second nature, because his training lets him read their every move. The protagonist fights tooth and nail just to survive the onslaught, wrestling every step as steel swords clank around him. Then he yells that Ramsay's hits feel weaker than they did before. With another fierce swing aimed at the prince, the blonde snaps back that this is only the start, so shut up and listen. Ian locks onto how razor-quick and spot-on his opponent's strikes are, and he can't help but admire how much better this fighter is than the Ishtalika knights. Then Ramza whips his arm up and crashes it down with a brutal slash. The sword's blade slices the air just a few centimeters from the prince's head, and he jerks aside, eyes locked as he keeps his analysis going, because every hit from his opponent feels like it's packing the power of all his friends combined, and he refuses to drop his guard for even a second. Ian hammers Rams with a vicious attack, but Rams snaps up his guard. Yet inside, Ian's rage is screaming, "Don't stop, keep striking and flip this into your own win." So the main character launches forward and slams into him, using inertia to boost every ounce of power. Ian's consciousness screams at him to seize control of this duel. Then the swordsmen lunge again, their blades whistling as they collide with a brutal clash. With Ram's hand trapped in a bad spot from the impact, the protagonist snaps on the opening, shifts his stance in an instant, finds a new footing, and barrels straight back into the fight. In the blink of an eye, the prince was face to face with his enemy, ready to end it, his sword blade whirling toward Ramza to finish him. Right then the training clock hit 0, bam. A flash of light swallowed Aina's armor, and both boys snapped their heads toward Misty. Lights and sparks swirl around the heroes as the sorceress leans in and tells the prince she's already taken care of his sleeping body, and the young man immediately thanks her, face to face. He leans in and thanks both heroes, soaking up the priceless battle experience they handed him like a life-changing gift. Ramza waves it off, says no thanks, then drops the bomb. He's got one request for the hero. The swordsman's grin crumples into sadness and his head dips, and Ian blurts an instant yes, straight away asking what the request even is. The blonde shuts his eyes and tells him, if that prince ever runs into someone who fights just like Ramza, you better warn him. The swordsman leans in and tells the kid something, what it is stays locked up tight, while the protagonist just stares, shocked by every word, then his brand new partners vanish like they were never even real. Ian groans and slowly pries his eyes open, right as someone tries to call him. Dill calls it, the trains finally hit its stop. The prince drops onto the bed, thanks the soldier, and then stares at his palm like old training is about to come roaring back. Determination surges through him as he clenches his fist, and after a bit, Ian and his friends step off the train in full gear, like they're about to go change everything. Snowflakes get whipped over the razor peaks of those icy mountains, and the wind howls louder with every brutal gust. The boys tromp through a snowy wilderness forest, and Dill fires off a question, where are they headed? The prince looks uneasy too, because out here, far from the city, monsters could be lurking anywhere. Aim steadies him with a firm, reassuring tone, telling him everything's fine. Our guide is waiting just outside the city. Then the prince whips his gaze to the forest thicket and starts talking to the guide hidden behind a tree. From behind the tree trunks, a shadow in pitch-dark armor steps out, and the protagonist's eyes lock on Marco. Night pours out from the trees and lands in front of the heroes, and nobody has a clue how the Ainu will be treated in this country. Dill snaps to his feet, throws his body in front of the prince, and raises his sword to shield him, while Marco lifts his hand to stop the chaos, saying he was the one who got them called here. When Ein's companion feels a hand clamp onto his shoulder, shock hits him, and he whips around at his friend, baffled as if to say, "Wait, lay down your arms." The prince bows and apologizes to Marco, then asks him to guide them, and the knight freezes for a beat, weighing every word like it could change everything. With a stern voice, he snaps that Ein finally made up his mind, so the moment has arrived. Then he locks eyes with the young man, seeing nothing but solid confidence staring back. Marco slaps a hand to his chest and gives a sharp salute. "Consider it done. I'll escort you straight to the castle with zero trouble." Then he grins and admits being by the prince's side is an honor. Dill erupts into screams, yelling that their path truly leads straight into the demon's castle, and demanding why they'd ever go there. Ein, still wearing that innocent little smile, cuts in and tells him to just go visit one grave. The prince whips around to Marco and demands, "Is the tomb of the first king buried deep inside the castle?" Marco answers with a firm nod. The main crew and their new buddy push through a tangled forest thicket, and Ein fires off, "So it's really safe if Marco's with us. Monsters won't touch us, right?" Dill nods, but then the prince spots something lurking in the distance. A fat pillar of purple smoke climbs up through the treetops just off to the side of the boys, like something burning in the shadows, so the prince snaps and asks the guide what in the world it is. Marco tells them a poisonous swamp lurks there, so deadly even Mistress Misty won't step foot inside, while Ein keeps staring at the smoke, and their guide warns that something glitters in the swamp's heart, and they'd better be insanely careful. The protagonist studies the knight's words, all the while staring at those violet clouds that churn up from the swamp. The heroes stride toward the towering building, slipping past the castle's lavish high arches like they're stepping into legend. Marco tells the boys, "We're here for a reason," as they stare in awe at the demon lord's castle, towering columns, sharp stonework, and decorations that hit like a warning. The Dark Knight guides them to a massive wooden door, and everyone immediately knows it opens onto a cemetery, so the heroes go stiff with wariness, caught off guard by how intense this just got. Marco shatters the silence and declares that this door leads to a tiny room, crafted by amazing people. Then he slams extra emphasis on amazing people. The knight drops into a deep bow, warns the prince to stay sharp, and still feels sure the kid will pull off the win. Ein felt it instantly. Something in his words didn't line up, then doubt crashed in, like the things he'd said before were suddenly contradicting him. The prince thanks Marco and orders him to wait for him in the Great Hall, while Dill is told to stay put. Then everyone nods and agrees. As the Dark Knight strides off, Dill yanks the protagonist back and warns him to stay sharp. Then Ein throws those heavy oak doors wide and promises, "I'll be back soon." A cramped, musty room snaps into view for the prince, and in the dark the wall glints with hanging shackles. In the corner a chain clanks like a warning, and the hero recoils, yanking his face behind his hand to block out the nauseating stench. Snapping his head toward the chains, Aim catches something lurking in the dark. His eyes finally adjust, and there, chained to the wall, is a girl. The prince froze in shock at what he saw, then sprinted toward the girl, who reached out weakly with trembling hands, whispering something that he couldn't quite make out. She dragged herself up to Ein, and he dropped to his knees right there, listening as the girl kept whispering that same tiny word, "me," over and over. The young man clasped the girl's hands and worked hard to soothe her, promising everything would be okay and that he'd let her go. The moment the hero blinked, the girl vanished like smoke, gone so fast it felt like she'd never been there at all, leaving only lonely shackles scattered on the floor. The next second she appeared behind the prince and slid her thin fingers across his face, whispering in a cold, grave-like voice that she only needed one thing, love. Ain whipped around in a panic, but there was nobody behind him, like fear had yanked the air straight out of his lungs, forcing him to gasp while cold sweat drenched his body, and he couldn't make sense of what he'd just felt. The protagonist blamed it all on the Red Fox's curse, and the moment he saw the scene, chills crawled up his spine, plain and terrifying. Clenching his will like a fist, the prince marched forward. Then, before he even got 2 steps in, he swayed hard and his eyes started to droop. Ein strode up to the door, yanked the handle, and popped the wooden barrier open, and a blade of sunlight poured through the crack between the doors. Peeking out from behind the door, the prince caught a sweet breeze on his face, and the sunlight hit so hard it nearly blinded him. Majestic tombs rose ahead, carved with the same intricate patterns as the palace of Ishtalika, so he stepped closer, grinned, and couldn't hide his excitement at what lay before him. He figured he'd be stuck doing the same ritual again, so he clutched the bouquet in his hands, dropped it on the tombstone without wasting a second, and started speaking out loud to the first king. Just like before, the prince dropped to one knee and thrust his sword forward, apologizing for trespassing on the grave. Then the blade flared to life, and the protagonist instantly understood. The first king was buried right here. The young man darted his gaze to the epitaph, then read it out loud. Turns out this grave holds the second son of Ramsar and Misty, King Yel von Ishtalika, laid to rest on his own homeland. The hero finally clocked it. The first king wasn't a king at all, it was the demon lord herself. Yan stares at the memorial and spots a sweet little girl in pigtails, all bundled up in a fluffy dress. The young man's eyes keep gliding past the gravestones until they land, there, Misty and Rams, right there in front of him. The hero keeps talking, laying out his logic like a weapon. Then he realizes every one of the buried had the von Ishtalika name, which makes him wonder, did King Yale tear his family apart? He desperately wants that chilling theory to be true. Ian pictures the royal family from back then, knowing there'd been no feud, because if there was, Yale wouldn't have ended up buried here, yet the prince's gaze snaps straight to one grave. The prince closes in and leans over the tombstone, realizing it's the queen's, her name carved there and even her maiden name beside it. The lettering is nearly wiped away, but this young man still manages to make out the inscription. Ian stares at the grave in full shock, like the puzzle finally snapped into place in his mind, because he knows that last name. The wind shrieks above the demon lord's castle like it wants in, and Dill stands guard at the entrance just like he was told. Then a nasty creak snaps behind him, and he whips around. The knight lets out a relieved breath, thank the stars, the prince is okay. Ein tells him she's taught him everything he wanted, and he eagerly suggests they head for the Great Hall, but first he asks his friend for one promise. Bill answers by staring at the hero with a tense, tight-lipped kind of worry. With a cold, stern voice, the prince tells him, don't interfere ever. The heroes stride into the hall and find Marco waiting with his back turned to them, and you can feel the tension snap tighter with every second, like something huge is about to blow. The Dark Knight's shoulders tremble with a low, quiet chuckle, and he asks the prince, so you done? A sharp little jab wrapped in his sarcasm. Ein tells Marco they're turning around and heading back to Baltica, and the knight bows his head, ready to escort her. Rage burns in the prince's veins, but his face stays perfectly calm. Then, without a word, he strides past Marco, and Marco breaks the silence. With zero suspicion, he leans in and asks Ein if she liked it. Then the prince clocks the vibe and asks if he means graves, but the knight snaps back fast, denying it on the spot. The Dark Knight shatters into a scream. He doesn't care about the grave at all. He's desperate to know what's inside that room ahead of the cemetery, convinced it's magnificent. Rage spikes in the prince as his fists clamp tight, and he blurts out, half to himself, that he can still remember that room. Ein whips around to the knight, sadness blazing in her eyes, and snaps that she's disgusting, and that everyone who built her is disgusting too. Marco studies the prince like his life depends on it, but that armor makes it impossible to tell what he's feeling right now. The Dark Knight starts to tremble, and with a tense whisper he insists the answer is wrong. This young man isn't just standing there, he's actually sick. Ian shoots a sharp gesture to Dill, telling him to back off and not interfere. Marco's whole body starts to quake harder and harder. He blurts that the heroes have to come to his house, claiming he's got a bunch of medicines and that they hurt him enough to keep him from snapping. Ein grits his teeth and glares at the knight, pure fury burning in his eyes. The Dark Knight gets swallowed by this wild burst of energy, then he erupts in furious screams, insisting it's all for the protagonist's good. His voice grinds like metal, screaming straight out of pure despair. Ein and his crew freeze right in front of Marco, bracing for whatever hits next, because this is the boiling point, and I'm done for. I'm seriously sick of this. It's a full-on nightmare. The castle walls start to tremble, and Dill's nerves snap as he frets over the prince, because the Dark Knight has finally gone mad. The protagonist vows he'll fix it himself, then shoots his friend a clear look, don't you dare step in. Yeah, but then what? Ein yanks off his cloak, grabs the collar like it's a shield, and whips it aside. Boom, his sword there. The boy roars he'll take on Marco because that's his duty. Aha, now hand over the 100 you owe me. The Dark Knight yanks the sword's hilt, charges forward screaming that he's about to show off his home, and the prince snaps into a fighting stance, ready to smash into battle. Steel slammed together in a fierce duel, swords clanged non-stop, and every hero stayed locked on his opponent, trading lightning strikes until blow after blow got flung back. The battle was flying at a speed Dill couldn't even keep up with. His eyes couldn't track them as they tore across the field, kicking up massive clouds of dust, and when the swords finally met again, sparks burst out like lightning. Teeth clenched, Ein snapped Marco's attack back like it was nothing, and then it hit him. He'd seen this exact move before, right in his dream. The prince realizes that even in full madness, the Dark Knight stays loyal to his blade, doesn't back up an inch. He clamps down on his panic and forces himself to repeat the rules Ramza drilled into him in that dream, because Marco's blows are already rattling the prince like he might hit the floor any second. Ein shoved in just enough force to twist the impact of his strike, slicing straight through the Dark Knight's armor. But Marco doesn't even blink. This whole mess actually entertains him, and he erupts into hysterical laughter. The knight snapped his laughter shut and stared off, stuck wondering why he felt weaker than his opponent, especially when the prince fought just like the captain, and Marco's fingers traced the armor as he realized. He never truly trusted himself. He howled again like a hurt beast, spitting out words about faith he didn't even have. Then the protagonist froze, stared, and frowned like, "What nonsense, what nonsense." The Dark Knight snaps off his own hand with his sword, and the heroes go rigid with shock. Marco shudders again, and for one wild second, the boys think maybe the knight finally came to his senses. The knight snaps his head up and blurts, "How could I ever trust someone like her?" And then Ain whips around and calls out to him, over and over, because he refuses to give up until the very end, sure that the obsession will break. But nope, nothing works. Marco rips out another scream about his home, barrels straight into the clash, and when a storm of hits rains down, the prince pleads with the knight to snap out of it, but the knight can't hear a word. Marco erupts into another round of laughter, his words tumbling out like pure nonsense. Ain grits his teeth, going into guard mode instead of attacking. Then someone yells at the main character. He just freezes, begging him to stop. Ramza strides up to the prince, demanding he put Marco's suffering to rest. Then, as a cold, faceless spirit, he slides in behind the hero and plants his hand on his shoulder. The young man can't swallow this news. His teeth grind as he parries again, snap after snap. Ain stumbles a step away from the laughing knight, drops his sword, and declares that his last fight will be with the prince himself. The castle vaults start trembling like they're about to break, and Dill can't help it. He assumes something's wrong and yells to his friend, but Ian doesn't even hear him. Ian's locked in his duel, and all he can say is that now Marco will finally witness what he chose for himself. The prince's appearance shifts in an instant, and Dill, staring at the hero's wild transformation, can't process what he's seeing. The prince slams another parry, sparks fly off the enemy's armor, and with every hit, the castle starts to crumble right along with it. Aim snaps into that exact lunge from the dream, only this time Ramza's training pays off and the blade crashes into its mark. This is it, the final blow. The prince drives his sword straight through his opponent, and in that snap of fate he's gone from boy to man, taller, hardened, and with hair that's finally grown out. Marco stares at the main character, shaking as he wonders, did the captain beat him, or is this just the beginning? Ian stares at the knight with raw sadness as the man crumbles in front of him, and he still meets Ian's gaze. The warrior stretches out his hand and sets it on the prince's shoulder, desperate to get out one last word. Marco's hands are shaking again, yet he still praises the prince, gushing that he's gotten stronger, and the protagonist is left utterly stunned by what he just heard. He figures the knight has finally come to, but he knows that clear head won't last. Ain's panic spikes as he insists he'll cure his friend, and still he refuses. Marco speaks in a hush, his voice cracking now and then, and he insists that mastering the captain's technique is all he needs. Rage boils in the protagonist's veins as he snaps at the knight, demanding he refuse death. Marco leans in and blurts, "I can't take this anymore." As his armor starts to crack and crumble, the prince stares in disbelief. Then the knight answers back, "The captain is gone, he's worn out, and all he wants now is peace." Rams clenches the memory. He came to deliver that one message, and the Dark Knight leans in, listening hard, as the prince grips his friend's hand and ushers him off with a final goodbye. He thanks the knight for staying loyal to his mission for centuries, and for a second it feels like Ramza is right there too, telling him goodbye to Marco the exact same way. The armor keeps falling apart inch by inch, yet Marco grins like he's winning anyway. Then he finally demands the prince's name, and Ian, eyes heavy with sorrow, tells him so. The knight murmurs Marco's name, voice shaking as his armor keeps breaking apart, while dawn starts leaking through the castle windows. Marco thrusts his hand toward the prince and demands that the whole world hears this name. The knight's body crumbles to dust, and with his final breath he praises Ishtalika, while the hero stares in horror at where his friend just fell. Marco dashes off, leaving a magical stone in his wake. Ian quickly snatches it, crushes it to his chest, and drinks in its power like it's meant for him. The hero's muscles crackle with power as he spots a bundle on the floor, snatches it up, and freezes in shock. Ian stares at the letter Ramza once left for Marco, and it finally hits the prince. His friend wasn't just running around, he'd been carrying and guarding the royal order this whole time. The prince's memories spill out snapshots of the knight's life, and the moment he realizes it, Marco, the faithful knight, carried out every order without rest, all the way to the very end. Dill's voice cracks, he can't believe what he's seeing, and he blurts to Ian, "Is that really you?" The younger man smiles, reassures him, and confirms every one of his suspicions. Still baffled, the knight keeps firing questions about the prince's bizarre transformation, while the protagonist stammers that he's somehow gotten taller than his friend. Ian claims he's got a theory behind his sudden growth spurt, but he'll spill it once the heroes roll back into the capital, so Dill nods along until something else snaps the prince's attention. From the castle window, purple smoke curled up out of the deadly swamp, and the heroes rushed toward it, only to slam into a wall of poison so thick it wouldn't let them pass. Dill's worried sick about the prince, so he tells Ein to be careful. After all, they've already been warned that this place is deadly. But Ein can't stop his curiosity, and since the poison won't even work on him, he snaps back that Dill should keep his distance instead. The hero blurts out that Dill's body can't handle the poison, and right when panic spikes, the prince thrusts his hand out, then the poisonous fog parts like it's afraid of him. The knight freezes, shocked by a sweet smell he thought was poison, and as Ein scans the swamp, she realizes the mist is coming from something dead center, so she steps in, only to find the water is shallow and icy clear. The prince is just as stunned as Dill is. Dill screams at him to get help in case trouble strikes, but the boy can't look away, because something that looks like a flower has captured his eye. And yeah, right in the middle of the swamp, a pink, fiery blue rose burned like a living flame, one Ein had already seen back in his childhood. The prince crouches by the flower, eyes locked on the purple smoke pouring out like a memory, and the boy's head floods with pieces of the past. Then he grins, thinking he can pull the same trick again. Ein plucks the flower, and in the blink of an eye it blooms into a pink star crystal that crackles in his palm. The hero grabs it and bolts off, determined to bring it back to Dill. Already in the Baltic, the guys rolled in by train, and that night urged the prince to get some real rest before they finally hit the capital. Dill slips out of the room, shuts the door behind him, and paces the hallway, panicking because he feels useless, his muscles locking up as the last battle flashes in his mind. He lashes himself for being weak, tears spill from his eyes, and he wipes them away with his coat sleeve. Then he makes a vow to himself. A promise to get stronger, way stronger than his father, and after he finally steals his resolve, Dill keeps walking down the hallway, rocking a new kind of confidence in every word. Right now in her room, Ein plops into a chair and stares at the stat card like it's mocking her, totally baffled. Things spiral out of control fast. This prince finally realizes his metamorphoses are going to raise hell with everyone, so he snaps his hand up to his head, frantically clutching at a spare. The hero still remembers what the first princess warned him about, something just like this. Because his sudden surge in power isn't a fluke, it's an evolution. Ein snaps back to the stat chart again, only this time the card refuses to show the old numbers, and the skills have been replaced with a brand new ability. Demon Lord ****. Night draped Ishtalika castle in darkness as the protagonist's mother panicked, begging for news because her son still hadn't come back, so Clown and Christina hurried to the king. Silvered eases the girl's nerves by lifting his hands in a calm, peace-filled gesture. The king can't forget Ein's warning. She knew he'd want a swing by Bart on the way, so she made him promise it would stay secret. Right then a maid bursts into the hall yelling that the prince is back. Every head snaps around. Olivia grabs her shoulders and demands, "Where is he? Is he okay?" Then the main character barrels after him into the hall. Everyone in the room gasps at his fresh new look, and he scratches his head with an innocent grin, then shrugs like, "Relax, I just grew a little on the way." On their faces you can read every emotion at once. The king and his trusted men look utterly stunned, the protagonist's friends are mortified, and the mother is grinning like she just won. A blood-curdling scream tore through the castle walls, echoing so far it felt like the whole world outside could hear it. Ian locked eyes with his grandfather and dared the evil eye to do its work, while the girls pressed up at the doorway because they couldn't resist either. Then the relatives struck up a conversation, and the protagonist straight up asked whether this messes with the royal plans. Silvered snaps back that he's in the way, and that hits the protagonist like a guilt punch. The king's face turns grim. He wastes no time demanding to hear what happened in the Demon Lord's castle and why Ian has changed so much. The prince pours out every last detail, and it instantly leaves his grandfather horrified. He quickly repeats a piece of his grandson's words just to lock it in, then reveals the shocking truth. The first king was really a demon lord, and legends say the king was the one who killed him. Silvered knew that grave wasn't holding the first king's remains, and when that was questioned, he shot back that he didn't have any memory of such a thing. Then the king leans in and asks, "Have you told anyone what you saw?" And the protagonist shakes his head, "No," because the only exception is that Dill actually witnessed the clash between the prince and Marco. Silvered snaps back that he'll take action, then turns his focus. What in the world happened to his grandson's body? Ein is left totally baffled, like she can't even find the right words. He shoves a card into the grandfather's hands, pointing straight at the place where the curse is. The king takes it with a nasty chill in his gut, then his face crumples as he reads what's inside. Silvered slams back in his chair, clutching his skull, and Ein leaps toward him. Yet the king keeps staring at the map, reading it again and again like he can't believe what he's seeing. Confused, the protagonist's grandfather presses him for the truth about what he just witnessed, while the prince freezes, totally at a loss, unable to find the words. The old man rockets out of his chair, grilling his grandson with question after question. Then the kid swears nothing feels different except for one thing. The king's in full panic, demanding what it is, and of course the big discovery is that the main character, somehow a total idiot, just wants to swap his clothes. With an innocent look plastered on his face, Ein says the only thing that's changed is his clothes can't keep up with his growing body. After those words, Silverd's heart flips back and forth, pure joy 1 second, then dread the next. But rage is boiling over at his grandson, so he swings a slap right across the back of his head. The king roars with fury, and Ain just can't wrap her head around why she got nailed on the head, so with clenched teeth, the monarch snarls that it's time she stops flying and comes back to reality. Silverd finally calms down and tells his grandson, "Tomorrow you'll even be able to pick out your own clothes." Then he drops, dead seriously, "Can we get more dialogue for the god of dialogues?" And honestly, it's a total nightmare. The protagonist goes to his grandfather for advice on what to tell everyone about his changes, and the king shuts him down with a warning. Don't spread that Ein is a demon lord. Let them believe it all happened because of the magic stone's absorption. And here's the real kicker. Dryad blood is already coursing through the main character's body, and the coming-of-age ceremony just happened not long ago. The prince hasn't even had a chance to learn anything new yet, so he rushes to ask Kadima for help. Then the king nods, agrees, and strides out of the room. After a bit, the maid hauled in some clothes for Ian, and even though it was just a robe, he couldn't stop admiring how perfectly it fit him. Marsa finally leaves him, and as the prince is left alone, he sinks onto the sofa and lets out a long, relieved breath like he's been holding it for ages. He lifts his head and shouts for Clown and Chris, who have been standing outside that door the whole time. The girls peek out warily from behind that half-open door, like they're bracing for the worst. Then they creep forward on tiptoe toward the prince, and to Ein's shock, they fire off weird, super-formal questions at him too. When the protagonist gives a cheerful yes, they finally get permission to come closer, and the girlfriends plop down right beside him. Their next move left the prince completely baffled. Clown and Chris marched up, sniffing him like they were searching for something, and when the prince asked a perfectly normal question, they just didn't give him any answer. Then the girls whipped their heads toward each other, grinning so hard you can practically feel the joy bursting off their faces. The protagonist's friends erupt in shocked cheers because, yep, it really is their prince, and Ein can't even fathom how they managed to prove it. All three are sprawled on the couch, and the girls can't stop staring at the guy's hair, weighing it against his mom's like it's a sacred beauty contest. As soon as the main character tried to cut them off, an argument erupted, because beauty wasn't going to cut it, not with that crowd, so the friends started scrambling for a move, and Clown finally pitched the first idea. The girls hunker down and painstakingly work on the main character's hair, and he just sits there, blinking in faint, bewildered confusion. By the time night had swallowed the whole world, Olivia hurried to her son's door, knocked once, and then leaned in to peer into his room. She's moved to tears by the picture of the boys dozing off with each other in their arms, right there on the spot, while the prince has a plain setup of hairpins and elastic bands holding his hair in place, and their mother can't miss it. The three of them are emotionally glued together. A lonely kid sat alone in the cave, dazed, and when he finally snapped back to reality, he blinked around like, wait, how did I even end up here? The kid stared at his hands, his body nothing but a walking skeleton, no clue who he was, no idea where he was, as footsteps thundered through the cave. A woman strode up to the child, clutching a glowing staff that lit everything around them. She dropped down beside the slave's son, declaring she could tell he was drenched in miasma, so that's why he snapped and became a monster. She yanked off her hood and the world finally saw her face, then she smiled at the young skeleton. He tried to speak, but all that burst out were broken sounds, because the child still couldn't talk. Then Misty leaned in and promised him, "You're safe now, everything's going to be fine." The sorceress yanked out a handful of stones, tossed them to the skeleton, and he stared them down like treasure before chomping them to pieces. While the baby crunched stones, Misty just smiled at him. Then a weird sound snapped the air, and when she shot her gaze up, cracks raced across the ceiling like lightning. The woman beside her warned the cave could collapse any second. Misty thrust out her hand, and the tiny monster took it. Then she told him to come with her. She didn't have the exact destination yet, but with her there, he'd never feel alone. The woman lined in, introduced herself, and demanded the kid's name, but the child froze because he had no idea who he was, and Misty let out a heavy sigh. She said that if that's the deal, the monster's name would be Ramza. Then Sylvia lit up, thrilled to finally meet him. And just like that, their journey kicked off, because from that moment on, they were living together in this world. Years flew by and that little skeleton finally grew up. Now he looked like a healthy young man, not a monster. The heroes halted by the river, and Ramzo was rubbing his face clean when Misty called out to him. When he finally got close, he caught sight of his partner, except it was a grimy little kid ravenously devouring fruits, and the man demanded to know what race she was. Sylvia looked at her and instantly believed the girl was a succubus. The kid blurted out and cut them off. She denied the whole assumption and declared she was an uncut gem, then smiled and said she'd be big for real soon, and Misty hurried to apologize. Sylvia demanded to know what she was doing in the forest, and the girl flinched back, whispering that she had no tail, no wings. Her mother had thrown her out for something she couldn't change. Sylvia shot a look at Ramza. He got it instantly and nodded hard. The boys pulled the girl along and she froze in shock. Then the woman leaned in and asked, "What's your name?" And the gem man simply said he didn't have one. The guy said Misty could pull it off just like he did, and Sylvia couldn't stop thinking about whether she was right. She pitched the name Ash, and the girl lit up on the spot, grinning bright, then grabbed her new guardian's hands and declared she loved her new name. The three of them tore through the world together, charging snowy peaks, trading blows with monsters, and jumping in to help the locals, until, year after year, new faces kept showing up and joining their crew. The hero halted in a city, and cold winter air bit hard outside, while everyone in town laughed through the day, yet Ash slumped on her bed, restless and fed up, staring at the ceiling as she demanded, "Why do I have to keep doing this?" What? Her sister was the only one who matched that look and that attitude perfectly. The woman stood nearby, radiating a creepy aura, grinning as she said someone was getting left without dinner today. Rasmus let out a heavy sigh and said they had no real choice. Ash was the strongest of the three, and as a demon she was perfectly built to be the village chief. Then he leaned in and told her the monsters he'd saved all agreed. Misty told him that she and Ramza would shoulder every last bit of the work for Ash. She just had to ascend the throne, and the girl froze in shock, asking if it was really true. She had zero confidence in herself, stuck being a demon succubus, while her partners were the Great Lick and the Dullahan, just an ordinary skeleton back in the day, so Ash couldn't stop thinking she'd never measure up to them. She was terrified if she messed up as class leader, her friends would turn on her, Ash would be crushed by guilt and feel like he couldn't keep living, and that unfaithful demon gripped the pillow in his hands like it might break. Misty told her not to fret, "We're family," she said with a wink, then nudged her to pick out a family name together. Rasmus clocked that the Lick already had won, and the woman shot back that her last name meant nothing. It was pure chance. Then she leaned in and asked, "So what symbol are we coming up with?" He told her he wasn't against the idea at all, and the succubus shot up her hand to back it. Then Misty leaned in and asked if they even knew what this content was called. Ramza said, "It's Ishtar," and Ash instantly confirmed it too. She then shrugged, admitting she had no clue why she'd ended up naming it something so weird. The woman asked if they'd mash it together with Rikua, a word from the god's language that meant family, and the girl snapped that it'd be hard to pull off, so the young man shot back with the simpler version, Rika. The heroes locked eyes and grinned, and you could tell it clicked in their hearts. Starting that day, they weren't just a group anymore. They were a real family with a name of their own. The prince slipped into his brand new clothes, and they fit him like a dream. Olivia burst into applause because the young man was absolutely rocking them. The woman strode up to her son and said it fit him perfectly, and Ain blurted out a thank you to his mother. Olivia let out a giggle, but the boy just stared. He had no clue why she was laughing, and then Olivia leaned in and realized her son had grown taller than her. He turned red with embarrassment and blurted out an apology, but the woman waved it off, saying nothing was wrong at all, and that she was honestly thrilled to see him looking so handsome. Olivia told him they were heading to see Magna on official business, then winked and promised she'd line up the best escort around. The hero flashed a proud smile, bowed low to his mother, and swore he'd stay by her side, answering for every step with full responsibility. In the mansion's courtyard, Ein kept his focus sharp while Kadima rolled the data on his recorder, but when the youth let out a frustrated sigh, saying there was no reaction, the beast men exchanged looks, then wrote everything down. The girl figured this new skill model would be like summoning magic. Ein even smiled sadly, dreaming he could call up Misty and Ramza, but fate shut the door on him. The kid said he couldn't lock in on just one power, so he'd switch gears for now. Then a brutal suit of armor slammed into shape on his arm, and magic burst out of it. The scientist shot up in shock and blurted, "Is that the hand of the Dark Knight Dullahan?" And the hero grinned, saying he could probably forge a full suit of armor, because in his dream Ramza dressed him in the gear, and the boy can still feel it burning on his skin. Kadima clapped a hand on the boy's back, and suddenly it clicked why that prince had just shot from kid to grown man. She leaned in and asked what kind of power the ice dragon, Upus Kamui, even had, totally bringing me back to the fact that he hadn't used it yet. He shut his eyes and threw his arms wide, locking in on pure concentration. then ice shards tore into the air and a two-headed dragon burst out from the frost. Kadima never thought she'd lay eyes on a two-headed sea dragon, and she couldn't wrap her mind around the fact that the prince had somehow shaped it into an insane ice masterpiece. For ages the boy struggled to rein in his powers, jaw clenched, frown deep. Then he finally tried to steady himself, but the statue suddenly jerked, crashed to the ground, and shattered into a million pieces. Ein crumpled down and muttered that keeping the dragon sculpture afloat was brutally hard, and as soon as she fell, Kadima sprinted to the shattered pieces, ready to grab a sample, but her tool meant to dissolve the ice snapped right in her hands. The beastman said that this bone-chilling frosty air wasn't like any regular ice magic. It was on a whole other level, and that made sense because a calamity-type monster on par with a sea dragon would breathe out terror like this. All of this made her researcher's guts churn, and she snatched up her notebook to jot down every scrap about the Dark Knight and the Ice Dragon. Then the young man blurted an apology and raced off because his grandfather had called. When Ein finally reached his relative's office, the door practically dripped with tension. The youth leaned in and demanded why the throne room felt so suffocating, only for the guards to shrug and admit they had no clue. The young man stepped into the room and froze. His grandfather sat on the throne, staring off like he was solving the hardest riddle of his life. Then he turned toward his grandson, and the moment he saw him, his face lit up with a sudden, bright smile. Silvered instantly clocked it. The new outfit fit the boy perfectly. The moment he could, he thanked the king and blurted, "What happened?" The marshal and the prime minister, stationed on both sides of the king's throne, wore the same uneasy look. Grandpa scowled and confessed he'd been one step away from firing a preemptive strike at Heim. Then everything exploded into war. The prince instantly remembered the first king's warning about never striking first, and the king of Ishtalika let out a heavy sigh, admitting that's exactly why he'd been scolding himself, and the hero demanded to know how it all went wrong. The king yanked out an envelope and snapped that this letter had been bolted to a reply from Euro, then admitted they feared his men were bribed and planted to turn them. Before he let his grandson read the letter, the grandfather leaned in and apologized, a bundle of nerves shaking in his chest. Then the moment the kid started reading, the grandfather exhaled a deep, heavy sigh. He summed it up. People from the other kingdom demanded an official update on the count and the rest, and they also claimed Ishtalika kidnapped them, then filed complaints tied to IA and Olivia. Warren regretted sending that letter straight to His Majesty, swearing he'd been just as stunned by what it said. Then Lloyd stepped in, grabbed his king's attention, and told him to trust that everything would be fine. He told them their enemies were so bold only because Ishtalika wouldn't touch them. But if push came to shove, the marshal was ready to flex a single grain of power in a way the first king wouldn't dare put down. Silvered lit up, praising Lloyd's words, and said he was counting on him, while the prime minister admitted he never thought the third prince would be so obsessed with Lady Klein. The young man snapped back to grit at once, because that guy's clingy sweetness toward the girl drove him up the wall, and Ein hit him with the idea to end it without brute force. Warren said they could set up a conference and seemed open to it. Then the guy snapped that his patience had run out, and he swore he wanted to stop the chaos Haim was unleashing. With Lady Klein's warm smile still burning in his memory, the prince rose and declared, "This girl is mine," and the entire room froze in shock. After what felt like forever, the throne room erupted with loud laughter. Then the king snapped, asking if everyone had caught what his grandson just blurted out, instantly realizing what everyone was thinking and rushing to clarify, "I meant my assistant, not the girl." Once Silvered finally calmed down, he promised he'd show up to the conference too, and the prime minister and the marshal panicked. They rushed to His Majesty, begging to know if this would put his life in danger. He snapped at them not to act foolish, because the king was coming with them on the White King, and if trouble hit during their meeting, he'd be right there, facing the same danger all over again inside the castle walls. Lloyd and Warren went dead silent, because they couldn't find a single thing to say back. Then the grandfather glanced at his grandson and ordered them to team up and figure it out with Heim. A few days later in JM's royal palace, Alina sat in her office, eyes locked on a letter that Sir Tiguru had sent. She couldn't figure out his angle at all. Then a maid stormed up, knocked, and slid the needed documents onto her desk. The girl thanked Lily, and the maid clocked Alina's crushed mood right away. Then she demanded to know what happened. The girl claimed Mr. Tiguru slipped the letter to Ishtalika without permission, and now she was right there, sitting and devouring their reply, while Lily clapped a hand over her mouth in shock. Alina leaned in and demanded to know if it really had been 4 years since Lily started serving her, then pressed her about whether she'd noticed how wildly the fish-hatching craze in Roundheart's port city had shifted just in the last 10 days. The maid paused, then Alina shoved the documents into her hands. Lily's eyes widened and she demanded, "What are these?" The girl smiled and said they were the city's fishing trend breakdowns, the kind people spent everything to uncover. Alina's nerves spiked, so she started chewing her nails, and the researchers even got called out for tax fraud they somehow hadn't noticed, while the auditor's cold, sharp tone had her fuming. The girl shot to her feet and declared that every scrap of info they had, public or hidden, was right there with them, and Alina could already feel where the negotiation was heading, no matter how things stood right now. Lily clocked that the country's chancellor was surprisingly sharp, so when Alina got annoyed, she marched to the window and nodded, fully agreeing. Right then the girl spotted something off. She whipped around to her maid and demanded, "How did you know that letter was penned by the chancellor of Ishtalika?" The maid froze cold. Realizing she'd been caught, she flashed a smile and claimed she'd known this was coming. Alina still hadn't managed to get a guard out when Lily suddenly slipped in behind her, a knife pressed to her throat, and hissed for her to stay silent. The maid said this letter held Varen Sama's message, hidden between the lines, about coming back through a code only people in the know could ever understand, and Lily decided to step fully out of the shadows because she believed this was the perfect moment. The maid finally let the girl go, then snapped that Lily better be sure of what she was doing, because she could call the guards any second. The spy shot back that she only meant to scare her, and killing was a hard no. Lily tossed a look down at the Knights of Heim like they were nothing, sure they couldn't touch her. Then she winked at Alina, who was clearly furious about what was going down. She let out a weary sigh, stood up anyway, and accepted the truth she had to obey. And Lily, she practically lit up, glad she finally got that answer. Alina seethed at that brutal bad streak, the letter to Taguru, Lily's betrayal. Then the maid just chuckled and said Lily was acting just like Lady Klein, and that probably meant Klein was the real source of it since she was her daughter. Suddenly the maid shot out her hand and told Alina to come with her, because Lady Klein was backing them. The girl begged for forgiveness, then cut him off. She had to refuse because she still loved Time, the country she'd called home her whole life. The spy let out a heavy sigh, yanked off her cap, and tossed it aside. Then the girl cracked the window open and climbed onto the sill. "Warning my mistress one last time," she said, voice tight with urgency. Lily told Alina that if she didn't want to throw down with her own daughter, she had to take the nobles out first. Then the maid yanked herself out the window, and Alina's daughter froze in total shock. Clara sprinted to the window and peered outside. Empty streets, no sign of anyone, but even after it turned out Lily was a spy, Alina still couldn't help liking her. The girl ditched her office and started for the exit. Then the straightest trailed behind Alina, grilling her for her next move. Alina just said she was headed to meet Prince Tuguru. Clara didn't get a second to mourn. She had to move, and move now. She was set to burn through every last option, all the way to the very start of the negotiations with Ishtalika. The heroes burst into the port where the royal ships were built, and Ein's face lit up. She couldn't believe a place that huge was real. Clowny said this place was just as big as the Tower of Wisdom from the game, and the port was packed with centuries of history too, yet the prince had no clue something like this even existed near the kingdom's capital. Then the girl suddenly coughed. The young man rushed up and asked if she was okay, and Clowny confessed that sometimes things got stuck in her throat before apologizing. Dill then told the girl to look after herself because an epidemic had hit the capital, and she thanked him for worrying about her. They kept pushing through the port, and after a bit the boys finally spotted it, the prince's ship, Leviathan, the Sea Dragon. Ein stared in shock at how massive it already was, because the girl swore the ship wasn't even finished yet, and still it towered way bigger than Princess Olivia's, with power that would blow past the White King's ship. Dill admitted he'd heard rumors, but nothing prepared him for the twist. The ship was the school, and Clowny said it wasn't magic, it was the Sea Dragon's materials, so they could cram on as many weapons as they wanted. Ein stared at the ship being built when familiar faces popped into view. Dill even clocked that the prince had his eyes fixed on something, so she blurted out, "What are you looking at?" The boy blurted out, "Is one of the engineers Roland?" Dill said, "Roland's a school friend of the prince," and pointed. Left of him stood a top-tier teacher. Then Professor Work Ian cut in, "So what are you all doing here?" The girls swore the professor was the biggest name on the whole continent, and that Roland was out there building magical engineering, so in his world he was a genius and a legend, and the hero couldn't believe it. Ein told them to move on, and Clowny blinked in shock. Did the prince really not want to greet his own acquaintances? The young man just said he'd wait until they were done fixing the ship, because he didn't want to interrupt a single thing. When spring hits, it'll be the 6th and last year of school for them all, and Roland, Butts, and Leonard have already scattered to the winds after graduation. Now the hero has to carve his own path too. The heroes rode a train rattling through the fields, and Clowny slid warm tea into the prince's hands so he could finally thaw after that freezing walk, while the girl insisted the meeting with the Kingdom of Heim would happen in the summer. The young man leaned in and asked where it would be held, and the assistant shot back that it'd go down on a desert island smack in the gap between Ishtalika and Heim, and that His Majesty, along with Mr. Warren would personally reset the lines so the meetings could happen. Clowney replayed the way those two old men used to snarl at each other, then blinked, because now they were all fired up and she couldn't figure out how it happened, even as they kept straight up ignoring Haim. He remembered the exact moment he claimed Clowney as his own, and his face burned with a blush. Then she said His Majesty would show up too, along with King Kaima, meaning both countries were marching in with massive armies at their backs. The prince clocked it instantly. If everything was going to run just like this, Logan would show up at that meeting too. Clowney told Aim that the younger brother, the third prince of the Kingdom of Hymns, would be there too, and Aim shot back that the lineup for the meeting would be amazing. The girl beamed at him, and he just smiled and said everything was fine. He was locked in. This guy promised he wouldn't bolt or cower, and he was ready to tear those unwanted ties with Haim right off. Mr. Tiger met Alina, and the moment he slid an envelope into his hands, he turned to Grint and demanded his thoughts on the letter from Ishtalika, because you could tell at a glance it was written by the Crown Prince's own assistant. Tiger leaned in and asked the young man if he didn't think those letters were downright provocative. Grint nodded right along with the gentleman. He tossed out the idea that the prince's assistant might be wildly uncontrollable, and Alina leaned in to listen like it mattered. Then she turned to Grin, ready to fire off a question. The girl claimed that Crown Prince Ishtaliki's guards, who beat Grint in the Euros, swore Ein took down the sea dragon all by himself, and then she leaned in asking what he thought. The boy let out a shaky laugh and snapped that it was a pretty rude question, but he figured he'd answer it anyway, though he brushed the guard's words off as pure exaggeration. The sea dragon is a monstrous titan that rules the ocean, so a clueless crown prince can't possibly take it down by himself. The girl apologized and the young man just boded off, telling her it was nothing, though his fist stayed clenched like he couldn't quite let it go. Mr. Tiger pressed Alina hard for answers about what became of the spy Lily after their fight, and when she sighed, she admitted she couldn't find him anywhere, so she could only assume he'd slipped away and fled to Ishtalika. The man snapped that they couldn't keep letting the enemy run the show, and he pushed the idea of sending his spies in there. Alina scoffed that it'd be nothing but an obscene joke, but Tiger didn't buy it for a second. The girl insisted that even if they wanted spies in Ishtalika, they simply didn't have the right people. She'd planned to go as a civilian officer at first, but Lily already knew how that would go. Mr. Tiger paused, then told them he'd have to give Alina a list of civilian officers. Right then, they got cut off as their guest leaned in, asking why everyone's faces looked so grim. It was Mr. Laffan. He strolled in with a grin so wide it practically lit the room, and when he greeted his brother, the whole table sprang to their feet while Grint's face tightened into something dangerous. The young man and Alina dropped to their knees, and Mr. Tiger clocked that his relatives were in a great mood, so he demanded where they'd been. The man grinned and said he'd gone right back to the fortress city, scooped up some women again, and basically partied all day. Leifin noticed Tiger clearly wasn't happy about his brother spending every single day like this, so he pressed him, got any objections or grievances, and Tiger just sighed, then shook his head and denied it all. He slid into his seat and fired off, "So what did you say with Alina?" The Moldovans exchanged looks, nodded like they'd rehearsed it, and then they told him everything. After hearing them out, Mr. Leifund burst into laughter, smugly certain he could outsmart Ishtalik with ease, while Tiger had no clue how any of it would even work. Brother pitched the idea of snagging birdland straight from the Merchant Guild and shipping it out of Rokedom, because Ishtalika takes chips from there, yet Tiger blew that plan up, insisting it still wouldn't be enough to fool them. Leifin realized his brother needed them to slip past the Haim spies without a single clue, and with a sly grin, he swore he already had people ready for the job. In the infirmary, a nurse was urgently tending a battered soldier, and once she wrapped his hand, she told him it was all set. The young man thanked her, but as he nervously tried to ask her out for a date, everything got cut off, right in the middle of his words. A knock rattled the door and Mrs. Barra swung it open, only for the soldier to look completely lost. Then the girl stepped out and froze when she saw His Highness standing there, ready to tell her everything about the epidemic. A young man was told that Crone and Chris had suddenly fallen sick with some unknown illness, and when the nurse confirmed it, she said the girls were tucked away, resting in the hospital's private rooms. Ein just wanted a few days of peace, even if it meant sweeping official matters in Magna under the rug, because with things the way they were, they'd have to. He asked if he could meet the sick girls, and Mrs. Barra snapped her hands into action at once, saying she wouldn't let the Crown Prince fall to illness and risk bringing him down. He insisted everything was fine, swearing his skill couldn't let this happen, and he even hoped his power would save Chris and Crone so he could heal them, yet the girl still didn't end up agreeing. She was convinced Ein's treatment was just a stopgap. Sure, the epidemic could sweep through and infect tons of people, but once someone built immunity, the disease wouldn't come for them again. Dill marched up to the prince and demanded he work for the girls while they stayed in Magna, and the young man said yes without hesitation. The hero hauled himself up and said, "Then I'll come back and see you all another day." The nurse nodded and promised she'd tell the patients. He yawned and stretched like the fatigue was heavier than his bones, and the lady caught it instantly. He just said the whole mess with Haim wouldn't let him rest. Ain shot a heavy, regretful look, wishing his father had managed to hold his younger brother and the prince in check, but Barad just stared, baffled, and Ain finally blurted that he meant Logan. The girl realized she wasn't alone in struggling to speak with the commander. The guy gasped, asking if she had the same trouble too, and the nurse just nodded, saying May and her mother had been stuck with the very same issue. Ms. Barra told them that when she was little, Logan vanished on them, claiming he'd lost interest and walking away for good. Ain's heart sank as she realized her problem wasn't just bad, it was way worse than his, and at least he didn't have to lose sleep over food or shelter. With a warm smile, the nurse reassured them that no matter what happened before, Kronrin's Ishtalika had rescued them and hauled them to safety, and that thought lit up Kronrin and May with pure happiness. The young man practically lit up hearing that, and he told her this, the gift she'd given him, knowing the work in Ishta wasn't for nothing. Meanwhile, in Haim's port city, Reinhardt, Alina studied a ship from Bardland, and from what she saw, she realized the city's been spiraling for a while, with trouble only getting worse the longer it went on. The girl clocked it right away. Leifun wasn't just guessing, he actually knew his stuff, and the boy looked like he'd do anything as long as it lined his own pockets. Then Alina shot the question, asking if their target was really so stunning that Leifun couldn't stop himself from getting curious about her. The guy admitted he had no clue what the man was really aiming for, but one thing was clear, aristocrats from everywhere were hunting for her, and the girl hated the idea of trading her own daughter for help. She spotted a bunch of people marching across the bridge toward the ship, exactly the convenient crowd Leifun had been warning about. The assistant then broke down who each one was, giving the same kind of info for every single person. The girl snatched the documents and flipped through them fast, drilling into every line. These were vagabonds who'd lost their citizenship, and the users were hunting them down. Everyone swore the first prince had dragged their wives and daughters off to pay off debts, then promised they'd get them back once the current job was finished. Yet Alina couldn't shake the fear that His Highness might never keep his word. A hooded girl slipped up to the gentleman and leaned in close to Alina, whispering that the target had already been captured. The girl shot a message to her assistant, saying she was headed back to the residence and that he'd better have her back. Then she demanded he tell the ship's owner to come to her. The young man promised he'd do anything, then demanded to know why the Lord even needed him, and she calmly fired back that she had a business proposition just for him. August's residence welcomed the girl, and before anyone could even breathe, she marched straight to the basement with her crew. Then, once they dropped downstairs, they shoved the prisoner right in front of her. He was chained and locked behind cold bars, and when he heard Helen get called mistress, he swore Lady Crone's mother was standing right in front of him. Alina was told that multiple fighters got seriously hurt trying to seize the Ishtalika knight, and she could tell it was pure chaos out there. She told them she wanted to speak to the prisoner, alone, and her people panicked, terrified it would be reckless to leave a lady alone with a soldier from the enemy's country. Alina brushed off his fear, stepped up to the cage, and slid in a deal on the spot. The warrior didn't see it coming. He burst out laughing, then his face snapped serious. With a haunted, hard stare, the young man demanded that they stop trying to buy him off, and Alina felt a chilling aura spill off the bound soldier, because the fear was real. How many brave knights were still left in Ishtalika? The girl yanked out the document and shoved it in front of the soldier, but he refused to even glance at it, so she pressed, "Do you still want to turn this down?" And he snapped back that she was just trying to grab his attention, because none of it mattered to him. Alina told him to check anyway, if he truly wanted to call himself a loyal subject, and the soldier glanced at it, and the words hit him like a thunderclap. He stared and demanded what the lady was up to. While the royal carriage rumbled through Magna's busy port streets, Dill, Olivia, and Iron sat inside, and today their mission was clear: plant trees in the city's central square. The locals broke into smiles the second the royal family arrived, seeing Aina like a legend who just saved Magna, and Olivia, the mother of God. For the prince, the title hero felt way too good to be true, until his mother watched the townspeople light up and said, "He really tried hard," and you could tell she was bursting with pride. When they finally reached the square, Dill thrust a sapling into their hands and commanded them to plant it, so the royals didn't hesitate and accepted it right away. Hand in hand, they planted the little tree with care. Ein dropped beside it, pressed the soil down, and prayed for it to grow strong. Then he stood up and declared their mission was finally over. He didn't even get to finish his sentence before a weird sound yanked his attention, and the prince snapped a question at Dill, had he taken anything. still swore he hadn't touched a thing, but Olivia also caught that strange noise and demanded to know what was going on. They whipped around to the little sapling, then it started to shiver, and the noise surged louder and louder. Next thing they knew, the tree trunk was growing right out of the ground, and the son shoved his mother aside, throwing his own body over her to shield her. In the blink of an eye, a giant tree with roaring branches shot up right before them. Ein and Olivia couldn't even wrap their heads around it, because that tiny sapling had somehow become huge overnight. Then he hit the realization. His wishes must be the reason, and this was probably all on him. The whole crowd gasped and roared that their hero could even hand out nature's gifts, and to them, Ein felt like the first emperor reborn. That young guy felt completely awkward, convinced everyone was blowing things out of proportion, but Olivia just shrugged and told him the tree truly grew like that because of him. Then the woman hauled her son back on his feet and urged him to speak up to the crowd. As an egg got hoisted up in Magna Square, Helen was landing in the port city of Ishtalika, right off the ship. When Helen's ship docked, she stared in awe at the breathtaking port city of Magna, because it wasn't just beautiful, it was the gateway to Ishtalika. The city sprawled so wildly she could barely take it in. If the port was this massive, what kind of monster of a place was the capital? And in her mind, Reinhardt didn't even come close. An assistant hurried up to her and said the portal had sprung multiple breaches. Fixing it was going to take real time. She demanded to know how long, and he swallowed hard before saying they'd need several days. Alina nodded and told everyone, "We'll wait." Then a soldier stepped onto the bridge, and with a bright smile she said, "The whole point is that we made it safe, now he's got to get the ship." The man stared at her with zero warmth in his eyes, then snatched open his bag and pressed a recommendation letter into her hands about a top-notch craftsman. She hurriedly thanked him. The warrior barely mustered a smile as she wished her luck, then snapped that they had to move, right now. The girl shot the assistant an apology, and he demanded a name. So Alina told him it was her friend who got the crucial letter for her. Then she asked if they'd already reached the city, and he confirmed they had. The young man went stone-cold quiet, clearly wrestling with doubt. Then he finally asked if they should stick to the plan His Highness Leifin had laid out. He thought unleashing a nightmare weapon like miasma on regular civilians was pure cruelty. Alina nodded along, then snapped that she still believed in the soldier she'd let slip away, while the young man just couldn't wrap his head around it. Sure, their surveillance mission was done, but they'd still have to hang around the enemy port. He said that's exactly why he fought against Alina joining in. Her presence would light a whole trail of suspicion, and then the girl only smiled as she explained that Mr. Leifin was trying to get back at her, using her appearance as the weapon. She yanked away his perfect excuse to sneak off with his daughter again, then stepped right in and personally hammered out deals with the merchant herself. The attendant told them His Majesty was sure these talks mattered a ton to Haim, and Alina shot back that once the king gave the go-ahead, the prince had no choice but to sign on. She told the guy, "I'm finding a spot for the night," but he snapped, "No danger, waiting." Yet Owenna didn't flinch. She had a plan, slipping a magical disguise device onto her ears that shifted her hair and eyes to a whole new look. Seeing his jaw drop, the girl admitted the purchase wasn't cheap at all. After she told the assistant she'd be back once the repairs were done, Alina headed into the city. She beamed at the wide, beautiful streets of the port, and the moment a seller spotted her, he started urging her to taste his shellfish. Alina didn't mind, but she insisted she had to find somewhere to sleep first. The man nodded and told her to rush. Special people were rolling in from the capital today, and the whole city was already bursting at the seams. Alina waved goodbye to the seller, and he told her, "Come the moment you've sorted this out." Trouble was, she had no clue who he meant or who had just rolled into the port, and when they started slipping around from hotel to hotel, every single place was booked solid. Exhausted, Alina slumped onto a bench and couldn't stop counting the times they'd shut her out. Regular hotels being packed was believable, but not the aristocrat ones. The girl let out a heavy sigh. She refused to sleep under open skies, and the man beside her suddenly snapped, "Hey." Her hood swallowed her face completely, so she looked like a mystery you couldn't crack. Then the young man blurted an apology for butting in and asked straight out if she was hunting a place to sleep for the night. Alina nodded back, mortified that she never expected the crowd to be this huge. Then the guy agreed with her. The girl leaned in and asked if he was a wanderer, and the guy grinned, "Nah, I live in the capital," then admitted he was an aristocrat who still took on all kinds of heavy, back-breaking work. Alina said she wouldn't waste time with needless questions, and the guy shot up, grinning, promising that, since she got it, he'd lead her to a place where she could finally spend the night. The young man grinned and said he already knew where to grab a free room, even with his aunt just told him about the place. The heroes rolled up to a gorgeous hotel, walked straight to the front desk, and the worker nodded. There was a free room, but he wasn't sure they could actually fit them in. Alina's new acquaintance decided, right away, that they were being slowed down, especially since they had special guest written all over them. The girl didn't believe any regular adventurers could ever pay for this kind of treatment, but she was already relieved they hadn't been shoved out the door. The young man told the management the price didn't matter, and Alina instantly felt awkward. Then she urged him not to worry, just as one of the workers was wrapping up his shift. He was juggling boxes when he slammed into a guest by accident, and in the scramble the hood flew off the young man's head. Straight into the worker's face came the crown prince, and his shock hit him like a punch. Ein slipped behind the boxes just in time to dodge Alina's eyes, but the administrator spotted him anyway, so Ein yanked his hood up and begged the man to keep quiet about his secret, and the administrator instantly agreed to get Alina a room. The man told his colleague to lead the guest to the room, and Alina just stood there baffled, because she had no idea she'd be the one paying for it later, and when the receptionist flashed the price and asked, "Is everything okay?" Alina could only feel her confusion hit like a wave. Right when the prince reached for his wallet, the girl cut in and promised she'd depay in 3 days, no stress at all, and thanked Ein for helping her, then asked how she could repay him, but Ein just told her she didn't need to do a thing. As he stormed out of the hotel and let out a breath of relief, Lily suddenly burst from the bushes. Ein asked if she'd handled everything, and she snapped back, yes. He couldn't miss it. The girl looked genuinely thrilled. Lily smiled and admitted she never thought she'd catch her boss crouched under a flimsy disguise like that. The prince leaned in and asked if anyone else had slipped in wearing disguises, besides him, and she nodded like, yeah, more than you think. Ein promised they'd hit the food stalls like planned, and the second food was mentioned. Lily's mouth started watering fast. She swore she was going with him no matter what. She whipped her gaze back to the hotel where Mrs. Alina was staying, relieved she'd finally gotten a shot to echo it all again with His Highness Ein and Lady Klein's lover. When Dill and Ein rolled up to the first emperor's residence, the prince's jaw dropped at how massive it was. Then the assistant leaned in and told them they'd be staying here for the business trip. The hero spotted something weird and demanded where that door by the stairs went. Dill shot back that it led straight to a basement hidden behind it. He said that right at the top of those stairs sits a massive door, but everyone who tried just couldn't budge it, so it stayed shut tight. Ein blinked in shock and fired, so even grandfather couldn't pull it off. Dill admitted every one of his predecessors had tried, none had cracked it. Then the prince leaned in, eyes narrowing, and said the door was probably sealed on purpose. He asked whether the first emperor could actually unlock it, and Dill shot back that yeah, that probably checks out. Then the young man said, "Let's look later," and the assistant confirmed Warren had already given the okay. They slogged all the way to the prince's room. Ein even said, "I'm done, I just want to rest." He'd stuffed himself at the stalls, so sleep felt inevitable. Then night dropped, and the hero curled up on the bed with his eyes shut, only to reveal he wasn't really asleep. His afternoon nap wouldn't let him shut his eyes, so insomnia clawed at him all night. Then he decided he shouldn't take a late walk on the beach and went down instead. Even though it was late, the prince figured he still had time to roam, grabbed a lamp, stepped into the corridor, and started down the stairs. He shoved through the last stretch and stared at a massive door, and for the first time the young man finally saw the truth of it, so familiar it looked just like the castle's treasury door. As he moved in, the guy spotted the keyhole was gone, and the lock instantly screamed magic in his mind. The prince thrust his hand forward, remembering exactly how Silverd had keyed the treasury. He touched the lock and the center of the door flared to life, then the whole door slid open on its own, blasting a cloud of dust straight at the hero. Ein had no clue why it opened right now, but inside was a study packed with bookcases. Then the hero spotted a table in the center with an open book waiting on top. The moment the young man stepped in, the doors slammed shut behind him, right as the prince slid closer to the table and flipped through the book, only to realize it was still unfinished. The first things he saw screamed one truth: so many races had once again caved to some awful power, shut off their minds, and started scrambling to obey every twisted wish of his sister. The author couldn't stop thinking, what were his mom and dad really doing? Were they trying to stop their daughter? Then Ein realized he was staring at the diary of the first emperor, and he immediately started flipping through it deeper and deeper. The king poured out a letter about how countless comrades had died in battle, then demanded to know from his sister why she was doing this to them, while dread kept roaring in his head because he couldn't stop the truth that one day he'd have no choice but to destroy her. Ein ripped through the last pages, hunting for any trace that they weren't blank. Then he hit the end and went cold. The emperor's grief was written there because he'd killed his own sister and still had to raise his hand against his own family. The emperor begged for forgiveness because once upon a time a witch had hexed his sister with crushing loneliness, then pulled the strings until she was forced to flee. The king lunged to kill the witch, but a wave of monsters slammed into his path, buying her just enough time to break free. Before she could bolt, she still squeezed out one last message. She'd been a witch fueled by hate for the Emperor, and she swore he'd never taste happiness. Her tracks just vanished somewhere around there, and the man could only guess she'd slipped overseas, because after that he had no clue where the witch went next. Still, the Emperor was set on rebuilding Ishtalika. 1 year after the country was rebuilt, the king shut down the search for the Red Fox. The author declared that once he left the throne, he'd come back to this room, but right now he planned to lock it away, sealing the door with his diary, and that final line was the last entry. Prince Ein traced the words with careful fingers, soaking in every line. He couldn't stop thinking about what the Red Fox's power really meant, and why a curse of loneliness clung to it. Morning spilled through the hotel curtains, and Alina jolted awake. Her body felt weighed down, but she couldn't waste this chance to see this massive country with her own eyes. Before anything else, the girl just wanted a sip of tea, so she swung open the kitchen door and froze when she spotted Lily already there, pouring steaming hot tea into cups like she'd been waiting for her. The maid bowed and greeted her mistress. Alina yanked the door open, then slammed it shut right in front of Lily, still stunned that a spy could mess up in her room and then somehow spot her, even though Lily never changed a single thing in her sleep. Right outside the door, Lily let out a sharp sigh and snapped that the lady really thought someone in Ishtalika would fall for a cheap little trick like that. Still, they had magical objects that let them see right through anything, so even with Alina's nerves screaming, she knew she had no choice but to go. She snaps out of the spell, reforms into her true self, then swings the question at Lily, "Did you come to take me?" The maid burst into laughter and said, "If that's the case, that gentleman's already rotting in the capital's prison." The girl shot back, "Then what am I supposed to do?" The maid basically laughed and said the answer was staring right at everyone, and then she announced she'd be Alina's personal guide for the day. Soon as the girls stepped outside, Alina demanded to know where Lily was headed. Then the maid admitted she couldn't set up a meeting with Krona, but she had another plan up her sleeve. The moment they stepped off the train, Alina fell in step behind the girl, and they climbed the stairs together until they burst into a military port. The lady snapped, "Why did you bring the spy here?" Lily figured the girl would love the chance to watch him, but Alina shut it down hard. "That's not a reason to drag the enemy into a place like this." The maid calmed her down and said not to fret, since His Excellency personally gave the go-ahead. Then the mistress snapped, "Who, exactly?" Lily answered without blinking, "Warren Lark, the Prime Minister of Ishtalika." Alina looked hurt, and the sting in her chest screamed that nobody was taking her seriously. Willie figured the lady must have said something. Then the girl just waved it away and snapped that, in that case, she'd think over everything. Staring at the lady, Lily suddenly remembered what Warren told her. He let the girl show Alina a few ships, but Lily couldn't shake the worry that it might be a terrible idea. Ishtalika only wins if their enemies finally figure out just how much stronger they are in battle. And Alina had a job that wouldn't let her bury what she'd heard, so when she stared at the enemy guns, terror hit her like a truck. The Prime Minister was praying Alina would push for peace, but the third prince had zero interest in calming things down. Warren figured that dragging Alina into it would spark pure rage in her, and that would hand them the edge, because the only reason they were even messing with Jamie was Elena. After pacing around the military port, the mistress finally headed back to Lily, and Lily's face had gone death pale. Alina nodded and said the maid had figured it all out without a single word. Lily admitted they didn't just plan it, they even crunched the numbers on exactly how long it would take to seize the port city of Reinhardt. The girl told her those 2 battleships Alina saw today could have nailed the job in no time, and then Lily flashed a peace sign with 2 fingers. The mistress swore it would only take 2 days, and when she said it, she couldn't believe it either. The maid just burst out laughing and told her their ships would pull it off in 2 minutes. Alina shot to her feet, stunned by what she just heard. Then she snapped that Reinhardt was their country's pride and demanded they quit spitting nonsense. Lily shot back that this was just a cold, no-brag analysis. The girl said the lady could either stay in Ishtalika and live, or jump ship and head back on their vessel to Yulo. Alina had no clue what Lily meant by a cattle ship, so she shrugged and snapped back that only someone completely unhinged would dare to cross the sea on that thing. Then Lily finally quieted down and slid back into her seat. She flashed a smile and said her way back home would be smoother. Then Lily slammed the table and demanded how much longer that woman would keep fighting. The girl swallowed her pride, apologized, and insisted that home was still her homeland no matter what. Alina leaned over to the maid and asked if she'd ever even considered coming back. Then she snapped that, compared to her, the new maids were night and day. Lily lit up because her mistress still remembered her, and she blurted out, "Does Alina miss me?" Alina smiled back and said the spy was the best, but now she was dealing with a rough patch. The maid let out a laugh. When it was time to head back, the girls marched up to a massive ship, and Alina couldn't help noticing how ridiculously comfy this ride would be, while Lily whipped around to talk to the lady. She told Alina that the moment she touched down in Yulo, Ishtalika would brand her an enemy on the spot, and if Lily got the call, she'd be forced to show up and do the bidding. The girl climbed up to the bridge and poured out her gratitude, thanking him for everything, and for the choice he'd given her, and the ex-maid couldn't help but feel bad for him. She bowed deeply, thanked her for coming to their country, and speaking for Prime Minister Warren, sent her on her way with warm wishes for a safe, pleasant journey. The ship tore off with Alina on board, and Lily stayed rooted to the spot, watching it vanish. Then she grumbled that the lady was painfully stubborn. Alina perched in her cabin on the ship, watching the plan unfold exactly how she expected. Sure, the military power gap was brutal beyond compare, but losing wasn't in her vocabulary. She refused to see herself as some weak little woman.